he was, I don't know what his official title was back then, but he did well.
Definitely did, and there was a lot of magic happening to make that game happen. I mean, it's Paper X stuff, but you know, this year for talent, we have to, you know, have a lot of improvement, a lot of growth. I think some things need to be tightened up along with the team. I do also wonder, like, are there any things that Coach Frost might have picked up from watching, you know, the final series between Gen.G and Sentinels? Like, are there any weaknesses that could expose anything like that?
Yeah, I mean, he is from the region. I'm sure there's some insights there he probably picked up on as well. Now, we did an audience survey because we want you guys to have some fun with predictions and votes. And the question is, which feels more desperate to you, or like what is more important to you? Winning, your favorite team winning VCT, or your own personal rank? Competitive rank.
Can I say, if it said my favorite region for VCT winning at international events, then it would 100% be that one.
Wait, so if it's not...
I don't really care about my rank score too much. It doesn't really matter to me.
I know you don't. Look, you're happily...
Yeah.
we'll show that later. We'll show the board later.
I wasn't here.
Yeah.
How about you, Quack? What's more important to you? Because, you don't really rank either. You're kind of like, he's very good, by the way, but he just doesn't rank. You just don't rank.
Not as much as I should, I guess. I mean, that's also because, like, rank anxiety sometimes, you know, you want to keep your rank high. So actually, I do care quite a bit.
Oh, so yeah, what's more important to you, actually? You know, getting up ranked, or if it was like guaranteed versus
all VCT, all Pacific, all favorite
there
team.
We go. See, yeah.
That's more important.
It's not about us. It's about the players.
It's about the players.
Yeah, I'm all about rank.
Nah, she's all about rank. She's like, if I D-rank, she gets so upset. Oh my god.
Oh, don't play with me, because I am not.
No, I played with you once. You're a very interesting player. Your thought process is...
I'm very low-key. I don't really try hard.
No, you don't. But it's actually super fun playing with you. So it's of course, you know why? Because I think my favorite team's going to win anyway, so it doesn't even matter. So that's the way I see it. So I want to rank up. I want it all. You can have it all, right? Surely.
You can have your cake and eat it too, sure.
Yeah.
Why not?
I
think in that case, yes.
Well, we hopefully Talon can have their cake and eat it too. They are facing against Gen.G, and it's not going to be an easy feat to try to topple down this giant who's just completely grown so fast this 2024. So let's welcome the players on the stage.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's now time to round out our first week of action here. Stage 1, 2024 VCT Pacific. I am Achilles here once again alongside William, and we'll be guiding you through the action in our opening series. We have Talon going up against Gen.G.
Yeah, quite a giant out to face in your first week, but obviously a team like Talon, they've been waiting for this chance since they didn't get to go to Masters Madrid. They will take whatever chances they get to try to get a win no matter who the opponent is. And again, the question is Gen.G, sure, you got a lot of experience from Masters Madrid, but how much time you should have to recuperate from that to maybe fix some of the errors that have now been shown to the rest of the world as well?
Well, if Paper X is anything to go by, they made a roster change and things went right as rain in that opening series versus Team 1. So I think we still have very high expectations from Gen.G. They're here on the back end. They get on the last day of the week. They got a couple extra days to relax after returning from Madrid before they get back into the grind set. But even then, a very, very scary team.
Yes.
So Talon, this is a David and Goliath tale for them. If they can find success here, oh boy, what a hot start to the season would be.
I mean, the devs talked about it, right? Obviously, you're comparing against other teams in your group against the same exact teams from the other side. So Gen.G is going to be that opponent that everyone's kind of thinking, like, can we even get a win against that team? So if Talon can get that on the board, they're already looking pretty good for playoffs. They're looking really solid in the championship points already. It's a very big lead. So while you said David and Goliath, absolutely worth a shot.
Yeah, oh no, for sure. I mean, there's plenty on the line. I mean, not only just the championship points, but I think that the clout that it would get you alone would be worth its weight in gold.
Yeah, then the comparisons online to Sentinels right away comes up. So.
Yeah. But I mean, also I think that if that does happen, I'm all in on DFM being able to take down T1 because that would just leave the Alpha group completely winless.
Well,
so maybe the curse actually is activated there. But Talon showing us a new look. Frost able to talk about it a bit more in depth there on the desk, talking about Lenny, some of the struggles that they had, trying to get things poised and ready to go. But we'll see how they do fare here today. The starting lineup, I do believe that we're going to have Surf once again playing alongside the rest of the squad.
Yeah, and quite frankly, he didn't look like he missed a single beat, right? It's been a little bit since we've seen him with this core on this brand of Talon. Obviously, he was playing challenges for a little bit and then took a bit of a break himself, but returns with a role switch now onto the Sentinels and looked solid. You know, does it look perfect? Maybe not, but he filled that role that they needed for the rest of the team to shine and for members like Governor to do his thing, to show off his own skills and carry the momentum forward.
Yeah, and I think looking a bit more high-spirited here today coming into this matchup. You know, that first hurdle, being able to jump over and be able to get that win here in stage 1 is Texture with it. And it's just Texture, he's such a character.
He's been as jovial since today.
Solo.
We're going to have to wait for Solo.
Solo taking his time in both map draft and his entrances onto the stage.
It's really become a thing at this point. They're very, very thorough. Of course, you know, a little bit of memories there between Solo and Frost from their previous careers. But at the end of the day, we're talking about Texture. He seems to be in high spirits. Kind of ran into him backstage as well. He's joking around about, like, what can I take on the stage or not? Like, why are you taking everything away from me again? So I think Gen G is feeling just fine.
Well, into the huddles they go. We'll see how Talon do look out the gate because, you know, it was a bit of a slow start, especially for Governor. You know, we were talking about it ad nauseum on the analyst desk, wanting to see that explosive performance that he put up in their opening series back at kickoff. We didn't quite hit that high of a high in their series versus Bleed, but he was heating up as that series went on. So I'm curious to see if, again, out the gate, how do they look?
And quite frankly, Frost talked about it here. Obviously, you guys touched upon it a little bit during the broadcast, but one of the big things was while Governor was looking very good at kickoff, they overheated a lot as a team.
Oh, sure.
And now Governor talked about it in the interview. Frost talks about it again, where they want to calm things down. That for sure has happened. So whatever training they've been doing, it's been working. Now it's about finding that balance. And man, against Gen G, you really have to strike gold in that balance because this is a team where they know exactly when to push the limits and then take it back.
Been getting so well at that limit test. But we'll see how they do fare. It seems like, of course, spirits very high. I think that overall the team going to be feeling very comfortable, very confident at this point. Just need to avoid dipping into complacency. That's, of course, going to be the killer as Cruz leading the cheer, leading the charge, ready to lead the squad in-game as well. Talon will get ready to take their seats. Frost and Boy making their way back over the coaching booths. Try to guide them here to a victory, and what a monstrous one it would be if they could pull it off. But of course, you know, we saw some Talon fans out there in the audience saying buy the bundle and whatnot, but just given the locale, given that the HQ is basically down the street, I expect that Talon will have the crowd against them for the most part.
Yeah, and that's something that, of course, some of the teams will have to deal with. I got to talk to Riot Jaker a little bit about that as well, and, you know, it's just a result of where things are. But I will also say, just given some of the performances these teams have had even in 2023, we do have growing fan bases even here in Seoul. And of course, you know, especially if it's over the weekend, we've got traveling fans. But right now, it's just going to be the same old comps from both teams. Talon kind of making that adjustment coming in with Surf playing the Killjoy, and Gen G, no reason to change it. I mean, Lotus, one of their comfy picks, even at Masters Madrid, and they are able to play real fundamental Valorant when it comes to this composition.
Oh, absolutely are, but my eyes are going over to these Omen players. Jit Boys.
Ah, yes.
Has just been absolutely magical for the squad.
Yeah, Jit Boys was putting up numbers even in their loss against Bleed. I believe maybe even taking match MVP in terms of the in-game ratings at that point. So looking very comfortable. There were a couple smokes, sure, that didn't line up perfectly, but you can maybe chalk that up to the first game. Now he's gotten that out of the way on stage as well. And Karon was in the same shoes, right, during the offseason at Convergence, in their first games at kickoff, and now he's become a world star. So we'll see how Jit Boys matches up against that.
Nice stakes here for both of these teams. Lotus on the horizon, Gen G looking for some decent comfort here. We'll see how they fare as we go ahead and get ready to jump into map number 1 in this best-of-3 series. Let's see if Talon can draw blood first as we go into the pistol.
And one of the things that Talon struggled with a lot was actually, quite frankly, a lot on the defensive side, so since Gen.G picked the map this time, they'll be happy to start on the attack. But even on the attack, a lot of trying to get too much space, trying to play things maybe a little bit too slowly on a 3-site map like Lotus, and trying to make sure that they have all the pieces of information. Sometimes you don't have that luxury. You're just going to have to start to send it on a timer. And right now, looks like B site is where their sights are set.
Just the one ghost here on the side of Talon. Bagi and Texture both going to be picking those up, as for now, Talon just 4-man creep up here in towards B. Nice paint shell. Munchkin eat a decent amount of damage off that one, actually. Pull away from it, doesn't get the snake bite out.
Spike planted.
Yeah, they might have to push out here, though. They're set up for it.
It's a little bit of a 50-50. Not going to be able to find either. Meteor and Munchkin getting a kill apiece. Swapping out some of the weapons now. There's a little bit of post-plant util. Was set up, but I believe now cleared. Holding her onto the spike and serves able to find one. Now there's a snake bite out, and Munchkin will get dropped. 2v2. Meteor holding up close, able to find one. Retap onto the spike. Looking to spray through. Haunt now coming out. Cruz forced back, takes the fight. Manages to take them both down, but it's still the defuse held. Gen.G will find that pistol round win.
Yeah, getting that half done earlier was all the difference, because Talon, they came in prepared, right? They recognize that B site is generally going to be the weaker site here on the pistol against most teams, but especially a team like Gen.G. And then you even have the foresight to say that we want to push out, because otherwise the retake becomes a menace on this site in the middle of the map. So they wanted to push out, not able to get a single kill there, but still the snake bite, you've got the lineups, you got the spam, but the half was done, and that's all that mattered to wrap up the round in favor of Gen.G. And now we'll take a look at the buys here. Guardians galore here on the side of Gen.G.
Already a little bit of damage across there on to Cruz. Jump to 75 as they just spray away. Gen.G just making the look that A side of the map completely unassailable. Now it's going to be Talon shifting their sights over towards C. Wary of, not expecting a forward lurk here out of Mount, but as you can tell, it's going to be Munchkin and Meteor playing back well within the C site.
Yeah, sending the paint shells there just to push them back. Sure, you get the ore, but that does make entering C site near impossible, especially given the weaponry. So Talon will have to try to wait for a pick. Given the fact that they don't have any information left on A, most likely they're just going to cut audio, try to get a pick first. And if so, they'll get the plant on C.
Checking that close left side. Way in. I know that there's going to be a share for play, and Munchkin, as he swings out, is able to find 3. Get up down Meteor with Spectre. Finding one, now just looking for the last. Gun is recovered. Shit Boy's an opportunity to maybe deal some serious damage here, but he's not ready for Lockheed to continue pressing forward, so it does end up falling. So Guardian can be retained.
Their heart rate just went
overall, just one weapon loss there for the side of Gen.G, which I think it was actually just a ghost in the end. So overall, no real economic damage dealt.
Yeah, Gen.G recognizing that that's a possibility, so you still trust the turret, you don't try to go for the peaks, you make sure that Meteor is hiding himself until you get contact to go for the trades. And it swings out close, so you're able to wrap things up. Like you said, only dropping the one weapon. Munchkin calling for the Guardian pickup, and that'll give them quite a bit of firepower into the bonus here. No extra buy up though, so it's just going to be mostly the 2 Guardians that Gen.G will be relying on as they continue to take control of Rubble.
Trying to get these orbs where possible. Texture doing very much the same on the opposite side. Just going to be behind by 1 here comparatively. Around towards B. Alarm bot around the corner. Lakia, Sheriff in hand. Looking to try to hold this site. It's actually going to be moving forward. And this could be fortunate circumstance for him. But Nanoswarm actually kind of tips him off. That forces him back, and the catch cannot come through for Talon.
Yeah, kind of a crazy moment there for Lockheed. If he had sent that Prowler, that might have been the death for him.
Sure.
But we'll just delay as he waits for the fuel to recharge for the toxic screen. Talon finding a good opening in between the utility to try to break the site open.
Oh, looking for the rush play. And with covering fire is able to find Texture. Governor clears out Lockheed. Just take a decent chunk of damage there. Is Karen able to just mow down 2. 12 bullets though. The double push gets ready to come in. Runs out just before he would have been able to finish off Jit Boy, so he's down to 46, but now we find ourselves in a 2v2. Already though, Talon using far too many weapons. Need to hold on to these last ones and get this round win.
If Cruz can just stay alive, this flank around from Jit Boys is going to be hard to predict. Now they're still going to try to clear him. The turret won't be able to check for him from heaven, but his own smoke is going to block him off.
Out. Yeah, he has to try to interrupt this one. It's just being held, and as he swings, Munchkin off on the right-hand side will be able to take him out, so that's going to be the bonus conversion coming through as Gen G kick things off here on Lotus 3-0.
And this is the trouble with B-site. The entry was good, right? You are able to take up Link through that, or next to that baby door, things like that. But at the end of the day, it's just too many angles that you still have to cover in the post plan. And with a fast help like this from Karon, of course he gets a triple, makes all the difference. Nice! But let's fucking go! Well, he's taking less from Munchkin, that's for sure.
Yep.
Love to see that energy. It's hard to imagine that this guy only started playing at the top level, professionally at all in Valorant, just a mere 3 months ago.
Yeah, it's absolutely astounding.
Bring them down.
Already just that, have that royal road, let alone a second place finish. Governor jumping his way in, but it's just going to be a leg shot there on a Munchkin. Now does have a pit available. The snake bite looks like he was suspicious of somebody creeping their way in, but Jit Boys is not checking right. I don't think he realizes that the Viper is there. Well, maybe an opportunity for a big backstab, but with just a classic. Yeah, and stranded away from the rest of his team. I mean, it's just Cruz left. Like, what can he realistically do?
So trying to double check, it looks like, for Jit Boys to see where that rotation happened, to try to make the call for Cruz to enter into C-site again. But he's checking for the fade. He has no idea the Viper's here as well. He calls for one.
But now there's a turret on the opposite side. Give them the alert. I think this would confuse the ever-loving hell out of them.
Down, C.
Try to smoke it off.
Oh, but this has just been a trip around the world for Jit Boys. But ultimately, I think that this might just
and they just
end
keep running
in despair.
Away.
Yeah, I mean, they don't even realize that they're rotating away from him. They're on the hunt. They're looking for him. He's stalking them, but he just doesn't have the weaponry. Honestly, I'd turn tail back over to C and try to get this plant down.
Yeah, just get the plant, quite frankly.
Do they hear that pickup? Munchkin starting to notice it. Yep, now they certainly do know, as the plant does come through. We'll see what kind of damage he can deal.
My ultimate is ready.
Yes, he eludes the turret shots, avoiding some additional damage. Swings out, chest shot there, but Texture just spamming through. Will be able to get the wall bang kill. So I think a bit of a head scratcher here for both teams at the end, but it is still going to be Gen G moving up 4-0.
Flawless.
Smooth start for Gen G. I mean, surely a lot of question marks there, but like you said, I mean, it's a flawless at the end of the day. Can't hope for better than that. Giving over the plant, it's not the biggest of deals. It's not like you were really losing too much on your own econ. And of course, it's also the Omen that gets the plant. Texture, calm, and crisp. Looking just as good as he did when he started off Madrid. Yeah, he just took a little bit of head scratching there. And I'm not surprised about the timeout, because here's the thing, is that you're playing Lotus. You got to at least have some really solid control of Mound into the entrance of C-site or Rubble. We're not really seeing that from Talon. Sure, you get up to Mound, you get the ult orb, but you haven't disrupted the C-site at all. We got to see some changes there.
Yeah, a bit of a rocky start here for that attacking side. Frost trying to convey as much as he possibly can in a limited time. Well, really animated.
Get into the discussion as well. We haven't really seen Zilla and HSK get this involved during timeouts. Now, a couple of times at Madrid, sure, but this is also something they might have talked about. You know, it was one of the questions that was brought up in the press conference after their tough loss in the grand finals, was what are you doing to make sure that the mental game stays at the very top for the players? And Solo admitted that right now it's up to the coaches, and maybe that's something that they need to work on going further. So we'll see how much they take advantage of the opponent's timeout. This time, Talon fixing their eyes onto the A side. The Rubble portion has been given up for free 4 rounds in a row. And Gen G perhaps getting a counter read on this, just saying we want to push out the other side and tighten things up. And Kobe will delay enough on the side.
Well, you're talking about getting that Rubble control. They're able to have it. This round playing back. They were playing on the opposite side of the map, looking for that mount control. Just widely trading places as Cruz clearing out that Prowler.
This is a very solid start for Talon, though, right? You're denying any extra information out of B main. You still have set up next to Mound so that you can retake control of this, and then you've taken control of Rubble. So this is the ideal scenario for an attacking side. Now, do they check for Karon?
Oh. Kill nearly found there, but Mound able to absorb the bullet. Cruz alive. So just sent forward to try to clear close. Ban in the meantime is able to find a pick there on a Munchkin. The spike right now is being committed over towards this C-side. The rest of the team's going to have to try to rotate over, but now Karen going to be gone. Solid start here for the side of Talon, but no HP on Governor and Ban as Texture now arrives.
Yeah, we'll see if Lakia versus Dan. That's where my eyes are at. Only 5 HP, but if he can get this kill, that's huge.
He does. I know that there's going to be one very disconnected from the rest of the team, but do they actually try to play this one out? Texture looking around this smoke, but Wiley has to wait for it to dissipate, but that is crucial time bought here for Talon.
I mean, Gen G, the creds are there, so perhaps they go for this just to put more damage onto Talon. The round surely already lost. You look at the health bars.
Made onto the ramp. Satchel, that would get a kill, actually. Almost on the Governor. They're going to be able to get one apiece, but Jit Boys and Surf able to return fire. Go ahead and pick up the first round victory here for Talon, so now find themselves on the board.
And Talon has to try to think back to that round and say, why did that work? Because what we saw on the mini-map was a Gen G that has never looked that lost before on any of the maps that they play. Normally, they're pretty good at committing because they were able to isolate the information. But this time, it's a double strike onto A while there's still a showstopper flying into C site. And you saw the other teammates of Gen G kind of caught, bouncing back and forth in the middle of the map, a near defender spawn. It's not the type of moments that we've seen from Gen G. If Talon can replicate that, it's going to be a good half for the rest.
Well, now it looks like they want to fight over Mount a little bit more. Nades out, Texture able to find Jit Boys, swings back around and gets Governor to boots. 2 kills very swiftly. And Gen G very much realizing what the game plan was going to be going into this round here for Talon. They counteracted to perfection.
Yeah, and one of the other things is you send the Nightfall as well, right? Saying we're not taking any risk. We are eliminating this portion of the map. That way we can go for our usual defaults once again. The very heavy 3-2s or 4-1 splits that Gen G likes to play. And this time, just trusting in the util. They have faith that with the numbers in the showstopper, the retake is on their side.
They can't clear the secondary nano, so that does slow them up a bit as the rotations start coming in here for Gen G. 3v5. Ban, if he can get the plant, that would give them a pit. I'm curious to see if he actually commits into it, but it's actually going to be Cruz getting the Nightfall online instead. I mean, it's 3 crucial ultimates, really take your pick here for the side of Talon, but now Ban pushing forward. Look at the challenge at Waterfall. Showstopper comes out. Munchkin able to find the headshot before the rocket can fly.
Oh, Cruz.
But now Cruz, yeah, falling low, tries to go in for the challenge. Ends up falling to the wayside as Surf now needs to stand his ground, cannot. Triple kill there for Munchkin on the back end as the defuse will come in. Meteor going to get one step closer, perhaps. Yeah, Texture swinging in his face, but will be one away now from that lockdown as Gen G stopped Talon from getting 2 in a row.
Yeah, going for the Nightfall over the pit, I don't mind that, knowing the showstopper was online. So the pit, if you put it up, maybe the showstopper comes in anyway. Would have been disaster, but they weren't quite in position to take advantage of the Nightfall. I think they were trying to gain more space so that they could create a crossfire, and then they could send the Nightfall in if they see the retake coming in from the other side, kind of funnel in Gen G. Doesn't pan out that way, and this time Talon coming with another attempt to control Rubble. They're not going to be met with the same force, though.
Operator now here in the hands of Texture. Pulls it up outside of C as there's a reveal on the 2. Not really able to penetrate that wall, though. Texture inching forward. Force target Surf. Swung out wide.
Let's get Nancy. If the alarm bot is here, though, he can rely on that.
A matter of timing. Oh, yep, alarm bot will go off. Texture going to be made vulnerable by that. Does have the back pedal.
Oh, but look at
in the meantime.
Yeah, he stays there because he knows the main force wasn't there. Meanwhile, Ban gets taken out.
Just able to find that one. Governor now. Position given away just in front of Baby Door.
Cover going out.
Curious to see what Talon decide to do with the rest of this round.
Yeah, right
Creep
now.
Up now moving over towards B.
It's the best shot they have just because they had control of both B and A main. But of course, the question when it comes to B site isn't about can we plant, it's about can you defend it. So what the members do from A link near that Baby Door, it's going to be crucial. If they can get a pick and then rotate around, it's going to be a much healthier setup.
This is going to force Texture quite far back, all the way back over into the C site. As Nightfall ready on the back end, will be committed. 5v4, Governor starting things off nicely, does find the opening shot. Meteor going to be taken out. C sent.
I mean, time-wise, Talon looks comfy.
Gen G very much getting slowed up and running out of time to try to get this defuse off. They have to try to push through the smoke. Governor able to find one. Cruz gets us back with another. Lakia equalizes it. 2v2, but still an operator and Texture staring into the smoke, but they have to stick onto this defuse right here, right now. Shots across the way from Jit Boys. Means that this round is not winnable here for Gen G. Flash back to try to take himself out to safety. Had a second one, but he thought he was in the clear.
Yeah,
Texture loses out on the operator. Talon find themselves an extra little advantage on top of the round win.
I was wondering, because it seemed a little iffy, but Texture looked comfy, so I thought he must be out of range. Just barely loses the operator. That one hurts. I got a little dicey because Talon was aware of the operator, so they had to play it safe on that post plant, but they will get the round win, and they'll take away the operator. The operator's down, the Odin comes out, so Talon not quite in the clear just yet.
Final adjustment, but ultimately could be vandals across the board here as Nate goes out. Governor does a bit of damage from that. Now in play.
The Governor just creating a lot more noise there to see if the Odin continues.
This map was very enjoyable up until this moment.
Yeah, but now it feels like home. This is what Lotus sounds like, right?
Yeah.
You got the crunching of the rotating doors and then the drilling of the Odin.
It sounds like Ascent.
Yes, somewhat similar for sure. You got doors, you got Odins. Now what do they do? Clear this out. You still got that shells. Doesn't clear out both. Just short.
Yeah, doesn't quite find the one. Will now be looking there to try to dissuade any further push up. Hit going to be invested here for Munchkin. Meteor driving over on the ramp, managing to find two. Looks for a little bit more.
Double.
Swing in. Can't quite get the job finished there on to Cruz. As Pan will find Munchkin. Drop his pit.
There.
3v3 though. Karen still holding, stopping them from getting up to a position where they can actually plant this spike.
Yeah, right now, just trying to stick the plant seems way too dangerous, but little do they know everyone is here.
Oh, what a transfer from Karen. 2 headshots found. Gen.G counteracting every twisted turn there. Now up to 6 on the defender side.
Already feeling very healthy in the round advantage of Gen.G. Talon, they used an early timeout. I don't know if they'll want to use one again, because overall, the round-to-round adjustments, the reads seem a lot better than they did in the first couple rounds. But even this one, kind of making the assumption that they're going to be able to break into the C site and maybe get that pit up. They give up all control of rubble, then they're met with the opponent's spike.
And the rush forward, there's the reveal. I mean, Texture, it looked like he was basically spraying that before the hunt had even hit. Slovakia just looking to mow him down. 2 kills found here with the Odin. It might be dishonest gameplay, but it certainly works.
Whatever gets you that win. I mean, even things like spraying before the haunt actually lands, you see that a lot once you get to the higher levels, right? Because if they do get tagged, they're going to leave. So you try to predict that they're going to shoot down the haunt, things like that. It's all part of the mind game. And it gives Gen.G a 5-2 man advantage. Now even Surf being spotted inside of A lobby, rubble control given up, B being cleared with the Prowler, and let alone the numbers. But Talon, they've got a long way to go if they want to attempt anything. Looking at the creds, maybe it's just a save for the next 50 seconds. Talk about the rounds coming up.
I mean, it pretty much has to be. Just no money to really work with. No way, realistically, to try to convert a 2v5. Sure, we've seen teams do that plenty of times in the past, but when you're starting off like this and you just have no space, realistically, you know, maybe if things start going topsy-turvy after you've already scaled up towards a site, you can try to play something out. You know, you have the spike planted, but with nothing to go off of, all you can realistically do is sit back and hope that you hold on to these weapons. Gen.G, time continues to dwindle. They might start inching forward, looking for these kills.
10 seconds.
They're not in danger of giving any crucial ultimates, so might as well try to take away the creds.
Oh, well.
That's
Away with
the
his life
cue.
there is Surf, but now they don't know that they're both stacked up. Can't clear on that nano, but oh, the spray across. Jit Boys lucky to be alive. Continued push up and hit them both. Lucky with 3 in the end. Fortunate for Talon, just milliseconds away from being able to at least have those 2 rifles.
Man, Talon, they just have been hitting a wall time and time again, and a lot of it has been on the C side. They've gotten control of rubble a couple times, but never really got to push past that.
That rock you shouldn't be able to shoot through.
You know, I was thinking that maybe a couple portions of Lotus could be a little bit.
Can we bump the rocks, Riot?
Do a little reconstruction here on the map.
Should do an April Fool's where the bullets can actually ricochet off of
Oh,
hard
wow,
surfaces.
that's a good idea, actually. I can only imagine all the threats that start to pop up of all the Odin users.
A Mitch man would be in shambles. And he would deserve it. Right now, Gen G feeling like they deserve a breezy map win. They'd still have to ready. It's been pretty quiet on the ace side front. Prowler chasing in, does get the bite.
Yeah, but Karen's still here, so Texture not too worried. In some ways, that works out in their favor, right? You think you've pushed one away, but Talon a little bit wiser than that.
I didn't have to use the paint shell, still have that for potential reclear.
And at the end of the day, it's old trusty B site to get the plant. Even then, an extra nanoswarm this time. Gen G came prepared.
Oh, but Prowler might have just given the game up as there's the C's on the entry, and yep. All too easy for Odin gameplay as Meteor will find 2 with a nanoswarm, and Lakia guns down the last. Rapid fire defuse as they pass this over to Texture to try to get another showstopper online. Flawless round here as Gen G carry on their merry way, now 8-2.
You know, I hate to tell you, Achilles, but you gotta imagine with a lot of these new agents also coming out with some form of decay, the Odin's never going away, right? You've got, obviously, things like the Fade, you've got the Vipers, the ISOs, the Cloves. Everyone's only like 1 or 2 bullets away now from the Odin.
I hadn't even considered that with Clove, to be honest, and now I don't like you.
Ah, well, I've been having fun with it in my own game, so.
Well, let's see. Talon, can they try? Turn something around. Oh, the C's finding Governor as he pulls the showstopper. The nade from Texture taking him down. The hot reveal, allowing for Lakia to get the headshot wall bang through the box. And it is just disaster after disaster. Bang, catching a shoulder there of Meteor, but seeming like he's realized it and now certainly is aware as the alarm bot does go off.
And you know, they might be able to get into the A side. It would be one of the first times that they actually do. But again, the round seems so far away from the grass. Meteor already in drop. That's going to be a hard position to predict because basically he's stuck. Not expecting anyone to take that risk.
I think you're right. I think this is the first time they've set foot on A-site soil.
Yes, at all. Even on lurks. There you go. Not quite suspecting it.
Oh, Chip Boy's gone. Crew's now backpedaling as the Prowler just comes surging in behind him. He's got to try to stand his ground against absolutely everybody, but will be Lakia to claim the kill to get them another flawless as Gen G now look for a 10-2 half.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, is any time that you're watching a game, if us as casters, we're able to tell you that it's the first time that they've set foot in, the opponents know for sure, right? So at a certain point, Gen G's quite well conditioned that any pressure on A is relatively fake. That's, I mean, Governor tried his best to push back. They execute the set play there.
Quick little blast pack back there from Texture, trying to show off that mid-air mobility. Was it Nukia that did that?
Yeah.
on Bind?
A historic moment for sure.
It's okay. A little bit early, a little antsy there with the op shot from Meteor. Got to back up, swaps over the rifles. The Nightfall will chase in, will be able to find that Killjoy. Jit Boys in the meantime, TPing around the back, is able to find him. It's a quick kill. That's off to a good start here from the side of Talon as Governor somehow manages to drag that crosshair over just enough to take out Munchkin. Now Texture and Karon left to their own devices in a 2v5. Last round. They will be playing for this one.
Spike planted.
Yeah, you've got Ban as insurance over by B as well, so Talon should feel comfy.
Jit Boy's not realizing that his elbow had been spotted. Texture able to find that kill. Karon now position revealed. Swarm holds him at bay for now as Paint Shell looks to clear the close corner, but flushes Governor out into the open. Karon is able to finish him off.
Karon had suspicions earlier about his flank.
Now a 2v3, Texture flying in. Karon, last one standing. Vulnerable across. He's got a clear waterfall. So he's going to be TPing forward into his own smoke. Snakebite flies, he gets pushed out. Cruz will be good for the final kill. So 3 rounds here for Talon on the attacking side. They're able to get one at the very end. Spare their blushes just a bit more.
Yeah, but again, one of those maps where the losing team can't string together, 2 rounds or more. They're all spread out apart. And one of them off of a timeout, some good adjustments, but afterwards, kind of trusting in the fact that their fake pressure onto A is opening up the C and B site. And if you've played, or if you've been playing against Gen G, if you've been watching Gen G, you know they don't ever give up C side easily. If they ever do, it's because they've got ults online for that retake. They're oftentimes met with the walls and the likes of Munchkin and Meteor.
Well, a brutal position to be in here. The Talon faithful out there are certainly believing in curses at the moment, but Gen G, they are firm believers in clean gameplay. That's what has been on display thus far. So they'll all have to start with a pistol. Gen G were able to take the first one. See if Talon, moving over onto this defender side, will be able to make it happen, start the run back.
If they can get the pistol, we'll see what the adjustments are. Again, in their match against Bleed, a little bit too much safe, 2-1-2 defaults, trying to hold on to all portions, but never actually taking full control, once again, of either side, C or A. Somehow the pistol, it's going to be the set play coming out on C side, and Gen G already in position for A. So they'll just swap places. The question is, does the Talon pick up the tempo to chase him all around the map?
We'll see, Jit Boys was trying.
Here.
Well, looks like maybe an aggressive crunch coming through. We have the rest of the team getting ready to push out of B main as well. Could potentially find Lakia here on his lonesome. His turret already cleared out. The rush coming in, and the rest of the team, okay, now doubling back and saying, okay, we'll come and try to rescue Lakia here. Almost finds a second elimination, but Governor getting one apiece. Screws will be able to be the finisher this time around. 3 kills from him. As it's an absolutely chaotic pistol, but one that Talon are able to pilot to success.
Yeah, and I want to give a lot of props to Talon because they somewhat suspected that Gen G would turn around from A if they pushed that fast, because that's exactly what Gen G did against Paper Rex in the grand finals of Pacific Kickoff. So they smoked that off to make sure that they could get the numbers advantage. It didn't go as cleanly as they wanted, but they were prepared. They come out on top.
Overall, really sound strategy. That's the first step of many taken. As now looks like nobody going for a pistol buy. It is going to be pretty much rifles across the board. The one stinger in the mix there for Jit Boys. As once again, a lot of forward pressure out of C. Just getting that orb taken away, handed over to Governor.
And I like this from Talon. They don't press the issue. Not sure if they suspect the Marshal. I think you always have to when it comes to Meteor.
If it's a Meteor or a Saya player,
yeah,
they always have that one in their hands. Maybe the rest of the pistols is okay. Band snappy with that Guardian shot. Ends up the first kill.
You're putting pressure on. At a certain point, if Gen G can't break through, they will rotate.
Onto the door, Meteor taking a bit of damage there as Texture tries to push his way up through the smoke. Band gonna be finding a second kill as Locky gets taken down. Paint shells will slow up the rest of the squad. Onto over the top, not finding much of anything here. Gen G now in the fortunate position where they need to die one way or another. They don't have a spike planted.
Be huge for Talon if they can get a flawless here. Carry on as much momentum as possible.
Oh, just enough spotted there to work Meteor down to 10 HP. Shot goes a little bit wide, can't quite find it. Caron looking forward, snappy with that headshot. Does take out one, takes out two. It's for a little bit more. 2 bullets left though. He will eventually fall as Band's able to collect a triple kill here in the anti-eco. So that's about the limitations of what you're willing to lose in that round. So overall for Talon, not a bad look, but now the rifles come online for Gen G.
Yeah, I mean, overall, generally, this isn't a bad look at all. It's just a round differential, right? So this is a bonus that you would desperately want to win for Talon. Not exactly the best setup. Again, just so you gotta give a lot of respect to the likes of any of these players on Gen G. They'll always do some damage, even as the last one alive. But they're not gonna force up anyone else. They're just gonna stick with it as a true bonus, see what they can do.
Where are they?
Presence now here towards Rumble from Gen G. Spray across, but Governor already well out of the way.
Immediate reaction out of Talon. They just clear Mound entirely. They're not even trying to just keep the space. They want to tighten things up because they've given up Rubble for free.
Prowler going on the hunt. Meteor lurking forward here into B. Alarm bot just around the corner on the site. Takes down onto connector, but Ban now eliminated as Munchkin looks to take some forward space. Swing out, spots another one, backs away.
Now serve, he has to play this so cautiously. There's so much time that Gen G can do everything to push him back out.
Yeah, I mean, he's getting encroached upon here, and they could just swing back over and try to just really force him out of the C site. Surf still backpedaling. Governor in the meantime able to find texture, but Surf thinking that he was going to be able to just drift away, creep his way back over onto the site. He ends up getting caught. That is now going to be C site completely opened up. All this KJ utility deactivated. The plant will come through.
Here.
Started off as a pretty good reaction from Talon, but Gen G, the internal timer on Munchkin ticking away, knows exactly when to check the flank. Able to get that kill. Of course, Meteor already lurking in the middle of the site, got sight of Jip Boys, I believe, going up into B Heaven. So Gen G had a lot more information than Talon thought they did.
Bring them down.
See if they can do any extra damage on the retake.
Caller to check ahead. Spotted there. Meteor pulling back over around the bend.
I'll find you.
As it looks like wide lead. Talon, what are they going to do here? Rotating around, maybe try to just open the door and get the catch, try to take some of these weapons out of their hands on the exit.
They hear them going.
There's the tap, there's the first one instantly found, but Karen immediately finds two as well. Jit Boys and Cruz both dead, and Governor with a spray will be able to take out Karen. Blast Packs just far enough back. Be able to keep himself alive and recover a Phantom. So overall, I think not a bad strategy there from Talon, but this does allow for Gen G to get the 10.
Yeah, again, it's the round differential. If it wasn't this same first half, if they were just any closer, this would be another round where you could kind of give yourself a pat on the back and say, it's all right, it was our bonus, we can move on. It's just that they still have a long way to go.
Hey.
But the texture screaming in the background. I think everyone around the world now familiar with his voice.
Sounds like your neighbor, like through the walls. Just yelling about like this guy just stubbed his toe next door.
Yeah.
Well, that is going to be a timeout call here from the side of Talon.
That's what we need. Instead of, I know we've been showing the coach cams a little bit on rotation here in the venue, but when it's Gen G, it's just got to be the texture cam up on the big screen next to the game. Keep an eye on him 24/7. Talon catching up to 5. See if they can go through. It looks like Ross trying to tell them that, you know, things are going their way, perhaps, if we were to read his body language, trying to calm things down.
I think he knows the importance of this next round.
Yes.
I don't think that, you know, this timeout in any way is a reflection on what just happened. I think he's overall going to be very satisfied with how that bonus went, despite them not being able to get the win. It's likely just the game plan to make sure that they can come out, get this victory right here with their own full buy. Full key ultimates nearly online for Talon as well. The Nightfall, the Showstopper. Ooh. Two things that when used in conjunction can be absolutely deadly.
It's a haunt instead of a seize, though, so there is a world where texture gets all the way around rubble.
Cross, haunt reveals going out. Let's get the ping onto one, leaves Lakia receiving that as the Prowler goes out, but texture able to find Jit Boys. Get him down on top of rubble. Now Meteor finding Governor as well, and things starting to very much unravel swiftly here for Talon. This A site is completely opened up.
Yeah, had too much faith in their own haunt, delaying the rest of Gen G. The paranoia had already ended by the time that Jip Boys is shrouded stepping forward. So unfortunate, again, one of those cases where they had a good read on the round itself, but the execution just slightly lacking.
And because of the positions that you're in, you know, down 2 players,
you gotta
couldn't draw blood. It's just, yeah, an immediate save.
I mean, at least it's not map point yet. That's the silver lining, is that this is a round where you can at least afford to save and try to run it back. And just making sure that he only has to watch one angle.
How much Gen G want to hunt? Texture and Meteor both do have decent weaponry, but I suppose with Cruz just being 1 away, maybe they don't want to go on too much of an excursion for it.
Yeah, I think if they had multiple people that were only 1 point away, something like that, maybe they could go as a group, you know, 2 or 3 people. But Gen G, for the most part, playing it safe. I think also probably one of the things that you take away from a tournament like Masters Madrid is no reason to really greed it if you don't need to, right? Just make sure that you're playing for the win. We have so many win conditions. We're only 1 away from map point. Those are the conversations I got to imagine Gen G's having in that round.
Yeah, you never know when that one ult orb that you give up has the butterfly effect.
Yeah,
or rounds down the line.
Even if you don't give the round, right? If you give them like a triple kill, something like that, the confidence and momentum goes back over. We've seen that.
Well, this has to be a big turning point here for Talon. Otherwise, Gen G going to get themselves up to map point. Governor, Showstopper online. Right now playing completely on his lonesome over at C, and look at where Gen G are stacked up.
Governor got to be ready to back out here.
Clears the haunt, clears the alarm bot, sees the jump across, able to find the headshot there on a Munchkin, but can he hold his ground? The answer is going to be no. Texture flushes him out. Forward, Karen does end up falling. Jit Boys able to get that pick off, and with Locky down 12 HP, this is still going to be Talon in with a decent shout on the round.
Yeah, but good setup from Talon. You could tell that they had the read. Jit Boys was immediate on the flank, looking for the Omen ultimate. Governor's job was just to buy time. Ideally, he would have wanted one more kill. Almost got Lakia in that scuffle.
Texture, though, now his own showstopper ready to go.
Yeah, they got to take that into account. That could delay so much time if they don't activate it soon. So Talon, they have to pressure it.
Not landing close, not spying out much of anything. There's the showstopper now. Called in, avoids the Prowler, sends it. Damage found. Crew's taken down, trade out there on the fades. Now 3v2 here. Favor of Talon. Push down for shots, going a little bit whippy, but now Texture versus Ban, and Ban has the headshot. Clean on the adjustment, finds it, gets to the fuse. Pit now online as Talon hold on and move up to 6.
Yeah, don't look at the creds. That's not what's important. You got the round win. That's the crucial part, no matter what it took. And again, something that Talon can take away is the read on the round at the start of it was good. They had an idea. They were in Gen G's head, figuring out what their game plan was. Didn't go as perfectly as you would have wanted, but the initial setup all the way towards the retake was very, very good from Talon.
Still in with an opportunity, and Alt Economy very much on their side. Talon can space these out, especially try to get some extra charges here on the Surf, who has been having a little bit of a rough game. And that lockdown online.
Set up towards door, trying to see if anyone bounced forward.
Oh, Munchkin gonna be spotted. He's lucky to get away with his life.
Oh, but I like this so much from Talon. Again, they suspect it might not be a full send on A, so they go for that slow retake of Rubble. That means they get to keep so much of their util. Paint Shell, Showstopper, Nightfall, all of that still online, and Ban clearing out. Wow.
Completely reading the timing there, catching Meteor off guard.
Dropping spike.
Again, just giving them such a monstrous advantage. Meteor dead, Munchkin down below half HP.
So Genji's gonna find themselves in a situation that normally their opponents discover, right? Where you are kind of down in numbers, you haven't really cleared out anything from C site, don't have control of A Rubble, so you're scratching your heads. We'll see them try to pressure them away, but for the most part, it's gonna be a fake. Try to re-aggress towards C site.
Prowler's gonna be exchanged there. Looks like now Genji gonna start moving up and taking some space after that pressure gets applied over towards A.
Toxin screen down.
Oh, and
Rotating back out around.
And Talon's prepared for this, cutting audio. They're just waiting for the peaks.
Okay.
Playing in very disconnected positions.
Poison orb.
As, on the peak, Fan now going down that snake bite protection just a little bit too fast. He's able to get on top of him. Finds that kill. Nightfall now out. Governor on the entry with the Showstopper finds 2. That leaves Terran all on his lonesome in a 1v3.
He's done these before.
Door tap, but now he's at 50 HP. Spotted. Paranoia is dodged. He cannot find the headshot. Cruz swinging back around. Does catch him. That is the defuse coming through once again now as Talon continue to lessen this gap. Just 4 rounds separating.
For the most part, again, a very impressive round from Talon. I like the fact that they're holding back, right? Just going for these peaks, once at a time to see if Gen G has crept forward. Now, they do miss the timing on Texture moving past Waterfall. So Ban gets pushed in, but you still have the Nightfall and the Showstopper. That's why they were willing to give up that space. The retake was always going to be there, and a clean double right above their heads. That sets off the alarm to retake the site.
I mean, if Munchkin doesn't get tagged up earlier on, he survives that rocket. He was far enough away that he would have been able to survive it, but that little minute punish earlier over at A, it ends up being exacerbated as that ult comes through. So now Gen G forced to use their own timeout. I think Frost's going to be very happy with that. Their opportunity to get back into the use these players.
Now, oftentimes, Gen G, they've only really felt the need for a timeout when they were one step away from winning the map, things like that, when they just had to close it out with something out of their playbook. Currently not exactly well set up for it. But we'll see. I gotta imagine that Gen G is gonna have a variation of trying to reclaim control of A Rubble, because again, they've been giving that up a little bit easier the past couple rounds. There you go, it's the setup towards it. They have the Nightfall, but that's not one we'll usually see right off the bat from the attacking side.
The issue that Talon are going to be facing is that these ults are getting ready to swing back around here for Gen G. They've been running it back, and these have been slowly getting banked up. So the pit, the Nightfall, the lockdown, all nearly there for this squad. Talon need to be prepared to deal with these ults. Paranoia across, a little bit of spray there from Governor. Just going to see if he can find anything.
Karen's down so low. Getting tagged up by some of the decay, getting tagged up by the paint shells, it looks like.
Not a cozy position to start off this round in here for Gen G. It is now 4 players from Talon stacked up over towards this A side of the map. She's still just fishing around, but widely going to make the call to back off. Looks like Munchkin may just stay in a bit of a lingering lurk position.
And we're going to see Talon start to slowly spread out apart. You've got the Poison Cloud. It was just activated and taken down. Now that they hear the Prowler, Poison Cloud to buy time until the Omen Smoke comes out. You got to refresh the fuel there. A little bit of a miss from Talon, but we'll see if it's enough. I love that Talon is also trying to clear out rubble thoroughly before they rotate, and they decide they're just going to try to pinch on. Do they know? It's hard to read.
Governor is very much suspecting this. They're going to try to avoid the boom bot, but does eventually have to be cleared. Meteor
Crossfire.
not swinging out fast enough to be able to try to find the punish, but it's also, you can tell he's wary about overstepping. TP now going to be used. Jin Boy's just putting himself properly back over onto the side. Is the pit now going to be dropped in? Governor looks to hold the door. 3 kills picked up one after the other. Cruz will be able to find the last 2. Meteor and Munchkin, they go down. Pit for Nightfall, but round win for Talon. Continuing now to run it back here on this defender side.
Welcome to town, says Governor. Gen G greeted with open arms as he tried to rush through the revolving door. It doesn't matter if you don't have audio, you know they're coming through it. And the toxic screen still denies them, still puts them on decay. Governor just has to keep his crosshair steady, and the pit covers his flank. Excellent round from Talon.
I didn't get to hear it, but I saw Cruz's camera there at the very end. This guy stepping back into the IGL role, he is absolutely heated up.
And the immediate adjustment from Talon this time kills you to the delay on A. Immediate control, and they're stacking up their ultimates as well. They want to try to match that cycle, and they're not far away from it.
Curious to see if they get the read that this lurk is moving forward here in towards the B side.
Oh, the time of that alarm bot.
Right as they outrange it. Meteor, not sure how aware of this he's going to be. Back in range of it now, but damage space already taken, damage already dealt. As that is going to be a lockdown just to get them into this site. Munchkin now pulling away from the angle. It's going to be a 3-man approach coming through. Turret will have to be eventually dealt with here, you'd suspect. There it is, taken down. Lock it down, just trying to backpedal. Karen tries to hold the baby door, but ends up falling. Van finding the kill. Pit now going to be invested here from Munchkin. They desperately try to win out this round. Push in, lock it, good for 1. Eventually going to be found. A Surf does take him down.
Boombot's the only thing they really have to clear out this pit.
Meteor holding close, is able to find 2. That's absolutely monstrous. Now a 2v2. Weapon advantage still going to be there for the side of Talon. They still need to try to find these kills. The decay rolling through. Finds Hughes. There's the spray. It's actually Munchkin with the Sheriff taking them both down to get Gen G the round win and take them up the map point.
The pit is huge. I mean, overall, Talon, again, great read. They actually tightened the map up so much, but they make the assumption that it's going to be a rubble play. And at that point, the lockdown comes in, lets them know that they have to retake B. And Meteor holding close, thins the numbers just enough for his teammates to close out the round.
One of those moments where Governor, if you had been able to get, I think, just 1 kill there, that showstopper would have been online a little bit sooner. Now, Talon need 4 in a row. That's bad. I mean, he's trying to get the catch on a Meteor, but Meteor, privy to it, is able to take him down.
All right, Talon, you've already set up for a retake on A. You got to stick to it. So I love the double stack on B. Thin the numbers, make sure that you're safe on the flank. Now they can focus all their sights onto A. The question is, Governor, you have the showstopper. Do you regroup with your teammates? Okay, he will do so. Wants to fly in from heaven or baby door.
Spike now planted. Showstopper at the ready, but Governor's still working his way over towards the site itself. His texture is in such a cheeky position. That's the showstopper completely nullified before it can be drawn out. Paint shells just lobbed up top a rope here to try and keep zone back. Surf down here on the floor. Finds one before getting traded out. Jitboy's able to find Texture. 2v2 with Karen down about half HP.
They heard one on inside, but Munchkin, he goes far and wide.
Karen not ready for that swing out of the smoke. Cruz able to find him now. It is all in the IGL. Munchkin, he can't deliver, but the IGL of Talon absolutely does. Another 3K here for Cruz.
That's the Nightfall. Comes back online for Talon. Another tool for them to try to hang on to this map.
Well, what a map we have on our hands. The Nightfall, the showstopper that couldn't come into play. The lockdown as well. There from Serb. 3 more to go. Talon, of course, Gen G into overtime. And right now, I mean, given the momentum, given the streaks that we've seen from this team, it is absolutely possible. Gen G still with another timeout up their sleeve. Looks like Solo wanting to hold that until the very last moments.
Yeah, these are the rounds that you got to watch out for with Gen G. Of course, on their way all the way to Madrid, even at Madrid. These thrifties, these half buys, where it's really just the crispy aim, the trading that carries them through. Talon, they cannot get too relaxed at any point in this round.
It's just Surf here on his lonesome, but in a safe enough, disconnected position where he could just backpedal, try to set up for that lockdown, but not if he's dead, so okay, we'll backpedal away. As Nightfall comes in, Texture not able to get ahead of that one in time. Lockdown now in play. I think if he banked the paint shells up top, he actually would be able to clear this one out, but it looks like they're just going to respect this one. They get the plant down as Showstopper around the corner. Governor able to find one. Karen, though, in the end, as Showstopper lobbed in. Texture finds Jitboys, and Karen gets Cruz. Ban and Surf now the last two standing here for Talon to try to keep them in this map. But Texture has another nade available to clear them off this spike. Ult coming in, has it, sends it. Ban able to find the kill. So that's going to be the C's coming in. He pulls off the defuse. It's a kill onto Karen, but there's the swing out, and without the audio to play off of, Lakia sets himself up for a relatively easy headshot with the Guardian. Gen G, they will take their map pick of Lotus, but I think with a lot more struggles than a lot of us might have anticipated.
Yeah, and I think the surprising thing for me was I would have imagined Talon might take a couple rounds here and there off of aim, but their reads were so good. They clearly came in prepped for Gen G, and that gets me excited for their map pick, which will be coming up in the second round.
Oh yeah, I mean, Ascent on the horizon, you know, people scratching their heads when we saw the map draft come through there on the analyst desk, but if Talon are gonna have solid game plans, if they have a solid idea of how Gen G wants to play the map, much like they did clearly here on Lotus, then that could be an absolute banger. But first, we'll go ahead and let the analyst desk break down all the action from that opening map.
Thank you very much, casters. Gen G is well on their way to earning the first championship point for the Alpha group. It was a 13-9 on Lotus, their map pick. But Talon was no pushover on this map.
Yeah, I'm very happy to see it. It looked like it might be pretty rough after that first half, but both teams have a really good idea on their defender side, sort of how to counter each other, how to use their abilities. There were some nice things from Talon on their attacker side, where there were some of those cheeky rounds where Jitboys TPs into his own smoke at the back of, towards defender side, but overall, I felt like, Gen G still has that tremendous firepower. Even when they're getting double swung and things like that, they're still able to take down both players because they're just that fast and that good.
We just saw so many multi-kills, so many incredible moments from Karen again. And although he, maybe doesn't really win on some of these clutches, for example, Gen G definitely has that mechanics, that firepower to really bring themselves over the board. And I think one of the bigger things is also just this maybe a slight trend of Talon having a weaker attack side half. I mean, that's kind of what happens after round 12, right? It ends in 9-3. You mentioned Talon had some, interesting strats and cheeky ideas as to how they want to take sides, but even after they do get these spike plants, they lose to Gen G's retakes.
Yeah, exactly, and that's where things get really difficult. And a lot of times they were coming into their retakes with odd man situations as well. I mean, this is one of the more difficult challenges that every team that has to play Gen G has to deal with, is the fact that you have so many players who can take those opening duels so incredibly well that you feel like you're constantly fighting on the back foot. And so they're able to kind of do that to Gen G, flip it on its head a little bit on the other side of the map, where they were reading the pushes that Gen G wanted to do really well, getting their utility in the right places. But a lot of times, especially on the attacker side, Gen G's utility placement was really good. There was one time on the back of Mound where Governor was back there trying to hold it, and they just smothered him into a corner and were able to get a double swing on him. So it's stuff like that that's just a little bit, there's like a little bit of an edge for Gen G in that regard.
But I do love the fact that Talon are able, especially Cruz IGLing, they are able to read Gen G's game plan, actually forcing the timeout from Coach Solo, and down to, you know, a bit of that map point play. You actually had Munchkin with the Sheriff kill, and that's the thing that brings Gen G to, you know, 12 points. But Talon overall, a bit of that comeback. Jitboy still a little bit consistent. Interesting ideas from the Shadows, similar to, you know, the previous day that we casted the long combo with the Nightfall. But I think in this game overall, Ban and Governor stepped up. They definitely had a lot more crazy opening kills. Ban was a little bit more safe as to how he's getting some of these 1v1s. Governor, on the other hand, really wild with the showstopper.
It's a good moments. I was very, very impressed with Governor. I thought, you know, one of the things that we talked about in the desk that we wanted to see was, you know, Governor stepping up. He did. The problem was that Jitboys and Surf really could not handle the pressure here from Gen G today. It was just too much. 12 kills between two of them, which just isn't going to cut it. Especially with Jitboys, the guy who has been so good for your team. A lot of people, you know, maybe rate him as the highest player, you know, the best player on your squad. But for them, you know, not their best map, not really able to kind of hold down those anchor positions on their defender side. That's what really killed them. Gen G was just kind of running over the defensive setups.
That's really a thing too. Yeah, I mean, great point by Paper Thin. Because if you think about how Gen G, I mean, I think it's also just a credit to how well Gen G plays. They have these ideas, these plans as to, you know, push and pull across the map. Sometimes you'll have, you know, players like Munchkin pushing out, and then Surf kind of gets caught in the back. That's one of the things that happened in one of those rounds. And Talon really, you know, on the attacking side, sometimes they forget some of these things. On the defense, that's where they shine. That's where they do a lot better. Cruz was getting some of these triple kill rounds, and we definitely love to see more of those.
Absolutely. This is an uphill battle for Talon. To be completely honest, again, Gen G was the champion at our kickoff. They were second place in Madrid. This is a hard battle. This was Gen G's map pick, but Talon, and you know, it got us all a bit curious, but yes, the next map is Ascent, which is Talon's pick. And how are you guys feeling about this? I love how you pointed out Cruz did make some great calls. They made some great reads. Is this going to be enough to bring this to map 3?
I think they have to. That's the thing. You know, you don't really have a choice. And they picked this map for a reason. They had a great performance against Team Secret in their opening game and kickoffs. I do believe they are bringing back that 6-man, so perhaps that's a bit of an inkling as to how Talon might perform. You know, you have the Sova player Lenny back in. Cruz probably still the caller, but then how does Gen G really adjust around this? Because we haven't really seen, you know, how Gen G might have changed up their Ascent game plan.
Yeah, I don't think they will. I mean, like, you know, for Gen G, this is, like, in my opinion, you don't really have to change much until someone proves that you have to. You know what I mean? Like, or until you go up against, like, Paper X or something. Like, then certainly I think you're going to see some different looks and stuff like that. But I think at Ascent, it could probably just be sort of game is normal for you. You know, let Texture run around with an op. You know, Munchkin kind of does his thing. Garon's always good for clutches. Yeah, exactly. Locky on the Odin. I mean, it shouldn't. The recipe here doesn't need to be complicated for Gen G, right? We're not trying to make something, you know, at a 5-star.
Keep it simple.
Yeah, exactly. This is just some down-home cooking. Let's make it.
Yeah, that could be the case. I feel like that would be the wiser choice, but you never know. I mean, they could be experimenting with something else. It's still early, very, very early stages, literal stage 1. With that, we got our own game to play. This is the first time Quack's playing.
Here we go. I don't actually even know what the question is this time. Like, I'm just like I'm so screwed.
Well, for those of you who don't know what this is called a guess and gain poll, where us, the talents, the analysts here at the desk get to answer this question. We have these questions every single day, and we either rank up or rank down. Where are you right now? Clinton, Paper Thin is a bronze. Definitely our lowest ranked on this particular game.
I feel like I'm doomed if I pick what I want to pick.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's hard. You know what? It's been really hard. It's been stressing Achilles out a little bit. It's been stressing all of us. It's so hard to predict something like this. Maybe it's a little bit tough. I don't know. Well, the question is, which team will have more first kills on map 2 Ascent?
First kills. Specifically first kills.
Specifically first kills.
There's a prize for this, right?
Apparently, I don't know. Like, it could just be...
Do we win Tactibear?
It could... I'm gonna feel so bad because we promised like
I know
5
so many coaches
already.
Yeah.
They each get a limb of Tactibear. I'll just take his sunglasses. All right, so we have little things here for you guys to, we'll reveal.
Oh boy.
And have a thinksy. But so Clinton isn't a team player yesterday. Are you a team player today? Are we gonna like?
I have insider info again. No, I actually don't. But
Okay.
I'm going against my better judgment on this one.
Okay.
Same here, I think.
Are you ready? You guys look so nervous.
Yeah.
Maybe you do care where you rank more than you
Yeah, a
thought
little
based on
bit.
that first question that we had. All right, let's do the reveal in 3, 2, 1.
Oh, wow.
Oh, okay.
Interesting. Okay, guys, why Talon for first kills?
Should I go first?
Yeah,
I
you go
think
first.
Logical choice, probably Gen G. You know how strong every single player is on that team. But just because of the map, just because Gen G started out on defense, Talon starting on attack, you know Governor, you know Band, they're going to do some crazy things. I feel maybe first kills, they might win out.
Sorry, my earpiece fell out. I just feel like something is in the water with Talon right now. I feel like they got their confidence coming out of that second half, and I think that's all they really needed. I mean, it was not their map pick. Yeah, it was their map pick the other day against Bleed, but I think it maybe more been that they felt like they had a good read against Bleed. Turned out to not be true. Here, they actually pushed them pretty well. If you can come out on that defender side, really set the stage, really set the tempo, kind of, if you could start shutting down Munchkin in particular, like then all of a sudden, like the first bloods will slide your way, and I think they have a pretty good shot. I think we're going to see Jit Boys bounce back. Yeah.
No, that's a great argument. I won't be surprised if you guys are right. I hope you're wrong because I want to win. Like I said, rank is really important. No, I worked really hard yesterday for this. Yeah, but I think Gen G is, each of their players are just looking so good right now. But I would not be surprised if you guys are right about Governor, especially Governor.
I mean, 90% of the time I'm picking Gen G.
Yeah.
But I don't know, for some reason, all of a sudden I'm like, I think Talon can actually do this.
Okay.
I mean, especially you got like Munchkin on your team, who like is often leading in first bloods for Gen G for some reason. Like
it's a feels. Today this is a gut feel.
It's a feel day.
Yeah. Total gut feel kind of day. Yeah. Why not? Why not? All right. Ascent. Team comps. Are we gonna go for you think you're gonna go for the usual?
It's got to be usual.
The usual recipe?
I feel like nobody's going to mess with that. None whatsoever.
I mean, yeah, they're only like...
Talon tried it a little bit before, but I don't think that's going to happen this time.
Well, we're about to find out.
This isn't the usual, if I'm being completely honest. I mean, I guess if Gen G wants to tool around with some stuff, but I don't think you can against this Talon team. They look too good.
That's true. This is not the team to mess around against.
It's like at most, like maybe what you want to bring out an Astra. Maybe when Clove gets into circulation, perhaps we'll see some changes. But for now, not. This is the most optimal. You know that Odin is probably going to be picked up at some point. But that's why you really want to focus on how the players are going to perform right now. I think Paper Thin has some great points about Talon's confidence building up after that second half. So that's what we're going to be looking on. Ban on the Killjoy, though.
Yeah, I think, and that is going to be really interesting, seeing Ban switch to the Killjoy. But he looked pretty good on Lotus, so if he can kind of keep that up. I mean, we know that Ban has crazy mechanics. We've seen him pop off last year when he was on T1. We know that he's capable of doing that. This is a great map for a Killjoy to really kind of, strut their stuff, really show that they have a lot of control over this map, why nobody seems to want to go away from the Ban.
And then Lenny is back in, Surf is out for this particular map. Talon is gonna have to do everything they can to bring it to map 3. Bind. Let's go over to our casters for Ascent, Kilios and William.
Thank you very much. Here we go. Map number 2, Talon with a very solid effort over on Lotus. Now we go into their map pick. Ascent, one that certainly had us scratching our heads a little bit, maybe even more so, given who's playing what at the moment.
Sure.
Lenny stepping back in to play the Sova. But clearly Talon, they've been doing their homework. They've been getting prepped for this. So we'll see how Ban does look. It's only his 6th time playing Killjoy in his career.
Yeah, not too much. But again, it's been a continuing trend of past duelists feeling fairly comfy on these Sentinels that can kind of hold certain angles and have the reassurance that your own utility is covering you. Now, I will mention Talon is the team that also picked the split against DRX during kickoff and brought out the Silvacom. Now, it did not succeed, but they seemed very confident in their prep. Even in that timeout coach video, Frost talks about it again, that they had confidence for good reason, just didn't work out in the execution. So curious to see what the homework has been done, as Gen G doesn't exactly play a unique Ascent. They play pretty textbook.
All right, well, very quickly, everybody going to be moving their way over towards Gelato. No one watching in towards main here for Gen G. Meteor on standby over a tree at the moment. Does have that turret to play contact for him. Just the one Nano Swarm over towards door.
I love this from Gen G. I mean, they see here a couple of these early darts flying out the side of Talon, but Killjoy set up on A, and they have fast backup from mid.
It's going to be the Nano pop, but no one moving over towards door as Meteor also just taking a stray shot. He's get whittled down to 40 HP very quickly here. Shots now, knife out to go ahead and just try to break this door down, but Plan coming through quickly here for the side of Talon. Van still disconnected from the rest of the team as Gen G try to begin this retake, but already 2 kills going to be found. Texture and Munchkin both get eliminated. Now Lakia dead as well. It's only Shit Boys that's been traded out thus far. With Meteor down to 40 HP, things look very good here for Talon to be able to find the pistol round win.
Yeah, and the pop flash just to delay. You still got a double out in A main, so Talon playing it very safe. And the swing.
Close to several of those kills. Only Governor unscathed through the round, but Talon will be able to start things off quite nicely.
So Talon, they go for a bit of fake pressure onto B in mid. Now, they didn't know for a fact that Gen G was stacked in mid, but it didn't matter because that was enough to make Gen G think this is our safest bet. And I don't blame them, right? You had full mid control. You could rotate to either side at any point for a flood retake. They thought they had it even with the Nanostorm delaying the door close. But at the end of the day, the post plant was already set up from Talon. Some early damage as well going their way. And once again, it's going to be a similar setup. Just Chip Boys looking on the lurk. He does have a Vandal, so he can't get too greedy on the A side. If you drop that, suddenly Gen G's chances look very good on this eco.
Spray through, and oh man, I mean, does, put some damage down on the Lakia.
Lakia just tried to matrix his way around it, and he will survive. Not dipping down below that 60. Oh, but look at this. Gen G immediately trying to re-clear B main. Goes for the pop flash. Now Talon hears it.
Everything just silent here for the moment as Karan just picking up that one-way over at A. Off the angle, Ban just sending out a warning shot since Lakia scattering back over onto the B site, tail between his legs.
Yeah, I wonder if you're Talon. This is what I was going to say, because... Wow. Okay, well, you only showed the Killjoy on that re-clear of B main for a little bit. Now Ban even gets the kill, so that surely weakens the site. Governor's just going to try to forcefully open it up. Does have a Bulldog in hand, doesn't want to drop it too early.
Timing there. Meteor with the right click is able to find him. Bulldog, though, isn't recoverable. Looks like he has pushed out, has been able to grab this, given the smoke there on main. Here now, noting Ban forward, up in mid.
The rotation is called.
And you can hear him calling forward, but Meteor able to drop the spike out into the open, finds himself a third rather, in the round. The second in mid. Spike now picked up, but time dwindling. Heron, Paranoia at the ready, sends it, tries to get the slow up, but Chit Boys even full blind. Able to go ahead, take this position, finds the headshot with just a little under a second to spare. Spike will get planted.
Spike planted.
But already, this is far too many players lost on Talon as Texture. Swinging out on Heaven, gets the headshot there on the Chit Boys, and Munchkin picking up a Bulldog himself. Will be able to find Ban there in hell. Gen G, something about these thrifties, something about these rounds where they just don't have great purchases behind them. They just managed to persevere. We'll just go ahead and shift around, look for some weapons. Texture wanting his pick of the litter, I suppose. Wants to see if anybody else had something a bit juicier than a Bulldog. And there it is, a Vandal picked up. 1-1 as Gen G have a very firm reply.
Yeah, Governor wanting to create more space as they didn't exactly clear the site. I get that. And you know that Gen G normally, especially on these ecos, are going to be pretty far split. Something like a 4-1 or a 5, all on one side, a bit of a stack. You realize that you've pushed and pulled them quite a bit, so you think they're on the way back to B, but Meteor's there. He goes for the curveball, tries to get their early weapon pickup, and that's all Gen G needed. Can't ever give them even an inch. Try to claw their way back in. Now the Odin right away coming online alongside a couple of the picked up rifles.
You get the ping off there from the recon. 0 point at the ready, but held on to. Munchkin sent it right then. Done a big reveal, but this will just be an even bigger one. Spots him out, but up a little bit closer than he might have anticipated. You brief little back away there from Talon. Not liking what they're seeing here on this A site.
Lakia.
Oh yeah, the covering fire is there though from Meteor. Keeps him protected.
Oh, I mean, it was risky. A Meteor at 20 health as well. It seemed like Ban was somewhat wary of another member potentially going for that cover, seeing as the drone was viewed so closely. This time, Texture on bodyguard duty. His crosshair gets shaken up.
Governor trying to push forward, but he only has that classic in hand. Now Meteor able to collect the kill. His crews will also be taken down at the same time there in main. Lakia able to find it. Lenny scooping up that Guardian to see if he can put it to use and avoid this being a flawless round, but he himself will fall as Lakia, like we said, Lotus sounds like a scent. The Odin rings out, it makes its presence known, and Gen G will move up 2-1.
Obviously, losing that anti-eco Talon on their back foot in the previous round, so we'll see if they can claw their way back in here. You know, the initial reads, both at the beginning of round 1 and 2, solid. Once again, continuing that trend from Lotus. The prep seeming to be very good for Talon. But when it comes to Gen G, you always got to assume there's more than one. There's always a trade available with this squad.
Right here.
A flawless way to carry themselves forward now into one of Talon's first real buy round. Still a couple half armors in the mix there. No Outlaw on the opposite side. See how they decide to pilot this one. Looks like this time it's going to be full attention over towards B. Ban back to try to linger outside. Let's see if anyone goes on an aggressive push out of A main.
Yeah, Lakia had a lot of consideration on the timings he wanted to use this. You know, he will spot the Jet all alone. Obviously something fishy about that.
Yeah, not seeing the Killjoy. Should start suspecting there's going to be more players in behind that Jet. Tags through the wall. That's going to be the null command now coming through, but they still have to try to deal with this Odin on the opposite side. Shots going in. Governor getting tagged down to 54. Ban going to be dropped. Just can't find one. Meteor is able to get that Jet. Now Cruz on the floor as Lockett. I didn't even, yeah. Okay. Just mow them all down.
They did come in way faster than expected, for sure. Kind of all get mowed down, like you said. And a big part of that was Talon, once again, their utility was good. The setup was good for Governor, but it's a little bit too much faith in their own utility, assuming that Gen G would have backed out, that they would be looking away, things like that.
And getting the jump there, I'm not sure if it necessarily changes the outcome too much, but it's a great reaction from Karan. Stop that lurk from coming to fruition as a tech pause is going to be called in.
All right.
T1 doesn't play until after this series, though.
I know. Their power is growing too much. Gilios, how do we stop them?
Spread. Well, it looks like it's going to be something here on the Talon camp. Audio issue for this side. So we'll just go ahead and hopefully get this taken care of quickly. He's already given a couple nods, so we might have fixed this in record time.
I'll say it might just have been something for a quick double check here. And that does happen every now and then, as long as we can get through. Lots of fans here, as we do have Korean teams playing back-to-back matches. But of course, as we've been mentioning, I mean, lots of local fans growing for all the teams in Pacific as well.
Talon fighting, you can do it.
Speaking of Talon and Korean fans, I saw a great post from the Talon side earlier today where they were saying you can take the player out of Korea, but you can't take the Korea out of him. And it's Governor checking his desk height with a ruler. It's just classic Korean esports thing.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Shout outs to Flash.
Yeah, really set that trend.
But clear on the dart, not going to be able to get the ping off this time. Your point will be used. Munchkin still trying to stand his ground. Heard the TP, and will also get a fairly nasty shot across on the Jid boys. As dart is added damage in as well on the back end. So will just be the orb collected.
Yeah, I'd love to see Talon in one of these rounds where they're on their back foot. A little bit of extra pressure. Obviously, last time they eventually had to go through mid and they tried their best with the classics only. But again, just continuously pressuring that alarm bot, things like that. Now, Gen G's prepared for it. I'm not saying looking at the minimap that it would work, but it is just something of a trend that Talon could use to continue to condition their opponents in the future rounds.
Trying to use that high pen on the Guardian. So some fire back here against Lakia. Still 60 rounds to go. Okay, yeah, he
hears it.
Hears him going for the jiggle peaks. He's able to take him down.
I mean, I was going to mention again, look at this, right? There's backup from Meteor. It's still going to be 2 people holding the angle, but doesn't even need it.
Well, now everybody getting ready to storm their way in towards tree. Smoke Thrown in, Texture looking to hold the door. Quick dash out there from Governor, but HP bar is low. Will be cleaned up. Flawless coming through here for Gen G once more. It's now 4-1.
Love it when they make it easy for us.
All right, look at all these members on the side of Gen G, 1 point away from their ultimates as well. Things are looking good.
Lockdown to work with here for Talon.
Yeah, curious to know if this is going to be a timeout or not. We'll have to wait and see as we check out the highlights. I mean, and these are the easier rounds, right? The opponents are on an equal or half buy. All you really have to do is wait to see what the Hail Mary tends to be. It is going to be a Talon timeout. Curious to see the discussion here because, again, the first like 30, 40 seconds of rounds, I would say one, even all the way through 3, were pretty solid for Talon. They had, good setups, they had good reads, and then one person gets a little too far ahead or maybe a little bit of discrepancy on the timings amongst each other. That's where things fall apart at the seams.
Seems like this might be the upper limit of when Frost feels the need to call a timeout. Same scoreline that we saw there on Lotus. Just in a bit of a different order as far as which rounds are picked up.
Sure, but the 4, in a row, right? That's the big one here.
You ever seen the YouTube channel Bad Lip Reading?
Oh, yes.
I would love to do that for the coaches.
Actually, that would be good, especially with coaches like Frost. I mean, there's
very animated.
I was thinking earlier someone should try to make him kind of dance to the beat that we have during the timeout. He's very animated.
Well, there's a free content idea for somebody out there.
Yeah, there's endless amounts with Alex as well.
1 million views on TikTok while you still can.
Sprinkle in a little Barbar and Alex somewhere in there.
Texture, oh boy, looking for a tiles crunch, and it is working out gorgeously. Ban finally able to find 1 kill back. Fragment at his feet. It's just blown out of the water. Quick and easy, and I mean, Gen G just, oh, okay, Punchkin on the jiggle, sends out the pop flash.
1 enemy remaining.
Karen on the peak, able to find 1. Now suddenly it's all down to Cruz to see if he can try to answer something back. He will not. Karen finds himself a 2nd kill, and you gotta really respect and love the adjustment there from Gen G, just not allowing for Talon to get any footing, any kind of value out of that timeout. They say, okay, well, they probably won't expect this.
Yeah, they just toss it out there. And a bit of an interesting timing for it as well.
This is basically Texture. I mean, sure, there's util thrown, but there was nobody else in tiles for the longest time.
Which is why it was kind of an interesting tiles crunch, right? It's not the usual throw everything and let them know that you're coming in. It's more just Texture dashing out. Governor thinks he can get the better of him. And now the ops online for Texture as well, waiting for the updraft.
That's unlikely. Probably the drone to try to check up over the top of bench, but either way, not used yet. Lenny in position. Not going to send it here, it would seem. Meteor wants to try to get that turret out of the way. And oh, spotted. Governor thinking that he was gaining some space here for free. Actually is found. Nice drag across there from Ban. Does find the headshot. Lockdown committed. Thanos wants to try to deny the push in, but Lockdown does not care. Continues to just move past it. Does destroy it. And no real movement coming through from Talon so widely. They're just stagnant.
I mean, that's what surprised Lockdown a bit too, it seemed, right? He breaks the lockdown. He's ready for people to push him. And doesn't happen, so he says, I'll eat the Nanostorm. I'd rather regroup with my teammates. So Talon, again, a couple moments here where they seem a little bit out of sync. I mean, the early lockdown itself, that's not the issue, but no one there to capitalize on it.
Wow. Come off it.
I mean, he was 2 HP.
I know, but come on, man.
Am I allowed to use the word lucky on that one? I feel like I should be allowed to use it on that one.
Yeah, that one was pretty damn lucky. Is now waiting for the opportunity to try to get this plant in, but there's the ping. I mean, look at where, I mean, Lockett was nowhere near to be able to get that reveal as well. It's Texture not even letting him get the cash from the plant. Quick peek off the top of heaven. Take out Lenny. Things starting to very much slide out of hand here for Talon.
Yeah, not a lot to work with either. Yeah, you have Dante's Fury, but lockdown on the other side that you've got to be wary of. And of course, the half buys, you start to get into a little trouble, so we'll see what they decide to commit to. But this round was just a case of Talon trying to spread out apart to get a little bit more information, a little bit more control of the map.
It's delicious.
Yep. So maybe a little bit more grouping up. Now, I get why Talon might have made the adjustments, right? They were trying to stay grouped up earlier, but they were a little slow on getting the information, eventually getting red. So they want to put pressure across the map. Oh. But you got to win the duels if you want to do things like this.
I mean, Texture just so confident with it. Knows exactly where Ban is going to be. Just trust that he's going to be able to pull the trigger a little bit faster than Ban can. This reveal out, looking for the spray across, but Lenny widely not being rewarded for his efforts there. Bagi is still at full health and now just returning fire with his own Odin through that wall.
And just a safe shrouded step backwards just to see if there's any more util being used, see if there's a chase. Now there wasn't on the side of Talon. So Gen G, they already called the operator over just in case it was. Knowing that you can still delay a lot with the Killjoy util on B, you've got Meteor set up to wash for mid. I mean, look at Gen G. Anytime they make rotations, the amount of coverage they have and the wind conditions being kept, it's so good.
30 seconds left.
Now, trying to go for the entry, trying to play this concisely, send out the flash, start pushing the smoke, but there's an Ode on the opposite side. Jitboys is able to find one. Nice catch there on the Munchkins. He was trying to start working his way across in through mid. Hunter's Fury now out from Lakia. Interrupting is Jitboys. Another crucial kill. Does manage to find Meteor. Spike now getting planted.
Spike planted.
Goes in with 8 seconds to spare as Texture's up over the top, thinking they know that Jitboys is going to be there in main. They try to flush out the rest of these players.
Jitboys just waiting for the cue to pounce.
Smoke gone. Cruz taken down. Governor 10 HP here. The back of the site. That's just going to be Texture flushing him out with the knives. Quick right click to finish the job. The fuse coming through. It's now 7-1. Gen G very far out in front.
Still have the op, still have the Odin as well. So all things considered, Gen G feeling like they can continue the streak. I mean, 7 in a row. The amount of rounds that they've thrown together in this match. Started Lotus with 4 in a row, got another 4 in a row in the first half there. Now 7. Sure, it's on the defense side of Ascent, but just not really in any danger of losing that streak. Texture 12-2.
Yeah.
Wow. 6.0 game.
I mean, mind you, they all have 2 deaths except for Meteor.
Oh, that's true. I mean, it's been pretty smooth sailing in all these rounds.
It's the peak. Ooh, okay.
Yeah,
rare miss from Texture.
You can tell he's feeling it though, right? The confidence just peek out there right before the util comes out. Just to push them back. Gives them the time to clear out B. The turret cleared once again. I mean, Gen G is making Talon starved for information, and this time Talon's on an eco too, so it's not like Gen G really needed that to gain an advantage in this round, but they are just being thorough.
Take flight.
Well, it's the commit on the ult, the drop down.
Get out of my way.
Trying to stay alive in this situation, but they are rushing in, looking for the kill. Munchkin will be able to find it. Locky in the meantime, just doing the same damn thing over and over again. Manages to get the kill there on the Ban. Now pushed up, anticipating some pressure into the smoke.
Yeah, seems to be aware of Governor.
Forward and the Odin just comes right back out. Cruz will be able to get one on the back end there as Lakia will get taken down, but Gen G, the Reign of Terror, it will not be brought to an end. 8 rounds now, all of these have been in a row.
And it doesn't look like it's gonna stop, right? Ults are coming back online. The weaponry is all still there. Everyone's been capped on credits for a couple rounds now, especially with the low amount of deaths that Gen G has. Lakia, the only one now catching up, one closer to Meteor. Just the awareness, again, things like that, hiding in the smoke with the shorty, being aware of the fact that Governor might have gotten through, keeping tabs on the opponent.
Governor, I'm talking about Texture 13-2-1. Be remiss to not point out the unfortunate circumstance. 0-8-2 at the moment. That impact has not been found at all. The Texture just getting the better of him time and time again. Locky as well with that Odin there in that last round, just ensuring that.
And it's just so many of these rounds.
Can't do anything.
Yeah, where Governor kind of feels the need to do something on his own, right?
Trying to push up. This time, shot gonna go wide.
He's very far ahead once again.
Taking an immense amount of space, but dashes in and Locky again. Able to mow him down. Lenny just not close enough to try to follow up. Cruz now put down on the floor is Rezable, but damn near suicide for Lenny to try to go for that one. Just kind of have to leave him to bleed out. Lenny himself will just get caught. Ban now. Lurks forward, spotted. Texture with 3. On an absolute tear. 9-1 now.
Now, the dash in there, it was set up. It was a pop flash setup coming in from Cruz. So again, there was an idea, but it's Gen G. There's gonna be more than one, right? So even if Governor had gotten the kill on the dash in, there's no one there to trade for him. It just seems like it's some of these Hail Mary situations where they're trying to just say, Governor, go kill, I'll set you up. But even if he does, can he string more than one when he's getting into a crossfire? That's the big question.
Limited tools to work with, Lenny. I mean, he does have a Hunter's Fury to use in case that lockdown comes into play for Meteor. Now things getting slowed up. Talon, everybody worked around here towards this B side. The bright spot is that Lakia does not have an Odin.
Standing ahead.
Yeah, but he's got a lot of backup. Might as well be enough bullets for an Odin. He's going to be the only one that's been pinged out. Now the drone will spot him. He's looking for a first kill.
Drone spots him now, paranoid. There's the Hunter's Fury coming across. Meteor able to find one, but Jit's Boys does go ahead and quickly trade it back, maintaining the man advantage here for them. Karen, however, has gotten himself situated in boats. During all the chaos, clear out on that recon. They know that he's there. Texture now dead. Governor getting himself on the board for the first time. Finds 2 kills. And that's going to be Lenny finding the finish. Talon able to right the ship here at long last. Break the win streak from Gen G. Now are in a chance where they can once again have a 9-3 half.
They desperately want it. Now they have the weaponry. There is a lockdown on the other side. Hunter's Fury, 1 away as well. So curious to see Talon. What's the answer to this potential lockdown? Obviously, you could just try to storm the site and have plans for afterwards.
Governor now finally getting involved. It's going to be bringing an attack operator actually into this last round. See if he can put that to use.
I don't mind it. Can help play it a little bit slower. Try to sniff out where Texture might be. See if there's a reaction off of that. Now the alarm bot was not destroyed, so no reason for Texture to make a move.
Yeah, a lot deeper. Also has Meteor able to watch in case somebody's going to be creeping up that right wall alongside towards Pizza. Big Texture, okay. Eventually says, you know what? I feel like I can win this. He didn't.
No, he didn't. And Governor had the right read, right? Eventually, if they don't have information, someone's going to peek out. Thankful to him, it was Texture. Now the op down.
Slow creeping up. Swap out on the weapon, but he doesn't have it drawn down. Call the Cloudburst in hand. Spray from Lenny, however, will be able to find Munchkin. He's unable to escape. Meteor now arriving. Lockdown at the ready. Here's them rotating out. Ban, the last one, getting ready to push. And he swings out, finds the kill. Cruz taken down as Karen able to find 2. Jit Boys now. The last one left, and there's a lockdown invested just to really give him a hard time. Karen playing with his food a little bit, just continues the wide swing. Eventually does fall, but the Meteor was right there for the kill. 10-2 this time on the half.
Reminds me of that moment when Karen had that very wide swing. I believe it was against Loud. And he talks about it in one of the content pieces he's done actually with Binbon, one of the Korean casters, and they ask him, what was going on through your head there? He says, well, I kept doing left-right jiggles and I kept dying. So I thought this time, why not? Damn it, I'll just go all the way to the left.
I'll just hold S or, or whatever, it'll work. Hold D, hold A.
Yeah, there you go. Well, this time, another wide swing there. Some tricks up his sleeves that he's picked up from Madrid. Now a 10-2 hefty lead. So Talon, I mean, forget the first half. No matter what you've prepared in the second, might not even get a shot to show it.
Yeah. And it backs up against the wall. I mean, we've only seen recoveries like the one that would be necessary here for Talon a handful of times. The run back Fnatic at lock-in, DRX versus Billy at Champions last year. It's very few and far in between when we do get to witness those. You can see that is just a big old streak of green for Gen G. And if this pistol goes their way, it could just be the final nail in the coffin.
Got the Sheriff for Meteor as well. on that attack Killjoy. Been seeing that pop up more and more, almost becoming the norm now. Some of these maps. He's got the firepower, cruise with a frenzy instead of a ghost. Looking for a bit of a skirmish right off the bat.
Well, 7 more seconds. Flush out the game plan, see if they can execute it. Barrier is now getting ready to drop. 3-2 split here. Gen.G. Multiple players over towards this B site where it's going to be a double market push set up there for a brief little moment. Suppression does come in. Governor going to hold the angle, spots him though. He's able to back away.
I cannot use that.
Now, how much support is there? Saw a cheeky little Sentinels classic, it looked like there, maybe trying to put in some nightmares back into Gen.G's minds.
A hell of a kryptonite.
Well, both the Omen and the KO getting pinged by that, that's pretty big. If they're together, you gotta imagine that's where the rest of the team is, but that Paranoid doesn't hit.
Doesn't hit, but the shots absolutely do. Ban able to find two. Texture Karen, Munchkin all dead. Leaving now just Lockheed and Meteor. The latter of which is rapidly rotating back around, but footsteps gonna be heard. Noted here as Ban has a very deep creep up here, and he gets the headshot instantly, as well as one on the Lockheed for the 4K. Huge way to kick things off here for Talon. 3-1 in pistols in the set so far, and that very much speeds up the process of trying to get that ever-important lockdown online.
Yeah, the lockdown's the big thing here. Not only do they get a clean win on the pistol, they get a very crucial ultimate. One step closer for the defense, for things like the retakes. Feeling comfortable. Now it's going to be the Ares to start the pressure nice and early on B main. A couple other buys as well, mostly the double Spectres though.
This rush gets ready to come in. That shock dart potential to do a decent amount of damage. Looks like widely though, Gen.G able to avoid it. Texture, big shot, Lenny holding down with the Ares, giving him a taste of their own medicine. It's himself a triple. Spike picked up, so Spring has to go for the reload here. As Munchkin trying to make the best out of a bad situation, will grab the orb and start backpedaling before the Ares shots can follow up again. Just classics in hand. Not much that Gen.G are going to be able to do from this position, even though they are the thrifty gods.
If they are able to continue with a flawless here, as we see Charon with a bit of an advertising moment, Talon looks pretty good, right? It's on an Oda, but it's still an Ares. You've still got a Guardian for some extra pin, a little bit of long-range hold, perhaps in mid, things like that. The Observer knows exactly what to do here. In case you were wondering which team caps you wanted to buy, here's a choice.
It's just going to be Pac-Man gameplay here. Across the map, grab the orbs, pivot it right back over to B. Yes, yep. Charon. A little smile on his face as well. Yeah. I think he knows that he's being watched.
Yeah, you've got to imagine. And Munchkin's not having any of it. Munchkin's still looking for frags. He's still got hope in this round.
I hope that Charon just runs into somebody. He doesn't even shoot back at them.
Yeah, he just holds it. Commit to the bit.
Well, wants to push out. Let's see if they can get anything, but it's just going to be Lenny scooping up an ace here in the second round of the half. Flawless across the board for Talon. Absolutely necessary here for the squad.
I mean, 5 points towards your Hunter's Fury, 4 points towards the lockdown. It's as good of a start as any for Talon. It's just that the hill is a very big mountain to climb.
What the fuck, they came in?
Well, I mean, they didn't have to die.
Yeah.
They weren't getting that spike planted. Saw Governor right before the replay actually teasing and playing around with the idea of going for the operator here in this third round, but opts for that outlaw instead.
Yeah, you got to have armors on the other side.
Exactly. Could very well be rewarded for it. I mean, everybody was buying half armor in that previous round, so.
Ooh, this is a big clear, right? Mid's cleared up all the way to top mid as well. Tree still held for the potential retake.
Be a very fast retake here for the side of Talon. So just look to get everybody in position, but turret is set up for this, so now they know that there's at least one player behind.
Spike planted.
As there's the swing in. Governor and Band getting one apiece.
They gotta push out. Gen.G needs a little bit more space to work with here.
No more.
Good timing there from Lockheed. Gets in front of the Paranoia, is able to find Chid Boys, but Texture with a quick little up jab peek. Not spawning much of anything. Smoke down, cutting off main once again here as trying to get the peek in, but Karon with 2. He takes a bolt down. Now Lakia finds Bruce, gets Lenny. Gets himself a 3K. And that is going to be the second half bonus going the way of Gen G.
Talon had all the advantages there, but they think that they can just double swing Lakia next to the switch. And Karon, a quick double tap onto the main retake.
There's a timeout call, you would suspect. Take a look back at this one, though.
He's ready for it. He knows they're going to swing wide, too. He knows that's the only information they have for certain.
It's not much of an adjustment that you need for those shots, but it's still just so quick and clean.
Yeah, and just the preparation, right? And sure, Talon, you could argue, well, why are they both looking that side? Because that was the only one they knew for a fact. They wanted to go and get the kill for sure. They thought they had the numbers advantage. Then they would be able to at least come in from heaven and clear the site. Little did they know it was Karon, the sharpshooter, waiting for him on the other side. Oh, man. And it all comes from Gen G also kind of pushing out towards a tree, right? And then texture updrafting as well. So now Talon a little bit pressed for time on that retake.
Still, I mean, this would be a fantastic start to the half if it wasn't for that scoreline, if it wasn't for that opening attack side being so one-sided in Gen G's favor. Normally you'd be able to shrug off that bonus loss and say, okay, well, it's fine. Now we get the full purchase. We can match them in firepower. Gen G are just 2 rounds away from closing out this series. Operator here in the hands of Governor, but it's going to be Glass Cannon. No additional cash to go alongside it.
Yeah, and they're going to try to peek out mid as well. A very risky endeavor. Going to get forced away.
With the drone. Being a bit distracted. Think not going to find him. And now there's the drone up over the top.
This is all for Ban.
Yeah, like you said, this is all for Ban to try. Get him into a winnable position. Kid Boy's able to find 1. Cruz swinging out from tree, able to find 2. Mid. Ban's involvement not necessary, it would seem, as Lakia now caught. That suddenly just leaves Karon all in his lonesome spots. 1. Just the shoulder there, swing across. This time the headshots not going to be found nearly as cleanly. As pop flash right as he TPs into tree. Swing out. Ban will be able to collect the second one. Fantastic adjustments here from Talon.
And I love that Governor commits to it all the way. Not only does he cover the dart, but then he moves ahead of the 0 point to try to make sure he sells the idea that that was just to hide himself. Shoots the drone as well, risking the fact that he might get picked off before the dash. Sets up an amazing trap for Talon. It's a good bounce back.
Cleanly done. Operator, the firepower now getting stacked up even further as Lenny has the Odin in the mix. Got both of these high-powered weapons right here on the same side. Spray across. I mean, look at the HP bars. Munchkin, he's got nothing. Texture, dead. There's Lenny. Hungry for another ace. Hasn't even used the Hunter's Fury. Hasn't needed to. Couple shots on the Sheriff trying to answer something back.
The Governor's hungry for it. He knows there's one more.
Lakia play around these limitations here, playing against the box, but there's the shock dart layered in to really seal the deal on the kill.
Lakia dodged almost everything. It's not the last bit. But overall, good prep from Talon as well, right? This is a round where Gen G could afford to try to do a full send Hail Mary with things like the null command, so they're ready for a B rush. Deflected successfully.
Karon spotted, taken down, Cruz spraying into the smoke, able to find Meteor. And yeah, there's a Bulldog, but you're not getting to it. Phantom Spray, able to find the target there, as that is going to be Talon, keeping themselves alive and well here in this game.
Gen G is going to have to do some major considerations on when they want to use their ult, because Talon's ult cycle is coming online much quicker than expected. And, you know, they cycle through 1 ult at a time, things like that. Talon might just be catching up in an instant.
1 enemy remains.
Oh. 5 to tie. Still just that Hunter's Fury, but Ban 1 away from having the lockdown ready to go. With the null command, though, could prove to be difficult here as Governor's taking so much forward space. Munchkin just around the corner. Does he actually swing this one? The tailwind is gone, and Munchkin, that's when he decides to strike. Huge opening kill here for Gen G. That aggression very well may just be Talon's undoing here.
That had to have been some sort of internal timer as well. Munchkin just perfect with it. His teammates ready to swing afterwards. mid and all the way up to Garden and Tree, all taken over. And now Talon's aware of this. The adjustment is here from Lenny. When the no command stops him, can he get a double?
Swinging out here into mid, gets so much damage across, but just can't quite confirm these other kills. Texture in the meantime finds Jin Voice. This is just going to be TP after TP forward there from Karen to get himself into the site safely and shut the door. Aaron Cruz's face. Man on Heaven. Sure, and Lakia. No HP between the two of them.
Oh, and look at Munchkin. Knowing the health situation here, just asking for Gen G the whole time.
Flash out, but Texture still manages to stay alive. A 3K with 3 HP. Gen G now get themselves up to match point.
You can't help but think back to the first half as well, right? After a round like that, you imagine normally you brush it off, you move on. Great shots from Texture, good for you, Gen G. The Talon can move. This had to have been a timer there that Munchkin's just waiting for, counting down in his head because he was holding that far wide angle.
I mean, we looked at the way that people were tucked over in B lobby. It seems like Gen G had a perfect read that Governor was going to go for that position.
Exactly. I mean, they had got pinched from it before as well, so it's not exactly a crazy idea. So just good mental memory.
Oh, okay. Well, decent start, but instantly traded back, but now Ban trading up. Will get hit by that Hunter's Fury, but that was the last charge, so no follow-up to be found, no kill to come across. I think they might have a decent idea that he's next to it, but no, it looks like Munchkin actually this time does not have a decent sense of it. It's a falling as Ban gets himself a third. Lakia now last man standing. This map is not over yet. Well, Lakia has something to say about it, but 1v4, Spike stranded at the stairs in mid.
I mean, if he can line up his shock darts so they land perfectly at the same time on the two other opponents. Well, Talon one step closer once again towards an OT, and their ults are all online.
All but the Jet. Just given the Governor has that operator, not going to be the most concerning thing here for him. It's Ban. I mean, he's just been on one today.
Spike down.
Very clean.
We weren't sure what to expect with him going back over the Killjoy again for now the 6th time in his career. It looks pretty damn good.
Yeah, it looks very calm as well. Very calm. I mean, I think it's, you know, for a lot of these duelists, suddenly recognizing that they don't have to just go create space all the time, right? It really puts a lot of relaxation.
And these guys are just, they're trying to fix solo queue effectively. Is Karen going to be dead as he teleports over? Ban, again, finding the kill.
Yeah, and
so
far
you don't have to insta-lock Reyna. You don't have to insta-lock Jet. You can play Killjoy. You can play, you know, Globe. You can play Omen. And you can put up solid figures.
True. And still have a lot of value with your utility.
Yeah. Munchkin, is he ready for this? Yeah, snapping on that one. Re-swinging Jin Boys and Meteor. Well, he's able to distract him long enough for Munchkin to collect the 2nd kill. Governor now in a spot. Oh, shot going a little bit wide, but Lenny again just ripping them to pieces. Triple for him, just situated right smack dab in the middle of mid. Throwing the chase forward. Let's see if he can spot anything, and Munchkin for now. Nothing else realistically that he's going to be able to do here. 1v3, if he could isolate and pick him off, then that's one thing, but I'm not sure if he's going to have the read with this push coming in from Ban all the way through the attacker spawn.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Of course, Munchkin, for now, just narrowly avoiding Ban. Uh-oh. Fortunately, doesn't get the clean kill. Now it's going to be back up.
Yep. Governor hopping in around the corner. Up shot lined up. Taken. Found. Talon now 4 rounds from pushing this into overtime. Still have not had to commit these ults.
Yeah, that's the big thing, right? You didn't have to use it and then wait for a long cycle that may never come as the game ends. You're just holding on to it until you need it. And a big difference is Talon is starting to play with trades, right? They're starting to set up for backup. They've always got someone else covering the next angle, covering the next swing out, things like that. So while Gen G is ready for a couple of these pushes, they're not ready for 2, 3 people, because before, it was always just one. So now after a couple of these moments, Gen G, what's their adjustment? Looks like they want to take a little bit of initiative as it is a half buy. They're prepared for the push out.
Oh, yeah, that they are. Texture reading that one well. Does get the punish. Governor taken down. Is that how this map ends? Same start. Around 18. Governor falling.
Yeah, that's all mid-control given over. Again, One of those situations where there's no one there to trade with.
Some ults to work with. I mean, all of them.
All the crucial ones, right? That could make a difference and swing it.
They start pushing in the B. Could just see Ban immediately dropping that lockdown to try to dissuade them. Shove them in the opposite direction.
That smoke, it's not going to shake them up too much. Talon was already coming to the A side. It does draw out a lot of utility, so it gives Gen G the cue to go to B.
Use a press. I know the Odin's going to be on that side. There's the lockdown.
And they get to it and clear it in time.
They have their own, but that's about it. Now the TP across. Jit Boys joining them here on this side of the map. That is going to be the lockdown committed.
30 seconds left.
They're just waiting this out, and they know, okay, well, now you have to try to come towards us. Ban here with the fight, goes into the smoke, still manages to find one. What a shot from him. Gives them a hope, gives them a chance. Munchkin off, the shot goes wide. Cannot find Cruiser, now has that null command for the reapproach, and the Hunter's Fury comes in from Lenny. Munchkin again, looking for the shot, cannot find it, but Lakia will get one. Lenny getting the takedown there on a Munchkin. Jit Boys finding Lakia. Now Texture and Meteor. Spike still ticking away. Drone to try to check. They see the turret, they see one. Texture gonna be noted there. And back sight. Back over to Boats as Meteor tries to challenge for the fight. Now it's Texture on his lonesome to see if he can end this game, end this series right here, right now, and he can. The 4K through the box to close things out. Gen G pushed, but not pushed over. They managed to get the win 2-0, but it was an incredible effort from Talon.
Yes, I mean, really pressing it on both maps, right? 9 rounds on Lotus, eventually 8 on Ascent. And you can't help but wonder, what if those first halves have gone a little differently? Because I think what we saw from Talon was the prep is good, and individually you have some high moments, but you gotta execute perfectly from the get-go if you want to compete with the best of Pacific.
Yeah, I mean, tight-knit play across both of them there, but you know, Jit Boys not as present on Lotus as we saw from him in their opening series. Governor taking the longest time, unfortunately, to get himself on the board. And in the end, only was able to accrue 5 kills. But Talon, clearly, the ideas that they have, you know, the game read, sometimes it is there. They have a decent understanding about how Gen G wants to approach things. Just haven't been able to capitalize in all of these rounds. Things go a little bit different. The players are a little bit more heated up. This could have been them extending the series all the way to Game 3.
Yeah, and in Talon's shoes, obviously you're just hoping that Gen G truly is strong enough that every team in your group on Omega struggles against them, because that way at least you equalize at the overall record to try to get to the playoffs.
Bow again. Pose for your photos.
Yeah, gotta get the photos in.
Well, I think for Gen G, you know, a decent way to ease back into the action here in Pacific. Obviously had a long journey over in Madrid, but they come back in, they're able to find their win, rack up another championship point. We're going to go ahead and pass this over to the analyst desk to break down the action from our opening series of the day.
Thank you, gentlemen. Gen G continue their unstoppable ascent streak, taking their first series in stage 1 to a 2-0.
Yeah, this looks pretty darn good. I mean, obviously a 10-2 defender side is difficult for any attacking team on Ascent to kind of overcome, and get credit where credit's due. Talon had 2 good halves on each map, but they weren't good enough because the other half was just so bad that they really couldn't come back. I mean, that's just the only way to put it, which, you know, there's a lot of good things to take away here from Talon, that you're able to play your defender side pretty well on both maps. It's that attacker side that needs some work, that needs some coordination.
Precisely. We saw just so many rounds where, you know, they had some good ideas.
And good vibes,
Good
clearly.
vibes from Gen G for sure. Like, you had just these little moments with, like, off timings that start to cause the team to kind of unwind a little bit. And every single round on that first half, whenever Talon went for a sight hit, Gen G just made it so labored. Like, every time you went through, you would lose 1 or 2 players. The retakes, the post plants, at that point, it's just not going to be enough. Gen G won almost every single retake against Talon.
Yeah, and
pretty much everyone.
It was like even difficult for them to get to plants in the first place because Gen G was doing such a good job, like either setting up good crossfires that they were able to bait Talon into, or sometimes just like cutting their team in half. Like I can remember one time, it was on the eco round. Gen G's on nothing but classics and like a sheriff for texture, and Governor dashes in, they get the first kill, he dashes in, and then one smoke cuts off B main, and that just stops all of Talon in their tracks. But then Governor's on an island. Meteor's able to kill him from Market, take his Bulldog, move into mid, and pick up 2 kills when they have to rotate around. So it's like little things like that where there doesn't seem to be enough confidence or something for Talon that really costs them.
Yeah, and I mean, this was going to be an uphill battle from the very start from Talon. So like you guys said, there's a lot of good ideas here. Again, a lot of potential for a lot of these teams who didn't quite make it this first weekend. And there is a lot for all teams to work on. And I mean, the continuous progress from all of them is great to see. Now, you mentioned first kill from Governor, but was it enough first kills?
Oh, man.
That's the question. I actually don't know what the final first kill count was.
No, that's not true. Don't lie.
But, yes.
Wait, did they actually?
I'm not. I don't believe.
Is that right? Are we? Is everything okay here?
That would be crazy.
Did I get teleported to another dimension and I don't realize it? Like.
No. We don't have the exact count right now. So.
Okay.
Okay, I'm getting it. The production's getting it right now.
Just by 1. Oh my God.
No. Oh my God, they did it.
Talon got 11 first kills and Gen G got
I thought there was like no way.
I am
10
so sorry,
first kills.
Victoria.
Well, the way that texture was going, it just looked like he was getting like a million first and second and third and fourth kills.
You know what it is that second half when you started to have Ban and Lenny, with some Odin shots and Vandal shots, they started to stab Gen G in the back, and they got some more first kills that way. That's probably what happened.
I did it. I finally won a prediction.
Outsmarted me.
Oh, well.
Should have known when it's paper.
Even a broken clock is right twice a day, so.
How do you feel about your new rank? Well, it's not that new.
You're the ranker.
You know what?
You're the ranker here, Victoria.
I like it because it's specific colors.
Oh.
Ah.
How positive.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Way to.
Positivity. Ah. 1 first kill.
Insane.
Texture. It was just 1 more, at least to tie it out.
It's all Texture's fault.
That's actually crazy. I mean that should give you some hope if you're a Talon fan, right?
Yeah.
Like the fact that you're winning those duels. Like one of the things that I was concerned with overall in this series. Now again, this was more like a feel pick. I wasn't like, I mean, this isn't like a statistical thing. This is more like I just thought that Talon was playing pretty good at the end of Lotus. So I thought maybe they could carry it over. They kind of didn't, to be honest. Like they got pretty well shellacked there in that first half, but that's good. That's a good sign that you're able to win trades against Gen G like that. That's a really good sign.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's kind of like what Coach Frost said during the interview as well. He's talking about the players' experience and some of them maybe feeling a bit of nerves or letting that mentality get to them a little bit, and you start to doubt yourself, and that's what causes these moments of hesitation, and then you don't really get the timings correctly, the coordination with the rest of the team, and that's what you're seeing, especially around round 5. I think Talon called a timeout. They had a game plan. They always have game plans. They have these strategies that they want to pull off, but then Gen G just crunches them and completely wrecks everything that they want to try. Towards the end of it, maybe some more of these plans went through, but then at the end, still, it's just a bit of individual performances from players like Ban and Lenny definitely stepping up right now. But yeah, Gen G is the one to beat.
But there's no consistency here, right? Like Cruz and Governor were your top 2 players on Lotus by a pretty wide margin, and now it's flip-flopped where it's Ban, and then Lenny comes in off the bench and puts up pretty solid numbers overall. Jip Boy's better than he was on Lotus, but still not quite where they need to be. So, again, you're seeing good things, but we're not quite there yet for Talon.
Takes a bit of time.
It definitely takes a bit of time for this team. And like you said, the numbers kind of flip-flop, but then you can see the potential of every single one of the Talon players, too. They all can step up when the time is right. And, the key here is just to do it all at the same time. But again,
get more XP.
Yeah, but it's tough. It's going to be tough against a team like Gen G. I think it was a really good showing for Talon. Anyway, we're going to go to the stage with an interview with our MVP from Gen G, which should be Texture.
Guys, I'm standing here with Gen G's Texture. Now, Texture, thank you so much for the interview. Now, first of all, I want to start with what you were able to learn personally and what you were able to take away personally from Masters Madrid. So, what did you learn? 어떤 부분을 마스터즈 마드리드에서 배워왔을까요? 개인적으로.
그냥 멘탈적으로도 저희가 강한 줄 알았는데 좀 생각보다 한 번에 무너지는 것 때문에 좀 더 다듬고 있고 그리고 체력적으로도 좀 생각을 해서 저희 다 같이 이제 헬스장을 끊고 다니고 있습니다.
Yeah. Before Madrid, we thought that we had a pretty strong mentality, but we realized that we can crumble, and that mentality has to be something that we need to keep working on. So that's something that we've been trying to improve. And other than that, we've been working on our stamina as well, basically to get through the full best of fives, especially after that grand finals against Sentinels. So we've been hitting the gym all together to make sure that we stay fit. Well, you mentioned going to the gym, you know. Anything you have for your gym routine? 그러면 이제 헬스장 가서 루틴이 뭐 따로 있나요? 어떻게 운동하나요?
따로 뭐 루틴은 없고 지금은 일단 좀 유산소 위주로 좀 하고 있어가지고 이런 건 아니에요. 예.
Right now we're starting with the basic cardio, and it's nothing like lifting heavy weights. But yeah, we are definitely working out and trying to be in a better shape. Now, we got to see most teams play, and we're about to see DFM play now. But is there any team or any player that really caught your eye? 이제 모든 팀들이 거의 다 경기를 치렀는데 뭔가 눈에 들어오는 팀이나 선수가 있을까요?
DRX랑 PRX가 그래도 제일 눈에 많이 들어오는 것 같고 DRX는 킥오프 때도 잘 하는데 저희가 좀 운이 좋게 이겼다고 생각을 했었는데 좀 이번에는 좀 보면서 더 잘 다듬어졌다고 생각을 많이 하고 있습니다.
I would say DRX and PaperX. Now, in terms of DRX, I think they performed really well at kickoff, and I think looking back at that match, I think we got a little bit lucky being able to take them down. But watching them perform in stage 1, I think they're better and stronger as a team. So that's definitely those are the two teams that I'm keeping my eye on. Well, on the 13th, Saturday, this coming Saturday, you guys are going up against PaperX, but this time with Jing. So we're excited to see that raise battles and the duelist battles between you and Jing. So talk to me about your expectations for that matchup. 이제 13일 토요일에 징 선수가 돌아온 완전체 페이퍼렉스를 상대하게 됐는데요. 이 징 선수와의 레이즈 대결, 타격대 대결 어떻게 예상하고 계신가요?
징이 당연히 저보다 레이즈는 더 잘한다고 생각하고 있고요. 그리고 뭐 근데 제가 게임은 더 잘한다고 생각을 해서 그래도 자신감 있게 한번 또 부딪혀 보겠습니다.
I think, hats off to Jing. I think he's the better race, I'm going to be honest, but I'm a better Valorant player, so I'm going to try my best and make sure that we have a good time with that matchup. Now, thank you so much, Texture, once again, and good luck on Saturday.
Thank you.
And that was Texture, everybody, and I have a quick announcement for you. VCT Pacifics and XG's collaborated single is about to drop on April 12th, and here's a little teaser, so check it out.
Okay, Team CK. We need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
立ちグループ100周年。私たちは愛する立川にかつてないワクワクや感動に出会う場所を作ってきました。そして今大きな夢の実現に挑戦しています。立川と世界を文化、芸術、スポーツでつなぐ。私たちが愛する立川を世界に愛される都市に。立川と世界をつなぐ立ちグループ。Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. Genji takes the first championship point for the Alpha Group, rather unsurprisingly. Another upcoming Korean giant T1 will be playing next against Japan's DFM. Now, we haven't seen DFM at all yet. I'm very keen to see what they've got up their sleeves.
Yeah, it's going to have to be a lot because it's been a struggle for them since the inception.
And we're going to have an interview now with T1.
Wait up. All right. Whew. Sorry. What were the feedbacks after Paper X match?
Not much. I need a step up.
Okay. You need to do well today. Now, going up against DFM, what's your mindset?
I already beat them before, and I will beat them today also.
Okay. Thank you for the interview. Good luck. I'm going to let you go.
Very simple outlook there. It's really funny because every one of his footsteps is like 10 of Jen's. So I'm happy she caught up to get a quick interview there. We did see T1 play this weekend already. Quick.
Yeah, they definitely did. It was a bit of a rough game. I mean, they definitely had some great showings, but like Izza said, some step-ups needed. You definitely had players like Rossi, X, definitely landing their shots. Saya players still great on the entries. but Paper X was just that much stronger. And I felt like the team started to crumble a little bit at the cracks because of that success from Paper X. So T1 hopefully with a mentality to come back into this game, you know, this shouldn't be too much of a tough match for them, but you know, you never know what they might be thinking.
Yeah, I mean, historically, at least from what we've seen. But let's get a word from DFM and see how they're feeling.
Hello, May. Now, everyone in Omega's winning. Does that put pressure on you?
No pressure.
Okay.
Winnable.
Winnable. All right. Thank you. Arigatou gozaimasu and good luck.
All right. So they're feeling good.
Simple.
No pressure and winnable. You said winnable, right?
I believe, yeah.
Not we will win, but it's winnable.
I think, yeah.
That's an interesting choice of words.
I think this team can win matches. I said it before. I'm sticking by it. I definitely think they're good enough. It's just like you need to see more. I mean, this is a team who's played together. A lot of these players have played together in the past, right? In tier 2 Japanese scene back when they were Crazy Raccoon and stuff like that. Tons of experience with each other, but it didn't look good at kickoff, and that's what really scared the heck out of me, because it should have looked more coordinated at least. It should have looked like they were more on the same page. It should have felt more cohesive, even if they're losing battles, even if they're losing big fights and stuff like that. They weren't trading. A lot of the things they need to just kind of do fundamentally weren't there yet. So hopefully with this time off, that's going to change.
And the reason why this graphic is here, if you guys aren't sure yet, DFM is in fact that team who has yet to win not just a match, but a game. This could be it. I know, Paper Thin, you had good feelings about this. I'm really glad to see Anthem continuing on the roster this year. I think he was a really strong player on DFM's roster last year, and I think he continues to look good. T1 is a very good team, though. They came close with Paper X.
I like how Victoria just kind of took a pause after saying that they need a win. It's just you let that sink in, and it feels so. It's true though. It really is. That's just the story for DFM right now, because we're not gonna lie. This is kind of what's happening right now in VCT Pacific, at least for this team. This entire day is sort of like David versus Goliath. DFM having to play against T1. It's very much so in the power rankings that DFM's kind of at the bottom. T1 is up there. So I think May is right. There is no pressure. I just want to see some improvements, because they definitely have that potential.
And here we're looking at key players, Saya Player and May. And Saya Player, I mean, doesn't matter what team he's on. Saya Player is quite the player.
Yeah, he's
a player.
He's 100%. Yeah, this guy is really, really good. Going up against a very good duelist in May, I think one of those players that a lot of hopes are pinned on him by the Japanese community because of how talented he is individually, how good his mechanics are. And we saw that for DFM, that he was the bright spot during kickoff, right? Like, he was the one who was at least keeping pace with the other teams. Even though they were losing, he was at least, putting up pretty good kill-to-death ratios. He was doing good amounts of damage. Obviously, he's generally the duelist, so that's expected in a way, but he needs to get some help. He needs a little bit of backup. I expect players like Anthem and others to have that coordination with him to set him up for success with their utility and for him to let those natural mechanics shine.
And now we're looking at the map data from just this year alone between T1 and DFM and their map ban picks and their percentage wins here. And the thing for DFM is that, yeah, we do want to see their first win this year. Game or match. I want to see a full match win, frankly speaking, but it's really tough. While they may have upgraded, so have all of the other teams across the board. So it's just constantly a battle here, and that's what we want to see, though. We want to see all the teams constantly upgrade.
Constant battle, constant struggle a little bit. I mean, there's definitely a lot of potential like we're talking about. The stats are always going to be a little bit skewed because of these two teams, but I think it definitely shows just how much T1 has played and how much DFM can really prepare for this. May, like we mentioned, is always that capable player. We saw in the stats sheet from before that, he's kind of gotten a good numbers all across the board. He's capable on certain agents like Yoru, for example, playing against DRX and kickoffs. They've definitely shown that they are capable. It's just how much have they improved. And T1, whether or not they can stay on top, because that game, again, against Paper X, they start to shake a little bit.
You're right. If this is the match where T1 shows any cracks, that's not a good sign for them. Right now, they are looking like one of the stronger teams, but we'll have to see how they play against DFM. DFM hasn't shown too much, frankly speaking, because they just haven't gone that deep yet. So they haven't really revealed much of their potential, actually.
And my concern here for DFM is that their map picks pretty well overlap with T1 in that neither of them like Icebox. So it still will be, it's the same ban as, from kickoff. For T1, excuse me, the first one. I think that your opponent's going to ban Icebox here as DFM, so you could get away with it. But
I would like to see like a Breeze.
Yeah, that'd be nice. I think DFM is pretty okay at Breeze, but it seems like Ascent, something they've been working on, something they're going to feel comfortable with. And this, I have a feeling it's going to be the same two maps we just saw. Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
One more time. Why not?
That was the theme of Champions last year.
Yeah, one more.
So.
One more.
We go again.
That's what it is, right? T1 had a pretty good showing against Paper X. They did lose on Lotus against Paper X. But that said, I think, they definitely want to get that practice in match practice, do as much as possible, and really improve all these tiny little gaps that they have in their game plan sometimes. But apart from that, that's just the main thing for today. Can DFM sneak away a map win or maybe even a match win?
Say for Paper X, T1 is great at Lotus. It's always Paper X always stopping them in their tracks on Lotus. So I'm not surprised that they're
Yes. Well, this is kind of another concern I have for DFM is that again their map pool overlaps very much with T1, but the Ascent pick, and with Sunset in there, could be really interesting if we can get to Sunset. That's kind of my bigger concern. I think Lotus, pretty much no matter what, going the way of T1, very good map for them. And I look at T1 and I think if you drop a map here to DFM, and this is no disrespect to DFM,
sure,
that's kind of starting to be concerning for T1 because I think they came into that Paper X match really feeling like they could and should win it, and then they didn't. They got beat again. They still can't take a map off of them. They're still, coming close, but not quite, and that could get in your head. So I think certainly T1 is looking for that mental reset here today where they can just come through, get the expected win, and then get to that next stage.
Yeah, that's a great point. I'm pretty sure that win will help carry them forth into next week, because next week is going to be really tough for T1 too. They'll be facing against DRX. Now here we are looking at the map data. Last time they played Ascent was never for DFM, at least this year, this DFM, and we did see Ascent from T1.
Yeah, right. Rossi forever on that Viper. I think this is what's interesting between this matchups because DFM, we don't really know what they're going to do, and they might change up their agent picks here and there. And I want to see something interesting, at least for Lotus. Ascent, you might want to go with that classic composition, but T1 has interesting ideas with the Viper on this map. The mental conditioning that they can do is something that teams, won't have an easy time with.
I'd rather see a different duelist here for DFM then. If you're going to go against this Viper Cypher, I'd like to see something like a Raze to give you a little bit more ability to clear some space, clear those trip wires, things like that, clear the smokes that are going to be all over the map. I think that could really be good. Or a Yoru, just who cares? It's been done in other regions. They're running Yoru on this map. It can work really well, and we know that Mei has a pretty solid Yoru, so that could also work here. I think DFM actually is going to need to dig a little bit deep with these agent comps to get over the line against T1. They're going to have to show something a little bit unexpected. I don't think that standard, KJ, KO, Sova comp is going to work.
Absolutely. When you have one of the oldest maps in VCT being played right now, and you're going to use the same comps, and it just hasn't been working all this time. I think it's time to switch it up, try something new.
Yeah, Chubby Ninja definitely sticks to this strategy because you've done it before. But it definitely is a good point because if DFM can surprise T1 in that fashion, you never know. You just might be able to pick up a good lead, and that's going to bring a lot more confidence into your future matches. So it's now or never.
It definitely is now or never. Maybe today is the day. Predictions? Do we put it up? I think it's heavily favored, and this is not even.
Look,
It's T1. It's got to be T1.
You can't not.
Yeah.
I mean, again, until DFM has proven that they can actually get over the line, start taking some of these rounds and maps.
Or unless we're trolling, you know?
Yeah. Or unless you're just...
But we're not trolling today.
Unless you have insider info or something. I don't know. Like,
Yeah.
Okay,
But we want to be...
But you know the whole team's like really sick, and then you're like, okay, well, you know.
Well, I hope that's not the case.
No, it's not.
I hope DFM proves us wrong. We always like to see every team do well here in Pacific because we love all of our teams. T1 though, we were saying though, they need to look strong. If they are going to win this, they need to have it very convincing. Because again, next Saturday we've got T1 and DRX, and that's going to be a big one. DRX is looking stronger than ever.
I agree. I mean, I think now T1 has to start being a little bit concerned with how good DRX has been looking. It is not going to be easy at all to take them on next week.
Especially if you can beat DRX, then that'll be even better. So T1 definitely has a bit of homework to do. But yeah, regardless of the result today, I think honestly it's just the fact that, you know, both teams are here. You know, there's a bit of that mental game going on. For DFM, they look like they're in good spirits, and I just want to respect like all the work that they put into this, because they're on the stage, they're people, they're playing their game, and they're doing their best. And I feel like, you know, whatever they show us, as long as it's a bit of improvement, yeah, I'm still gonna love them.
Yeah.
Always.
And you know what? A lot of people do. We were talking about the team bundle sales, and we saw the top 5. Do you guys remember what it was?
No.
Pop quiz. I remember what it was. Who's number 1?
DRX.
Yes.
Okay,
Number 2.
Zeta?
Zeta, yep.
DRX. No, T1.
I can't remember.
DRX or T1 is
DRX or
third.
T1. Oh, crap.
And
I
then
forgot
5th
the
is
order.
Gen G.
Yes, and the last was Gen G.
Yeah.
6.
Is
Actually, DFM.
wow,
I believe it.
there we go.
They're a huge org in Japan.
Yeah.
And I want nothing more
Lots of Japanese
in
fans.
this year for DFM to play some really good maps, to get some wins. Nothing would make me happier. Like, that would actually be just the best treat that we could have this year.
If DFM wins this match, I think everyone should just buy a DFM bundle.
Yes.
Yeah.
Why not?
Would you
I'm
do
in.
it? I would do
I'll
it.
do it.
We're gonna make a
100%
pass right now. That's what we're gonna do.
We're in.
I was going to buy it anyway, so.
Yeah. Well, that's even better. You're in?
We're in.
DFM.
Yeah,
Let's go.
We're doing DFM.
A little bit of hope
should
and
get
love
reach for
sent over to DFM. Honestly, I would love to see it. I mean, I have a couple of the bundles already. How many of the bundles do you guys have for Pacific?
None.
None?
Not yet.
Save my money.
No, I'm gonna buy them. I just haven't had time to get in there and do it. But I was gonna hopefully
Oh, my
eventually
nice.
get pretty much all of them.
Yeah,
That's my
actually.
kind of
Yeah.
long-term goal over the
Okay.
course of the year.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was very honest.
I don't know which.
answer.
I'm still stuck which one I'm gonna get first though.
You want to
Okay.
buy like for the team that you like, but then some of the designs.
But I
like
can't be
Gen G,
biased,
for example,
right?
are
Like,
so cool.
I know. I have to go for which one is the coolest design.
Guys, just get your bundle. Support our team.
I'm indecisive.
All right, we're going to go over to our casters to start our game. And William and Achilles, do you guys get any of the bundles for Pacific? Tell us.
Yes, I did. I bought multiple of them because I support our region and the organizations. I think people, the analysts is outing themselves a little bit. I didn't have time to open a shop and purchase a digital
I mean,
good.
it takes quite a few clicks, to be fair. It's
That's
more
true.
than 2 or 3 clicks.
But
so.
also, Quack saying, you want to buy the skins that you like, or for the teams that you like, but then you see the cool designs that Gen G has. So Quack basically saying, I don't like Gen G, but I think the design is cool.
Right. Yeah, I mean, listen, there's multiple reasons to at least buy, I don't know, Gen G's, Paper X's, right? They went to Masters Madrid, and then you can buy your favorite teams.
Yeah.
And then there's plenty of other designs. There's plenty of teams. There's all the reasons to go buy your team capsules. So just do it. Don't do it. Don't listen to the analyst test.
I
Just
think
do
I
it.
have 3
Okay.
Pacific ones, and then I have the Sentinels bundle because Zelsa's got me.
I almost fell for it. But then I heard
It looks clean, and I love those
but
guys.
But then
so
I
had to
heard
do it.
Riot Shaker say, we got to keep the money in the house. We can't let it go over to Americas. So
It's
I'm
okay.
thinking,
We're still winning globally.
That's true. That's
so,
true.
because one of my other purchases was Paper X, so I balanced it out.
Okay,
I made sure
okay.
to not tip the balance in their favor or anything like that. So
that's good.
But yeah, I have a multitude of them. So we'll see if we can put them to good use.
Yeah,
once
we got some good ones
I got
out
to
here.
dive back in. I've been getting ready for this stage 1 to kick off, so I haven't actually been playing too much myself. So I haven't utilized them quite just yet. But eventually, I'll get back onto the grind and see if I can get myself up into Ascendant and whatnot.
Yeah, some highlights there with the Classic, with the Team Classic.
I've never used the Classic is the problem.
It's gotten me to use more classes, which hasn't been working out for me. So there's a little bit of a trade-off there.
But yeah, we are just moments away from getting into this game. The lobby's been set up, which has been waiting for the players to go through their agent selection so we can see what they're going to be bringing to the table for this first map. But I mean, the desk, you know, I think they set it up pretty nicely. I think that all of our predictions reflect it. This is another huge uphill battle, much like we had in our first series. And we did get to see Talon putting up a relatively strong fight, making a lot more rounds than I think a lot of people would have credited to them ahead of that series. The question is, can DFM do similarly?
Well, that's the thing with DFM. Until they get that first win, no matter who the opponent is, it's going to be hard to have a reason to vote for them other than maybe just cheering for them, maybe you're a fan of the team, et cetera, because stats say that they haven't won, right? That's just the truth.
I think it's a really good reason to cheer for them. Because the desk was talking about, they said, okay, we'll buy the bundle if DFM wins this series.
Oh, so finally they'll buy a Pacific bundle.
Well, that, but do you remember, because you and I were on Plat Chat, so if you want a reason to root for DFM, if they win the group, Brent has to get a tattoo of their logo somewhere where the sun doesn't shine.
Yes.
So that would be very funny. So I think we have plenty of reasons to actually cheer for DFM. So I think that the fandom, now that I've said that and put that out there, it should have grown a million times over.
Okay, yeah. Now we got some more support out there. For something to look, well, I don't know if we look forward to it, but at least maybe the win from DFM, that part of it.
I will not let him forget that he said that. It's on tape.
There
it's
you
been
go.
clipped. But here we go. The players can now make their way out onto stage. T1 going to be looking to bounce back. Had an incredibly tough draw in their opening opponent there. Let's see now how they fare going up against DFM. Because again, on paper, this is one of those matchups where you say, like, okay, the team should be feeling comfortable. They should be vibing. They should be very confident. But when you overdo it, when you overstep it, when you lean into just, you know, a lackadaisical approach to the series, that is when you absolutely get caught off guard. And DFM, probably the team that has the most motivation to improve and to prove themselves on stage.
Yes, and throw whatever curveballs you have, right? Nothing to lose here for DFM, quite frankly, and everything to gain. And DFM showed some better ideas at kickoff. Now, none of it came to fruition to a map win, but they had a couple good round ideas. They had a couple good trades, things like that. You know, a few neat set plays. Now, they had some more time off during Masters Madrid. How does it all come together with, of course, Cess in the starting lineup here for DFM? And the other thing that DFM can maybe look forward to is that T1 once again showed that they're not quite there yet to close things out against the best of the best like Paper Rex. So there are weaknesses that you can take advantage of.
Absolutely are. And you know, one of the things that I'm going to be looking for here from the side of T1 is a bit more impact from Izza. Had a very quiet performance in that opening series compared to what we had seen from him over at kickoff, where he was looking like one of the most dominant forces on this squad. You know, you kind of had this solid, you know, five-threat team in T1. Everybody was able to clutch up. Everybody was able to put up strong figures. That was a little bit lacking from them in the opener.
Yeah, I wonder also just maybe how that pressure stacks up against Izza now. You know, he had a great start at kickoff, eventually doesn't make it. Meanwhile, Karon, another rookie in Korea, goes out to the world stage, becomes a star, and you got to imagine that starts to egg him on a little bit. And this team, I mean, you look at all these players, they are players that have been hungry for their entire careers, no matter which title they're competing in. So Izza has to be able to keep up with that pace, that hunger, that kind of anger almost to get their vengeance, get their victories, and get to a world stage.
DFM will get ready to flop down in their seats and get ready for this series to begin. We've been talking about the jokes of, oh, well, will Alpha Group ever get a win? Gen G, they put that first one on the board, but DFM in a position to deny the second match victory away from that squad. Get a win for everybody in Omega. See if they're going to be up to task here. As, of course, for DFM, I mean, May, Anthem, these are the players that I'm especially going to be looking to see, you know, these explosive performances out of.
Yeah, May put up incredible numbers despite having a 0-4 map loss at kickoff. So I think he's already proven himself to the global audience. Obviously, people who have been following Challenger Japan have heard about the name, have been seeing May's performance through and through. My eyes are also on Cess, and we are going to see some of those adjustments coming out, but on both sides, T1's going to go standard.
Yeah, I mean, this is standard from T1 and then very off-standard from the side of DFM. The Viper into the mix for the double controller here for them. Cypher instead of Killjoy, so I'm not going to have those ever important lockdowns to really try to flush players out of sights for retakes or just the takes themselves. And then May coming out with the Raze.
Very interesting, because a big question people had for T1 was, are you going to move away from the Viper on any of these maps? It seems to be the go-to for Rossi, and sure, he plays well on it, but that makes your compositions, that makes your playstyle start to get read a little bit down the road. They'll say, you know what, things are meta for a reason here in Ascent. We go back to stock standard.
All right, well, players are ready to go. Agent select out of the way. Ascent for map number 1, Lotus for the second one. Same maps as the previous series, just flipped around a little bit, but very different tastes I think that we are about to receive here with these compositions. Eyes, of course, now very much on May, even more so than they were before, given that he's bringing that raise out. Not something that too many teams have really favored to play on this map. See how he fares and how those blast packs are going to be looking, because that movement is going to be ever important for their entries. See if they're going to be able to get it done. And I'll start with that pistol round, see who can draw first blood, who can take that first step towards victory. T1 expect similar to Gen G with a home crowd rallying them. We'll see if they are going to be able to get that first match victory, or if DFM can find theirs.
Now, personally, I'm a big fan of the raise even here in Ascent, right? Obviously, sure, opping, you can still do it on the raise as long as you know your angles, but there's just a lot more utility. So if you know your flight paths to get into the site, as long as that's pat down, the way you can use other things to clear out some utility, to put extra pressure, to control both A main and B main from either part of the map, I think it's a huge boon, rather than Jet, who eventually always does have to take that contact, which is slowly being phased out in the meta for the time being.
Study some funny videos from his time on F4Q.
Yeah.
Get that movement down pat. See, though, very far back from the side of T1. No one in the site itself, just leaving the turret as well as the nanoswarm over at the door switch.
Now, obviously, T1, one of the teams that did play the heavy Viper on Ascent, so they're going to be used to some of these setups to try to control mid, a little bit of mid to A setup with the Viper toxic screen.
Jump out, tap on the orb. That's going to be the 0 point sent from Rossi, but nothing tagged.
Still no reaction. So both sides kind of scratching their heads, but T1's feeling a little safer as they've now gotten past the screen. So they have a lot more information to work with.
Yeah. Spotted across the way, side player, that Sheriff in his hands, able to find that kill. Now the fragment to really slow him up, and even just chunk them down. 73, 75 between May and Anthem.
You got to be able to utilize Medusa at this point. He wasn't spotted on that lurk. See if you can regroup with him, and if he can create space to get into B or mid, that'll give DFM a second chance in this round.
Pushing down this way, but Carpe now moving, rotating out. Looks like he's just going to be going for the jump peek over the top of the wall, see if anybody's going on that mark approach. They are about to.
30 seconds left.
Pressure on Tree just to keep them tied up. It's going to be a quick pinch onto Market. Izu needs a couple kills.
Okay, but really delayed on the Dragon Cross. May just kind of sprinting in, is able to go ahead, ghost him down. For the damage found from that. It's Carpe waiting to see, but switch already hit, so not a great opportunity to try to set up for these blind Sheriff shots through that smoke. Just wait for the rest of the team to get close by, but the door is going to have to be broken first and foremost.
The post-plant positions are pretty solid for DFM. They have main control. It looks like Cess is considering potentially lurking around, but he's just going to hang far back. Doesn't get tagged by the 0 point.
Does not. He also does have that paranoia still available, as well as one more smoke to try to further slow up this approach here from T1. Point at the ready. There's a drop down. Excurate now checking behind him. Ends up falling. As Anthem collects that kill. Jump peeking there. What those right clicks is okay. Rossi trying to match. He's able to find better of him, but Medusa with 3 will be able to get DFM the pistol round.
Very well done by DFM. They recognize that T1 is also playing it safe. Eventually, Neth gets caught in mid, and from there on, they don't rush it into A. They still take advantage of the fact that they haven't shown themselves. Pressure back on A through short, and then it's just a quick pinch. And immediately the post plan. I mean, the paranoia may be saved until the very last second, but having faith in his teammates to have that crossfire, a great start.
Saya going for the standard Saya purchase. Marshall's still going to be in play, something that DFM will be very well aware of. It's a matter about sussing out where exactly that enemy jet is going to be. Now he is alone on this side of the map.
Yeah, and this toxic screen forces T1 to have to pay a little bit more attention to that A side, so that's where the stack's going to be. DFM will try to throw a curveball around it. We should also note, as we have this chance.
Spots him, and yep, it's just enough. Medusa now dead, looking for the flick of his life there.
Yeah, but that alone, I mean, it slows him down a lot. It's Saya player. He's often good for more than
one. The controllers. There's a chest shot. Anthem taken down low. 49 remaining here on the KO. So we'll be able to bring an end to it here for now, shutting the door. A couple random stray shots to see if we can get any kind of connection, but still 5 members alive here for T1 as they get ready to go on the approach here to retake the site. And lingering there in main. May able to find side player. That's a Marshall now. Grounded flash coming through. May able to collect the second. Paint shells back online. Anthem will get a piece there as Izza will fall. Oversends the paint shell. Doesn't get it quite in towards Market, but he's very wary about this position over at Alley.
One enemy
going to be spotted. Is going to be Rossi taken down. Is able to find that kill. Push into the smoke. Carpe going to be good for one, but time is pretty much dwindling. Could maybe find an additional kill if you can drop Anthem. That would leave a rifle down on the ground. So some economic damage dealt here, but ultimately it will be DFM starting off this map 2-0.
I mean, dropping more weapons than they should have, but DFM will still come out on top. And overall, what I really liked from DFM there is the post plant wasn't going to feel very safe, right? If you allow them to start to flood into the site with pistols, you're not going to be able to utilize the weapons you have to maximum efficiency. So they take the timing to push back out, dwindle the numbers, and keep them at bay so that you can still spam through those choke points, through the smokes. So it's really good decision-making. Overall, looking like a very stable start for DFM. And now we'll see how T1 reacts with the buys up, the Odin coming out. And something that I wanted to mention was first time Rossi's playing something other than Viper here in Pacific at all. So we'll see how he performs on the KO. Of course, not an entirely new agent for him, but it is going to be new here on this stage.
2 Sheriffs, otherwise Bulldogs and a Vandal here for the side of DFM, so still quite a bit of firepower as Rossi. Full flash, turns his sights back over to May, trying to get that fragment down. May, that's his moment to strike. Rocket out, sends it. Time play down to 41 as Izza able to find that transfer, picking up 2. Saya up on top, the paint shell at his feet. It will claim him. As May himself a third elimination, currently on for an ace. Sees the gun, but didn't quite find that shot. Carpe turns back, Medusa a little bit whiffy. Decent damage dealt there from the side of DFM. They cannot convert, so T1 will get themselves on board in round 3.
Oh, I mean, they were close to actually winning that round, too. The setup they had between May and Medusa, trying to create that noise so Medusa can get the flank around window. It was good, but like you said, not able to close out the kill, so T1 will barely stabilize. Able to continue with a couple of half armors. Talked about Izza before this match started. Looks like he's right back in focus, trying to make sure he's the anchor that T1 needs.
Kill all your opponents. One less kill from him. Could have very well have been DFM converting that bonus into a win. Also changing up his position, shifting off the A site, just sending out a flash, trying to break down that barrier wall. DFM set very far back. It's okay. Side player spotting 1. Does use the tailwind there as May work down to 60 HP, just trying to get himself boosted up over the top. Saya, well, he knows that he's there now. There's a swing out, but actually doesn't send the shot. He had the lineup ready to go, but decides to just back away instead.
Yeah, a lot of time bought for T1, though. Eventually, they'll have to give up a main control. Still have the nano swarms from afar. I love the Killjoy setup right now. You can still get all the information from mid to B, but provide that global support with the nano swarms, which aren't tied to your range, your passive range. That allows just the double setup for now. Looks like Rossi trying to consider if he wants to put a little pressure back on mid.
On the double stack over here towards Tree. The rest of the team getting ready to charge their way up here in towards Market. Footsteps going to be heard as well as all of these shots that are flying. Back around, Izza now here avoiding these shots. Sprint forward does get tagged down. 56 HP remaining here on the Omen for T1. Sends out another smoke. Has to push forward though. Gets himself down into the site where Excurate is waiting, and Izza actually does manage to find Sessu. Kill found, but now the training one back, but Excurate to find another. May on the lurk. 19 HP remaining here for that raise as Excurate just trying to dance around. Lusa tries to flush him out, ends up falling. Now it is all on Anthem. Finds the headshot to take down Carpe, but he just doesn't have the time for the plant. It's not in his hands. Just can't get that one down. So unfortunately here for the side of DFM, Anthem just gonna have to stay tucked, but he can hold on to his life here as Saya does grab the gun, does not get punished. So 2-2.
Yeah, a little bit aggressive there from DFM, but not with the entire clearance. I like the idea of the fake out, right? You're sending the null command, you've already pressured A main, and you think it's gonna be an A pinch. However, they had no secure information on B, so no way to really clear that back of sight. And Izzu, very fast backup. I mean, seeking through his own Caterpillar smokes there, that makes all the difference for Xcura to hold just one angle.
Yeah, I mean, trying to go for that, trying to just drag everybody across, but they were still in the middle of rotating. So they're like, okay, well, we're just back at spawn. We can really quickly get back into position to stop you from being able to really find a solid foothold on that B site. T1 right up 2-2. But it is anything other than clean, because right now, very scrappy between the two teams. See cash not being built up here.
Yeah, whoever wins
Carpe
this,
with some money.
Yeah, we'll be able to start to bang things up. Now, DFM is continuing to try to condition with this default screen.
Uh-oh.
Oh. Okay, and you know, see if it ever stops.
Yeah, not really dissuaded. Yeah, clear out on the dart, but bullets still flying. May work down 20 HP. Anthem, Medusa, Neth, everybody other than Sissa right now has been pretty wrecked in their HP bar.
Yeah, none of them look green, that's for sure.
Saya just sticking through that 0 point. Says, oh, you must think that I'm a tree.
Here.
That flush along the stairs now just peels back over in towards bench. All of DFM set up to try to attack this A site, but Carpe, he's already rotated his way over with that Odin in hand. As the smokes continue to come down, there's the paint shells out, Neth dead. Rossi as well, able to find Maze, he comes flying in out of the darkness. That effectively has to be the call to save now.
Yeah, I mean, you have to. Talked about the creds at the start of the round, not much you can be doing here. So, okay, especially with this round loss. Okay, take the upgrade. I don't know if T1's gonna let you get away with it, but.
Pop Flash doesn't go deep enough to swing in here. So it might still be bridge too far, but okay, yeah. They'll lose out on 2 of those weapons. They still get the round win, but damage dealt. And overall, I mean, I guess, you know, if you want anybody on the enemy team to maybe get that ultimate, I suppose it's the Omen.
Yeah. Not the worst thing here for T1. But I'm wondering if DFM, they're going to start to switch up the screen a little bit just to apply some pressure elsewhere.
Oh my god.
Because otherwise, T1, I mean, they don't have to put too much weight. Even if it's pressure, even if it's fake pressure, you can always try to go for the retakes on A as well. Just delay. So I'd love to see, you know, 1 or 2 other screens mixed in. Doesn't have to be consistent, just 1 or 2 rounds. Because that helps really add to the mental stack against T1.
Very much a shared effort at the moment here for the side of T1. No one really streaking forward as far as the kills are concerned. As for May, you know, for the side of DFM, has widely been May. That huge impact as side player. Not the tailwind anymore. Maybe May try to just go rushing in with that showstopper, giving them to get the mobility away from the jet, but does think better of it. I think that overall that's going to be the best decision.
Yeah, they dread the drone as well. They know that there was some focus on B, so DFM looking to strike on J, but look at this stack. Immediate reaction from T1.
Well, there's a 0 point flash just land right in front of their faces, but now they're going to be slowed up. Showstopper, though. Able to be drawn out. May, again, down low. 5 HP remaining on him. Xcura able to find Medusa. Looks for a little bit more there in mid. May turns back, is able to find him, but it's just bloody back and forth. Rossi on the floor here at the moment. There's Carpe saying, well, I can't really res you.
30 seconds left.
But also we have the spike down, and that guy's got no HP. Goes for the kill. Now we'll be able to pick him back up. So it's going to be 2 more weapons carried forward here for T1 as they move up 4-2. Again, damn scrappy.
Yes, yeah, a lot of weapons being dropped. No one really able to build the bank for the entire team. But overall, a good read from T1. Right, you get pressured in mid. You still have ways to get information across market. So the only thing you're really lacking on is main and where that toxic screen is covering you. So you don't want to have to go through the decay. You ditch main, you stack up on tree. You're looking for a way to push out if the 0 point tags. It just so lands right on the flash. And then the null command to deny the showstopper as well. That null command saves everything.
Four ultimates online here for T1. Crucial one's not that far away here for the side of DFM. An early pick. Set up for Neth to utilize that neural theft, but now it's not with the rest of the squad, so it does have to rotate it back around the other side of the map. But Medusa taken down first and foremost. Rossi able to find that kill.
Oh, and they were getting able to get snuck in, right? I mean, DFM, they even spot the fact, okay, that the smoke doesn't really have anyone covering it.
May with one. But as Carpe sends out the drone, he'll see no one else is really pushing in on the back end of that. Entry power very much taken away from them. Spike is in hand, but realistically, where do you try to go from here?
Yeah, DFM, I think they could gain a lot of value right now in this round to just try to suss out what's the movement like from T1, right? What's the rest of the setup? Because the round, like you mentioned, is looking very difficult, but you're not in that far out on the attacking half on Ascent. So getting some more information, getting some habits and tendencies out of the way from T1, that'll help you set up an advantage in the future rounds.
A quick little peek in, and okay, Saya finds himself a second target as Rossi will be able to get Neth. Only Izzu this time around. Significantly cleaner for the side of T1. And Rossi likely going to be the one donating some of that cash over. Make sure that their Omen player has a weapon in hand. It's just a solid start, just catching Medusa out in mid on that lurk, and this up in the Odin. Continuing to just be thorns in the side here of DFM.
Yeah, and Saya player as well, someone who's been known for his operator the entire career, quite frankly, in Valorant. So that's something that they will have to figure out. Now DFM, there's several questions that they need to answer. Right? One is, how do we deal with this operator? Two is, if you're going to set up the screen, the problem is now you've noticed that T1 tends to push out of it. They're ready for the lurk. So do you dump your util just to shove them out of tree? And if you do, like, that can be okay. But if it does not lead to a kill, how else are you gaining space and information? During that dump, is someone nearby already in B main, somewhere right close to A main, to listen for the audio cues, to take that space, to gain some more control? You gotta have these multi-step flow charts prepared on the side of DFM. We'll see if that's ready to go off of this timeout.
Still not so far behind that this isn't recoverable. It's only 3 rounds. Yes. Plenty more to be played out in this half.
Iya Bang Izza kok diam doang sih Bang,
several of these been able to draw blood. You can see May 10 and 7. Kalian
juga diam doang dari tadi.
Ya kita kan nggak ada
obrolan. It's possible for them to get
right
back into this one.
Sal lihat NB Sal.
Odin tiles crunch here. Why send a jet in when you can just send 100 bullets?
Lagi sapirin.
That shuts down mid. I mean, it's things like these, right? Where T1's able to do this because that denies the entire value of that toxic screen. Now you're scared, you gotta use util to clear mid again, things like that. Now DFM's adjustment is a late lurk in from Sesu. We'll see. That comes to fruition, of course, a weak round with only 1 rifle in the hands of May.
You can see DFM trying to see what they can learn here. Figure out about the position of T1. Pick up on the poison orb, toss it right back in. It's
multiple rounds you have to think about, not just 1 round at a time in isolation, but how does it all stack up? And
another full flash connecting there is May. Forward shot, a little bit wide from Sion player, but Medusa able to find X-Grid. May going to be put down, however, Sion on the repeat comes up with a kill. Izzu sending out the paranoia, and Sion player keeps it protected. Gunning down Medusa on the approach. Now it is all down to the Omen. It's a creep around, second shot will connect, finds the kill on the Carpe. Let's be able to try to recover the weapon here. Saya not necessarily aware that he's on that flank, but nice little adjustment, a little flick of the wrist, and you will be able to find that 3rd kill.
The cover from Saya is so good during that round. If he doesn't catch the members filling back of sight, that could have been the spike landed, that could have been a weapon recovered, and we could be looking at a very different round, potentially a thrifty from DFM. The idea is not bad. A very well done set play to deny vision from the potential operator from anyone that's filling the site. Sets up May. But the weaponry not there. Saya very well to recognize where he needs to cover.
Ada apa sih? Ada drama.
Yang aku bilang. Don't get that pick. Maybe the paranoia doesn't go on from Izzu as well. And the cleanup on the remaining players is that much more difficult, if not impossible. Fantastic timing there from Saya.
Bikin baru. Artinya kan dia itu gara-gara dia doxing kita.
A little bit faster.
Padahal bilangnya tuh gara-gara padahal asli yang itu juga Mepo.
Yang ngedoxing tuh Mepo, bukan ini. Yang kena
Yang berani Cok nyenggol kita Cok. Ada jomo-jomo itu. Kalau udah itu Izza anjir sama Dawi.
Kita takut anjir dia gak mau muncul gara-gara dia si Yemi.
Evading ban gak sih ini? Ban evading.
Towards mid, and there you go. Izzu does get caught. Rossi slows things up a bit with that fragment. Wants to try against this Omen who's not quite prepared.
Lagi disatirin.
Does take a shot.
Ya.
To find that elimination. So he swings back
Itu
around, finds the kill. Dropping out on his lonesome. There's plenty of cash here in the hands of T1.
Senat kemarin ikut ber ya?
Just 2 away from a
Kenapa? Iya kemarin ikut.
I mean, you've got so many creds, so I
Iya.
don't blame him.
Kok si ini si lu kenapa nggak daftar? Lu nggak dapet atau daftar?
Gua nggak dapet slot.
You want to try at least a little bit?
Oh, nggak dapet.
Anthem down to 62.
Iya.
Everyone, play low.
Not spotting, but May will be able to survive the round. She's up. It's one step closer to that showstopper.
Aku tuh aku tuh sama si Isal itu kita tuh udah daftar barengan. Bayangin. Gua jam 9:04 nggak kesakit udah full.
Nah itu dia. Gara-gara posisi udah pada tahu kan jam 9 kan
Iya aku juga nunggu. Jadi tuh jam 9 teng. Ya aku ngomong sama si Isal. Mau nggak barengan? Jadi pas jam 9 teng kita saling ngingetin. Oke barengan. Si Isal ke submit, aku nggak submit. Tapi bedanya tuh Isal pakai HP, aku pakai laptop.
Tapi emang lu datang kemarin?
Aku datang.
Isal datang.
Oh datang. Lu duduk di meja mana? Lah.
Gak ngeh kita kan gak kenalan.
Lu yang mana? Lu yang mana sih?
Oh kacamataan. Biasa sama Vio.
Berarti lu depan gua dong kemarin.
Iya. Lu diri gue duduk kayak gitu.
Lu yang pakai behel bukan sih?
Enggak, aku nggak behel.
Oh.
But you got to imagine that that's a possibility DFM considered. Now T1, that's a play to go for the flank, knowing that the pit is available, but they won't be able to make use of it.
Kok sumpah gue kok lupa anjir.
Looking pretty solid already.
Aku juga nggak tahu ini siapa. Serem.
As Rossi going to try to maybe provide some form of cover fire, but now he himself is going to get caught in the mix.
Mungkin gue ingat muka lu, tapi gue nggak tahu kalau itu muka lu atau bukan. Lu ada di foto ini kan? Lu ada di foto Guardian kan?
Enggak di foto Guardian sih.
Looking very solid already, not an entirely bad half for the attack on Ascent, especially given how it started. A 6-round win streak on the side.
Lu duduknya
They get any more here, it's a nice bonus.
Lu satu baris sama gua atau lu depan gua?
Absolutely would be.
Kemarin sempat satu baris deh. Terakhir itu aku duduknya sebelah Jali.
Sebelah Jali itu yang ini ya Twitter ya?
Iya Twitter.
Yang bagi-bagi stiker ya?
Iya.
Oke.
Tina itu Bang Naf dia baik duluan kah?
Iya, pertama dia lagi sakit. Enak badan dia dari kemarin. Kedua, dia itu kan harus pakai ini kan, dia harus pakai travel kan.
Oh,
nah, dia tuh nggak dapet kalau misalnya lewat jam 7 atau jam berapa gitu udah nggak dapet lagi gitu. Jadi dia harus balik. Travel jam 8 kalau nggak salah. Tadinya dia mau duduk, mau nunggu sampai subuh, sampai travel jam pertama demi 5. Tapi dia juga lagi enak badan kan, jadi udah pulang.
Aku tahu tadi ada 2 yang gondrong anjir. Kok nggak satu?
Kenapa?
This is a lot of time spent for DFM. I get what they're trying to do. They know that T1's going to want to take contact, so they play it slow, but
Ada.
That numbers advantage may not be as great as they think with an Ode in here.
Ini dia panjang umur dibahas.
That's gonna be Neth spotted. Anthem now mowed down as Carpe just continues to hold M1. Can't readjust for Medusa.
Ada Naf
Down
di
on the
sini.
Viper either.
Alamak,
Ada
Naf.
Ada
Naf.
Ada Cianit juga.
He sends it.
Cianit.
Shell's not available, but there is still that showstopper here for May. Something that T1 have to be very cognizant of is Medusa on a bit of a walk. And Sizen, oh hello. I didn't see you there. Gets the headshot now that brings May into the 1v2. Can't quite line it up though. Looking for the readjustment. Side player continues to counter swing against him. Finds that elimination. So T1 will be able to get themselves now up to 7-round wins.
Yeah, and a good double swing high-low setup there, going up to the spike as well.
Ini sibuk bervirtual ya.
Medusa, it seemed like he had his own pick of trying to find maybe one extra member next to that lockdown. And then, you know, seeing if he has a chance to break it. Doesn't quite clear all of that area. That's going to be the death in the round, going over to T1. But again, DFM, some good ideas in the first half. It's just that they start to get real cautious as they start to taste a little bit of that round win coming their way. Now, because it's T1, they get rewarded now every now and then. But at the end of it, you're down to 20 seconds, 30 seconds. You got to start rushing in.
Moral lu udah berminta Bang Morris, Cok.
Chance to make this 7-5.
Ini aku juga dapat hasil gacha.
Solid position to be in.
Makanya, Cok.
Rolnya juga bentar lagi dicabut bukannya?
Widely just
Sementara
spread out across the map.
Oh iya.
That's with the cam.
Ya, kalau sementara itu.
Not gonna be spotting too much there. Side player now starting to work forward. There's the cyber cage down.
Ini aku harus setara. Aku harus setara ini coba coba panjang aku semua event diikutin anjir.
Don't mind this from DFM. They draw to the drone. Look at T1 immediately.
Moonlight asli gak dapat slot loh.
That's it. Okay, I was gonna say. Likely getting caught.
Mungkin nggak keseleksi. Dia dapat slotnya. Dia udah dapat. Cuma dia nggak keseleksi. Saya kan kemarin bilang kayak 250, 200-nya yang muslim, 50-nya non-muslim. Chance saya udah kecil banget.
Everybody clustered together over towards B.
Yeah,
It's gonna be just X-Grid.
Oh yeah.
Showstopper, right? You don't have time to clear everything. Set up for it.
Yang dibanyakin yang
Flash drive out. Showstopper finds him. X-Grid's gonna be taken down. TB
Gak ada moon, gak seru. Kata Helian tuh.
Nearby spots one, but Medusa.
Sel sendirian
Way
doang
too
anjir.
fast for him.
Iya, Cok.
Finds the headshot.
Ngobrol cuma siapa? Api.
Now it is just Izza.
Gue terlalu jauh anjir. Ikut.
Siapa lagi?
And a relatively
Jali,
quiet
Wahyu.
start to stage 1.
Wah,
Still not where
Jali.
he would want to be
Gua belum
himself,
sempat
but
aja
he can make this
bukbernya.
clutch. He's right back in it. Look at these angles that TFM's holding.
Izza kemarin gak ikut kan?
Mau kan anaknya asik. Saya belum tentu juga sih mau datang gue ngajak ngobrol.
It's gonna be 7-5 at the half. DFM. They let that streak come through from the side of T1, but they stabilize off the back of the timeout.
An incredible recovery from DFM. And a big part of it that helps is, of course, the pistol round as well. The pistol and the anti-eco puts them up at the 2-round start in the very beginning of a set. See if they can recreate that magic in the second half, because if they do, we could be on for a very, very interesting best of 3 tonight.
Itu si Napil. Sama Za, gua nggak datang karena lu nggak datang. Jadi orang dia datang.
Sih bohong sih.
We'll see how they
karena di sini saksinya banyak.
Dia masuk ke ini ke live-nya ada juga
defensive cipher setup.
Coba lu nonton live-nya Kareco. Dia IRL kemarin.
Yeah, obviously just a jet on the other
Gue
side,
masuk
right?
mana tuh Frey yang di itu Indomie?
Gua juga nggak ada.
Of what T1 can do to clear that out. How do they identify it early?
Aku datang.
Well,
and we've heard this music before.
We have.
And it's T1 on stage.
Yay! Attack pause!
Mana seru nggak bukbernya? Maksudnya
So
kayak
we've been getting through them
makannya
pretty quickly. It's not on the T1 side. It's
Seru soalnya nggak ada keseluruhan.
Bacot Napil.
In a quick moment.
Banyak
has been here for stage 1.
Yeah. We've kept Jake off Twitter.
Yes.
Seru banget soalnya gak ada lu.
Away from anything that he can
banyak cincong lo.
He's not even allowed a pencil.
Imagine we just have a body.
Gak tau ya artinya banyak cincong. Banyak cincong tuh artinya banyak ngomong.
I have to sign this contract.
Nih pikir banyak ngomong nih aku
You have to get
ada.
off the premises, sir. Just takes him out across the street.
It's a $2 billion sponsorship deal. Doesn't matter.
Tapi makanan.
Yang penting gue ikut bukber.
But in the meantime,
emang sampai buka dengan
the smash overall. So TFM, let's talk about the positives that we've seen because they have made it quite close with 5-7 half.
Cuma sampai ice breaking
only
doang
2
tuh.
rounds down. Took them a little while, but
cuma ikut
understanding the
level
fact that
terak.
T1 was catching on to their default screens, things like that. Understanding that the benefit of that Viper means that T1 has to push out for information. So waiting for that.
Yang nggak ikut tolong diem deh.
Lanjut dong ceritanya dong. Gini-gini gue walaupun gak ikut gue tahu ya cerita-ceritanya.
Benar.
Cuman tahu cerita mah ngapain, Bray?
Ya nggak apa-apa sih, Bray. At least.
It's surely got to be printed and
At least.
stickered on. Oh, very well done.
Bring in fans.
Jadi kita kembali kita kan.
A lot of art. I mean, there you go.
That's a drawing.
Yeah, nice little drawing. Saya player.
Yep. Yeah, side player with his desk as well. You can see the shoulders are at pretty much close to 180 degrees there.
Carpe fan since our season
ada apa
wow,
maksudnya kayak
that's way back.
makan apakah ada kayak game?
I was a fan since Apex season 1.
Yeah, you one up those fans, Achilles. You show who's the real fan.
No, but I mean, it does just go to show, you know, even though we're still kind of in the nascent phases of Valorant, you know, it's been a couple years of play. First year of, you know, second year franchise, really.
Yeah, I mean, we had this even in Challenger's career as well, right? With players like Zumba, even Bunny, you know, joining it for Q, making that big wave, bringing over a lot of fans who may not have had initial interest in Valorant, but then really getting caught up in the charm of it as they're following some of these players and teams.
There's plenty of people out there who just say, you know what, like, even if I don't even fully enjoy what they're playing, I enjoy that player so much that I'm going to keep watching no matter what. But yeah, I mean, these guys, even with Valorant being somewhat new, Carpe stepping into it very recently, he already has a very storied career behind him, so a veteran of the FPS space in his own right. But tech pause taken care of. We are now into the halftime break. 30 more seconds to run down here. Coaches to discuss and figure out how they want to approach this. I mean, DFM, a very solid start with that pistol round win. That's what they're going to be looking for again. Just bring that gap down to just 1 round separating them.
It's going to be a tough pistol for T1. You're going up against a Cypher and a Viper, you know, without things to clear out that util with sure certainty. So we'll see how that comes into play. What do they have in mind? I don't know if they even expected this composition from DFM, quite frankly. As a lot of times you see some of these quote-unquote weaker teams just going with the meta picks and trying to replicate things as best as possible. But DFM says we've got our own interpretation this time. 16-10 for May. A great first half, leading the entire server.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think, you know, you could maybe expect a lot of the composition, but the Rays might be the thing that threw them the most there. But May, incredible so far. It's a hot start for Saya, but May has since overtaken.
This is
now how they fare with this one.
Hard read from DFM, by the way.
4-man stack.
4-man stack and both trips. They bought both trips and the toxic screen for A. It's just Medusa hanging out on B. If this pays off, I don't know what prep you did, but DFM, you may be on for a big night.
So far, not really in any kind of committed position, and DFM are going to start drifting away from this, given that they do have the Cypher util set up. So they were ready for any kind of really aggressive rush in onto the site, try to counteract, but now they are going to be split off a bit, as the camera does get cleared out there by side player, eventually noting it.
Yeah, but it's still the jet that they saw. You still got the trips there as well. Another smoke to refresh, so I love this wraparound from DFM as well. Now, it's hard to read Xcurit's position, but there are multiple people in mid, so if they ever choose to go for the flank, should be able to go for the trade. That's
smoke coming through, but they're already all in front of this one, so they're not going to be too fooled by the movements here.
The real question is can Neth stay alive for his trips to delay? As long as he does not get picked off early, that's the big question.
Anthem spotted pushing forward. You can see Neth playing quite far back again, just avoiding those 0 points coming through. A little bit of spam on the right clicks. Paint shells has been sent in. Rossi going to be tagged down about 74, sends up the fragment to delay the approach here onto Heaven. Izu takes a very aggressive position. Fragment lobbed in, Boombot not getting it, but Izu finds 2! Instantly pulls the trigger and it is rewarded. May and Neth both taken down. That's a fantastic start to this post plane here for the side of T1.
So much to clear here for Cess.
Oh, Xcurit spotting him. Doesn't manage to play elusively, but he's between a rock and a hard place. Now the smoke goes down. Instant little head tap there. gets the finisher. Get them on the drop, will be able to finish off Izza, but the rest of the team cleans it up. It's going to be T1 tying up the count, pistol round wins.
T1 played so calmly because they recognized the trips immediately, and then they slowed things down as they've all been decayed through the toxic screen. That's what saves them from the right-click spam of Neth on tree, and then this, Izza way ahead of the boombot. They don't expect a thing.
One enemy remaining.
Snap reaction there as Medusa just bouncing around the corner. Solid work there from the side of T1. Now moving up by 3. And they have a hell of a lot of firepower here behind them. Saw what Saya was able to get done with that Marshall the first time out. As Sessa in a bad spot. Flash in. Gets him tucked into the corner, but the bait just not deep enough to really find a huge amount of damage. To lead the way, gets a second double kill, back to back in that regard. Just for a little bit more. Neth will be able to just spray across through that toxic screen. Just take him down, but the weapon be recovered. Looks like the answer is going to be no. Neth now gone. Saya able to snipe him out. As Anthem trying to dance around, but yeah, they know exactly where he is. Now it's all on Medusa to see if he can deal any kind of additional damage, but Saya is ready right as the door shuts. T1 now 9-5.
All right, gave up the pistol. Have to give up the eco. Now DFM, 3 half armors. See what the buy is here for T1. They've got a couple options, right? You could really try to snowball it. Still go with something like the Outlaw if you recognize the situation. Just Saya player things.
Yep. See what he lands on here as far as the weapons are concerned. And you mentioned the Outlaw. There it is.
Yeah, I like the heads-up play here. In theory, what should have been your bonus, obviously you're well ahead of it.
Oh.
Gets tagged.
He does. Just to knock down to 60 HP. Not quite the Pulvey shot from yesterday, but
that was insane.
Decent enough damage there.
So trips have been cleared. Now recognizing DFM, you saw the ping. They know that they're weak now on a short. So they'll bring in Medusa over. That means mid is short, so only the cam really helping protect that. But a nice spam through the smoke from Cess.
Drone should have gotten the spot there, but actually 100% certain if it did. Either way, May finds Saya. Carpe now dead.
Down A.
May down to 10 HP, but it's just Rossi and Excurrent left alive here for the side of T1. Excurrent on a deep push could certainly catch people by surprise, but now it looks like they are going to be, suspicious of this, and will get taken down. Rossi on his lonesome says, all right, well, my goal is to now just try to get my ultimate online. Grabs that orb. See where he decides to approach from, but DFM on pace for a flawless here in this round. Flash forces May back.
There was a funny little interaction here. As soon as they heard the A orb being taken, Neth runs over to B, and he takes that orb for himself as well, just to make sure they're not feeding him in all the orbs. I like that. A little bit of heads-up play.
Then you just also know you're not going to go punished for it. So in the end,
left.
Rossi, that's about all he can do. Singular orb picked up, a flawless here for DFM. Not going to allow for that conversion to come in. And we'll keep things tight-knit once again. Just 3 rounds between these two teams.
Yeah, flawless is huge for DFM. Buy up some of those armors. Of course, for T1, I mean, the Outlaw drop, not a big deal. You'll still be able to compete on this round. But as it goes, you only get one more shot to really try to keep the lead.
Yeah, I thought maybe just right out of the peripheral that they might have been able to see. That lurked there from Medusa. I think he might have actually gone unnoticed by the drone.
This goes here.
Either way, good for May to just swing in, flush Saya out of tree.
Adjustment on that trip near tree as well. They put it in a little bit deeper just to make sure that it's not a wraparound all the way through heaven.
Cut off a potential window approach, maybe. Haven't quite seen which way it's aligned.
Oh, and the orb control to deny the potential no command as well. Very heads up from DFM. It doesn't really build up towards any crucial ultimates on their side. They did give it to Medusa. Slow creep up towards that Viper's Pit. Now this cam has been very useful for them, right? They don't really have to push mid too hard to gain information. They'll always spot it before the cam goes out.
He's also been sat on it, so you're not really hearing the toggle. So now they'll know exactly where it is, clear it out, but dart has to be removed. So just working his way forward. 0 point comes across. Looking to be shot. Medusa needing to push forward, rushes in, tries to capitalize, gets a little bit of damage. Nope. He will lose his life. Side player able to find that one, but now May takes out Rossi. Pushes back through the smoke, finds Izza, gets extra in. On for the ace! Can't quite pivot fast enough to find side player, but now Saya in such a dire situation. Tries a tailwind forward, but Anthem can just swing out of boats, finish him off. That is going to be TFM. Not a flawless this time around, but still looking incredible. Keep this gap damn close. 2 rounds now, separating them as May's just continuing to be exactly what TFM needs it to be.
You look at this absolutely rejuvenating TFM, because when May started pushing through that smoke, I thought, surely you don't push this again, but then that's when you hear the flash drive pop right above his head, and you know it's a setup from his team. They have the faith that he's the one who can really recreate a lot of space, and of course, they were still holding on to the site as well. Backside still safely tucked in. So just trying to dwindle the numbers, make sure they alleviate a little bit of that stress. That draws out that timeout from T1.
Their first of the map used. Ottoman Company certainly not going to be happy with how close things are at the moment. Granted, yes, this is DFM's map pick, but I mean, it's DFM. I mean, I can't say it any other way.
Yeah, nothing against them, but they haven't really pushed anyone to the limit, right? Let alone take a win. And Ascent, sure, you change your comp, it's the meta comp for T1, but it's a map that's been around for so long. All your players have had their moments on it. And so you got to imagine they thought, no matter what, we're able to win this. Now, Ascent was also one of the maps that Anthem, once he started calling on the previous TFM last year, started to have some good reads and calls. So maybe a little bit of comfort there for him as well. Oh, the nice switch up on the cam. Still able to absolutely gain information if there's a push up mid, but this one is going to be hard to spot, even if it gets a tag.
Suppression there onto Excurate.
Look at the setup from DFM. They recognize you're 1 away from the no command, so even if you take the B orb, Cypher's all the way on A. Yeah, and everything.
Oh, he spotted 2, but I don't think he's been spotted at all. There you go. 2 for 1. Rossi, easy. Both going to be taken down. Arbe is able to rush forward, finds that elimination. Would love to try to grab the gun, but it's just a bit too concerned. Now tagged. Cam there at Pizza. That dart through. Swing out. Medusa eating quite a bit of damage. Not enough in reply, but they are just not ready for the lurks there from Anthem. Wall goes down. So too does Excurate. DFM just 1 round away from tying us up at 9-9.
An incredible round set up off of the timeout. You recognize the first step is probably the potential no command on B, so you're not going to press for it in case that there is a bit of a half buy, but you empty it, right? Cypher on the other side, trips are still online. You got a hidden cam in mid. May peeks off of a smoke. It's just step by step, and then May, of course, good for the double as well. Everything coming together for DFM, and you can just see what these singular round wins mean for May and the crew.
I mean, yeah, guys having a whale of a time. Top fragging in the lobby, keeping the team so tight-knit against T1. And he's just like, yeah, nice.
I mean, this is a guy who used to be part of the conversation when a lot of the fans of the Japanese scene would talk about the likes of Laz and Depp, right? You say, well, May's another one coming up. Never really got that chance to shine on a global stage. Now he's given it, squandered a bit in kickoff, but he's not going to miss out on the opportunity this time.
The man has inherited effectively a fallen kingdom. And he's looking to rebuild it, and so far the construction is going damn well. Showstopper still at the ready. Low approach coming through. That's going to be paint shells out. No command now pops. TP forward. Side player does eat quite a bit of damage there.
Death in hell, though.
I mean, this time May doesn't have to do anything. Sess finds 2. Death gets another one. Rossi able to swing out. Gets rid of the member in hell, but
30
can't
seconds
quite
left.
transfer up onto Neth. Suddenly it is just Excurate all on his lonesome.
The reads are absolutely solid from DFM. I mean, knowing the tendencies, and then also a lot of it, I think, is just also trusting that their toxic screen will bring the value that it's meant to, right? This time they set up the toxic screen to deny mid and B control.
Left.
You know how T1 used to play the Viper as well. Maybe just using that against them and saying, yep, this is our intended setup. And push them to the other side.
Nothing else to do.
And there's not much, right, with this meta composition. You got to play so much more passively to overcome the Viper setups, and T1's not a team that wants to do that.
We're now tied up at 9-9.
But look at the ult economy, a little bit in favor of DFM. Now, sure, you could argue that T1's ultimates ultimately are a bit more valuable, a little bit more impactful. But DFM, one step ahead.
We haven't seen them being able to really utilize these ults well, just generally. It has been rough for them in that regard.
Get out of my way.
Need to be able to, those ults ready, get success from them. Side player, Knives popped once again. Creeping his way down mid. On the corner, May's gonna be there. There he is, looks for it. 2 knives sent, still not found. May continuing to just reposition, just in case that repeat comes in, try to be a bit unpredictable. Also had the backup there.
Oh, but look at just how fluid DFM can be thanks to this cam. They can empty mid at any point. He can still watch it. He's still got cyber cages to protect himself from B main.
And this time Cam Dart, I think, goes a little bit wide, but Medusa's shot does not. Isu going to be taken down. Showstopper now at the ready. In towards Market, and he gets 2 for his trouble. Saya player will be able to come up with 2 headshots. May and Medusa both going to be taken out. Knives needs a reset. 2 more to work with. 3 players that he has to be concerned about. Stack up, and there you go. Cess eventually is able to find the headshot, and DFM find themselves in a lead.
Since, you know, round 4 when they got tied up, they bring it back, and in very good fashion too. It's the complete package. It's hard reads on the round setup. It's reads on the tendencies. You've got the trap plays. You've got good comms. The rotations are there. I mean, yes, it's almost an entirely new roster, but even much more upgraded than kickoff as well.
I mean, clearly DFM have not been resting on their laurels during the Madrid break. This team has clearly been putting in the work. Now find themselves up by a round here in this set. I mean, it's eluded them, you know, ever since round 2.
Yes.
They got the pistol, they got the anti-eco, and then it's been T1 pretty much the whole way since then until this very moment. 3 more to go to close this out. What a boon it would be for them, given that this is their map pick, that you know what is waiting for you over on Lotus. But hey, May is going to be playing Raze like this.
True.
Oh, I mean, that they could find victory on Lotus as well.
I mean, the real question on Lotus is, do you get past Excurit's chamber, of course, but we'll have to wait and see if it even gets to that point. Maybe they shut down
right now.
Yeah, early on. 7 kills to his name on Excurit. Another switch on the screen, the Toxic screen, this time doubled up with the Cypher as well. I mean, you've got the pit. Eventually, if you want to make some fast rotates back over to A, they're going to do a fast push out. It's going to be a pinch onto A with the flash drive.
Made out, up over the top. There's the flash. There's the 2 kills. Isu just trying to TP into the corner. It says, God, I play Omen. I'm playing Omen right now.
It's just so clean. The coverage from Cess as well.
They know what they're doing, what they're going to do in every single moment. And I don't know how DFM is doing this.
I mean, yeah, to have this many hard reads, I mean, like that play for sure, okay, doing it off of a timeout seems reasonable. But then to have the coverage high-low, to watch the potential shrouded step, to be listening out for it, I mean,
look, there's still more to be played, but if you told me coming into this week that DFM was going to have the hardest counter-stratting out of all of the teams in the region, I would have called you a liar.
Well, and against a team that wasn't at Madrid, so you don't have that much tape. I mean, sure, they got through to the playoffs.
Okay.
Oh, the cam spots him as well.
Spotted, take it down. It's just been so crisp. RP just decayed all the way down, but what more can you do? Just back away. Hold on to your weapons. The timeout. These 2 that have been invested from T1 bearing absolutely no fruit here for the squad. DFM, in 19 seconds time, they're going to be moving up to 11 rounds.
Getting very close. Now it's really just a matter of, as long as DFM, you know, doesn't get too antsy, doesn't overheat, doesn't start to lose control of their own excitement perhaps. Because, you know, thinking back to, for instance, this round, it's off of a timeout. Like, even if it's not hard counter-stratting, you think about how they set that up. Off of a timeout, we want to make sure that we now up the tempo on A side, change up the toxic screen again. But this time, it's Cypher and Viper doubled up. You still got the pit as a backup. So if you push out A main, if there's no one there, you pit up, you got the trips. Like, everything is covered. And this is just some thorough Valorant here on this map 1. And another, so they never place things in the same spot because now you have Cypher and Viper, essentially 2 Sentinels. It's just incredible.
Remember, stack up here for B. May just going to be playing back. So you can go for a quick rotate should it be necessary.
A note, delayed toxic screen this time, so they don't know exactly where it's set up before the round begins. T1, they understand that the screen has really been plaguing them, so they'll try to deny its value early with a push-up from Saya.
I'm not spotting much there. Flash is trying to stave them off, stop any kind of peek from coming through there at B main. Looks like Spike now just going to be ushered back across the map towards the opposite side here, where Meth and Cess ready for this push to come in.
I mean, Cess is prepared with the paranoia. He knows, he has full faith that Neth will cover him. Not only will you get first sight with a cam, you still got a cyber cage, you still got a trip. Turn around for the smoke.
On cleared. Flashes out. Cyber cage goes up though. Plenty of obfuscation as May spraying into that smoke. Works Izza down. 45 HP on him. Carpe as well. Chunked down. Saya trying to break his way up through window. Immediately has to pull away from the angle. Paint shell still held. TP forward alongside the box. Izza able to find one. May trades it back. Gives himself a second as Carpe will fall. May now send Saya player stuck in hell. Knocked down to 51 HP. May just doing so much damage to him. Boombot on the chase.
This just tags everybody as it's bouncing around.
The Boombot knows where everyone is. Fragment into the corner. Check switch side. Nothing noted, but gun barrel spotted. Saya dead. Swing comes in. May gonna fall. Rossi able to find 2, but do they read this? Medusa drops down. It's been heard. He finds the first. Execurate eliminated. Swing out from Rossi.
Oh.
And he will bail them out. A 3K from the KO. It's T1. And we'll inch this back towards a damn near tied up game. 11-10. DFM still in the lead, still with cash in the bank.
I mean, T1 held on to this round with their dear life. They knew they had to commit to these fights, so they're constantly swinging out in doubles. That's what really saved them at the end, making sure they're staying one step ahead on the trades, because otherwise, honestly, the response from DFM was once again pretty good. They even made sure that they checked window again for that lurk in from Saya. Anthem catching sight of that brings back May and denies that flank. So now with that null command online once again, it's a Cypher on A site.
He's about to drop 30.
Wow. And we may not even go to overtime. That's insane. I
believe I read it correctly. I think he's 29-16 at the moment.
T1, they pop this null command. They're going to think they can just waltz in, and that's just not going to be the case. One of the trips having cleared.
Shockstar does clear that one out. May going to be taken down. Carpe with a fantastic opening kill. Go to the lion's share of the damage. There's a ping on the reveal. Rossi going to be dropped. Medusa able to put him down, but is Resible. Back into the fight. Script picking him up. Oh! Medusa coming up with 2, keeping the numbers evened up here. Rossi just backs away. 3-point set, but it's quite shallow. Doesn't catch on to anybody here from DFM. Roll theft available. Just get Neth over to a corpse.
And you've got a paranoia and a flash drive as well. All the tools you need.
Sure, putting some shots through across there as they jump their way over. 1 for 1 there. Side player just get taken down immediately after finding Anthem. Neural Theft now invested. Execute pulling off the angle after spotting them here. The reveal is in. Swing down onto the site. Rossi dead. Execute needs to try to 1v2 this. He gets the first. Death low on HP, but with a shorty in hand. Jumps into boats, takes him down, gets the defuse, and DFM get themselves up to map point.
What a hero play you're the one lower in health. You still just jump in with the shorty. It's the Hail Mary because otherwise you don't have time to jiggle around. We've seen so many ring around the rosies there that really deny the time for the defuse. And now map point for DFM. Again, these setups, T1 just not ready for it. A great double for Medusa to buy time. Things like this, Cess going up high, ready for the crossfire. I mean, DFM, everything is thought through step by step.
I think they're a little bit worried.
I mean, listen, you got to be worried until it's over.
Well, potentially the last round here of this map. May at 29 kills, 1 away from a showstopper. Null command online for Anthem, but a multitude of ultimates here for T1 to try to keep themselves in this and take this up to overtime. Lockdown, Hunter's Fury. Can they get in a position to utilize these? For now, it's side player leading the charge, op in hand, fearlessly working his way up through tree.
You should run.
Spotted there by the cam.
Lu main
Lockdown
Roblox
now.
Apa?
Committed to.
Gantung gue ngikut Moon.
Space not really being taken quite just yet. Let's start working their way forward now. Cage coming in. May up here on Heaven. Lob in.
Kamu nggak maaf-maaf sama aku?
Absolutely unexpected. Comes in, strikes. Takes out two. That is monstrous.
Kamu ada salah sama aku.
Now Null Command can be burned here by Anthem. I want to end this right here, right now. Side player taken down a 3v3. This Carpe, he's committed onto the site. This Hunter's Fury not in a position to really find an immense amount of value.
Ya biarin lah,
Around the back, Carpe puts that stinger to use, finds one, Anthem gone, but now Medusa and Neth versus Rossi and Extra. They're both so damn low. Stinger finds one, Extra with 31 HP, cannot make
Sibuk
it
mereka
happen.
mudik.
Neth gets the 3K, he will get the defuse once more.
Iya, kalau mudik semua.
In their opening series here on stage 1 will get their map victory.
Apa? Ngapain?
What a map from DFM. They showed exactly why they picked this ascent. And they bring home a map victory. Sure, it's not the full match just yet, but it's been a long time since they've had even a map win. DFM didn't get a map win since April 29th last year, in fact, against T1 in Week 6. Since then, they have not gotten a single map win under the DFM banner.
Well, as a spoiler, we did not get to see May drop 30 kills, but good God, what a performance from him. The analyst desk has a hell of a lot to talk about. Not much time to talk about it, so we'll go ahead and pass it over to them.
Thank you so much, casters. Ladies and gentlemen, sit down because DFM finally wins their first game in what feels like forever. Like William said, we have not even seen a game win since last year against T1. Funnily enough, and Ascent went out. We can see why they picked Ascent. They were so well prepared for this. They completely anti-stratted T1, and they were on form, looking good as a team.
Yeah, well, I think it's kind of interesting to me. They came in with the raise comp like I wanted to see, but that was me assuming that it was going to be going against the Cypher Viper comp on this map. But T1 actually changed it up, maybe unexpectedly, to DFM. So I don't know exactly what their thought process was, or if they expected that this would change might happen. I'm sure they're prepared for it. I'm sure they played against this guy. 100% that's happened. So regardless, still great stuff for them. Great preparation. You have to be so excited. Kilius is like, you guys have a lot to talk about. I'm like, no, I don't want. I'm just so happy they won. That's all I care about.
Yeah, I feel like we got to fork out some Valorant points pretty soon. So we got to bring our wallets out to buy the DFM team capsule, because that was an incredible game. I mean, the first half looked a little bit even, but throughout the whole map, you could start to see the players like still May dropping a lot of fresh, getting these great entries. But overall, it's just the fact that DFM as a whole look a lot more cohesive. They would have these set plans, these great protocols, where you have the KO tossing the flash, Main with a clear flight path into sight, making use of the showstopper. Everything connects. Everything is flowing for this team.
Absolutely. I'm on, like Paperthin said, I'm almost speechless to the point where I'm just genuinely very happy to see this. We all are, to see this kind of performance coming from them, and May blowing it out of the water here as a raise.
Oh, he was so on point. I mean, the blast packs look really good, timings look good. Like you were talking about, Quack, good support from Anthem in particular, had a really nice setup with the KO. Everybody kind of pulling their weight behind May. even though you have a little bit of a role change in the back there, Neth going back to Cypher, but I'm pretty sure, if my memory is serving me correct, that he used to play a lot of Cypher back when he was on Crazy Raccoon. So, absolutely everybody in their comfort zone, but May is him. Like, this is the next duelist. He's finally kind of coming into his own. We've seen flashes of it before, but now it is
Iya, si Vio nanya,
He's definitely landing some incredible shots, some sweet double multi-kills, and it happens pretty darn often as well. You would also see some of the other players, like Cess, for example, who not only just providing him cover, but they have the audacity to go in for some crazy antics, like jumping right clicks, and it kind of throws T1 in for a bit of a loop sometimes. Pretty nice moment from Rossi inside of that dark cover for the time being, but apart from that, like, you can see that DFM definitely trying to push a lot more pressure up against T1. And so many of these rounds where T1 tries to go for retakes, it feels like they had their work cut out for them. We started things off with DFM picking up a pistol, and they just picked up momentum after that.
Yeah, they just had T1 red, especially in that second half, every step of the way, and they just climbed back, gained back every single round, and before we knew it,
Lu kemarin ini ya, Sal, foto sama
that goes back to the protocols that Quack mentioned earlier, like, especially on the defensive side, like, their ability to react to things properly is a big part of it. And look at the way they set up those combos there. You're seeing it right here on your screen. Everything we've been hinting at, you're now seeing. It was just such good coordination. Huge credit to the coaching staff here for DFM coming through, getting them well drilled no matter what. Because I think you probably could have anticipated a different comp from T1 potentially, but either way, you're still there, you're still mentally prepared, you're still making good decisions for the most part. I think the only time I was kind of upset with the decision anybody on DFM made was actually May in that 1v2 where he's in line with the showstopper on a post plan. Why'd you line swing that? But other than that, everything else was pretty darn good.
We can confirm that moment when Paper was very offended by that decision.
Anybody in the building can confirm.
Why wouldn't you use the showstopper? But it doesn't matter because they won that map pick. But the next map is Lotus. Now, T1 did lose Lotus to Paper Rex, but generally they only lose this Lotus to Paper Rex. They're actually quite good on Lotus. So I'm wondering how DFM is going to do this time around. Are they going to bring forth that energy, carry forth that energy from the first map into this? And are they going to push forward into 2-0, or is it going to be a 3-mapper?
Well, I mean, certainly you would think so. You know, after winning a map like that against T1, denying them that overtime. Not only that, just looking clean with some of the ideas that they have, clearing out health, for example, over on A site. On towards Lotus, you must be feeling a lot more confident, and I feel like that's something that you can really bring with you. Not only that, you know, you have the effect, you have that same kind of strategy from Ascent, whereas T1 doesn't really know what your game plan is. T1 doesn't really, study you up that much because you haven't really shown all that much before. Meanwhile, DFM knows that this is probably the exact composition that T1's going to run. You always expect Excurate on this chamber. He's got the operator, he's got the tour de force, and he's locking down and posting up on a lot of positions. If, players like May, or along with support from Cess, for example, they can go in for wide swings, throw off his crosshairs, that could really throw T1 off kilter. Like, they might just be knocked off balance because the entire team's positioning and everything is just thrown off.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, and I think to kind of maybe the thing I'm really thinking about, I guess, in regards to that aspect is, what's your initiator going to be? Is it going to be Sky or is it going to be Fade? Because how do you want to keep that chamber uncomfortable, right? I think everybody's looking at Excurate here as kind of the pivot point, the main factor for T1 that might set them over the line in this match. So I'm thinking, which one of those initiators do you feel like is going to be the more comfortable option to deal with it? And I think you can make good cases for both, but I think maybe on Lotus, with the way that Excurate plays it, I think maybe the Sky actually might be better here with the flashes to keep him off balance, because the Prowlers and things like that probably aren't going to be getting close enough to him, and you have to have some pretty amazing lineups with the Seizes to get them into range of him, and the Haunts aren't really going to be an issue. So I could see them sticking with the Sky here and not really changing up their comp as well.
Gotta agree. I mean, I feel like with the Flash, at least you would have to at least turn away. Crosshair-wise, that would be tough for Excurate as well. Or he just gets fully blinded, and that's just better for May to come in with these kills, and that's exactly what DFM needs. But apart from that, I would also just like to see Medusa being consistent. You know, so far he's been good on Ascent. If he can keep that up against a player like Saya player, that would be even better.
Now, we have a game we need to play. We have so much to comment on this, and I love your thoughts on it. But the question this time is, which team do you think will get 5 rounds first?
5 rounds first.
5 rounds first.
What?
We don't have much time, so you guys gotta pick.
Pain. Who starts on which side again?
Yep. Well, you know
Remind
what?
me.
You got like 5 seconds to pick. It is T1 on attack.
All right. Okay.
All right. You guys ready?
Sure.
3, 2. All right.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I've broken away from him.
You have.
Yeah.
Thoughts?
They start
Why?
on attack.
Because they started on attack.
That's my reasoning from before.
Yeah.
All right.
And you know what? Weren't they the first 5 rounds up? I can't remember actually anymore. How about you? Why DFM?
Just riding the DFM hype train, honestly. I feel like they definitely have a chance to surprise T1, and T1 looking at how they might not be feeling too hot right now. I think DFM has a chance.
That worked for me last time.
Yeah.
Just going with the field pick. So,
Yeah,
you know.
that's true. But I'm like, I have the same pick as Paper Thin now, so I'm feeling good about that.
I don't know about that.
We are going to go to Asian picks real soon. I do like your inputs on which initiator. Anthem is a phenomenal Sky. Very much like how Divai is. Okay, we're going to go to Asian picks in a little bit. Divai, it did work as a Sky. I don't think Sky is necessarily the best initiator for Lotus, but in this case, especially when you're going against a chamber, especially an X-Curate chamber, that might be the answer.
Yeah, I think so. I think it puts a lot of pressure as well onto your
Forum
controllers
investasi.
to make sure that those angles are smoked off properly. Because I saw a few times with Paper X where they kind of left X-Curate's positions a little open for my taste and kind of paid the price for it. I mean, yeah, they still won, but things like that have to be accounted for. So certainly the Sky's fine. I mean, if they want to run the fade too, I can see where that's going to work. You're just going to be a little bit more diligent with some of those smokes. So like players like Sesu and
arahan-arahan
called upon a little bit more to make sure that they're being proper about that. Regardless as well, if you're going to be committing initiating util to deal with the chamber, you're also going to need to make sure that those paranoias are on point. Assuming you're playing Omen, which pretty much everyone does, so you got to make sure that those are hitting the set mate.
Crypto invest kalah.
And T1,
Paling banyak
you mentioned this
ini anjir,
briefly, Quack, while DFM is
football,
probably running on a high right now. T1, have we seen historically, do they get shaken up by losses?
Kalau Guardian.
Do you think they'll be shaken up this
time?
That's a great question. I feel like they already are.
Yeah, I mean, they're the first team to lose to DFM.
Precisely. Visibly, not only that, like the player can sometimes not really that much communication. So they really need that mental reset. That's very important for T1 right now, because it's not just the fact that they lost the first map. There's so much pressure. You don't want to be that first team that loses to DFM. And not only that, there's like so much for them at stake, because we are in Korea. After all, T1's such a big org, big team, high expectations. They have done so well. Can they keep that up? I feel like there's a chance, because they almost pushed first map into overtime. Izza started to have some crazy moments. Saya player definitely tried his darndest, but in some situations, I mean, DFM's teamwork was really up there.
Yeah, especially if they do manage, this becomes a 1-1 situation. Sunset, I mean, T1 has proven their mettle on Sunset too, so this could also turn around against DFM. But we want to see the DFM win.
Palworld pasti rame nggak sih?
We want to see that turnaround. We want to see that progression.
Dia udah nggak rame dah Palworld itu.
But it's a tough one to say at this point. This was a bit unexpected.
Kayaknya Palworld bagusnya masukin ke kategori baru deh, sama kayak Rockstar. Kayak jadinya satu apa?
Because the team was
kategori
very
open
different
world gitu,
from what it was last year. It's players again who played
masukin
together
juga di
for a
gitu.
long time on multiple different orgs and stuff like that. So this is like the right recipe for something that can start to build, that can start to excel. Okay, we saw it on one map. Great. Now are we going to be able to see it beyond that? Are they going to be able to build into more map wins? Are we going to be able to see this coordination continue to come through? Are other players going to be able to step up along with May? I mean, obviously, it's great that he's dropping these huge kill games. But that's not going to be, it's never consistent, no matter who you are. Even the best duelists in the world, even Aspas, can't do that all the time, right? So you still need to have some more support behind him. I still saw a few moments from some of the players that looked a little bit not confident with their aim, I'll put it that way. And that needs to be cleaned up because everything else started to look much, much better.
Yeah, that's right. My other question is, who do you think is going to hit Iron first?
Well, he's much closer to it.
Do you have one of those with my bald head on it? Like, 'cause that would be, that would be the answer.
Just pull up the...
I mean, the Iron Buddy, like, I see some of the pro players equip that Iron Buddy.
I'll just admit it.
It's a precious commodity.
Damn.
Rarer than the Radiant Buddy.
Well, this is so funny to me because like people don't realize like the players can choose whatever they want. They have full when they're playing in game. Like they can pick. I mean, you see them with other teams like classics sometimes. Like I think someone said that. I think Will pointed out that somebody had the Sentinel Classic during that last match.
That's right.
Or 2 matches ago during against Gen G.
It's been done. I don't know how the orgs feel about it, but it's been done. Anyway, we didn't get to answer this question. Which bundles are you guys going to get first?
I guess it might be DFM. It might.
It's looking that way.
Really
We're getting close. I was already
gonna
gonna get that one pretty much 100% because I like the design of the gun and the banner for sure. It's like more my style. Paper X was up there because purple's my favorite color. So
Purple's your favorite color?
yeah.
Purple's
Crew
your
as well,
favorite
obviously. So like teams like that, I was like already like eyeing those. But at DFM, they might do it right here, right now.
Yeah, this could be it. This could be your first bundle.
Actually, still kind of hoping for it, yeah.
Yeah, I think we definitely do want that. I know the players are still setting up right now for this second match, which I'm dying to see at this point. I hope their momentum really carries on to Lotus. And T1, in a way, if they don't win today, we had mentioned this is really not a good look going into that first match for them on Saturday against DRX. And when you have two Korean teams facing each other in home turf here in Korea, we know the stadium's going to be completely packed. Just the other day, even T1, Paper X, they believe DRX was playing that day as well. It was completely packed in the stadium. The energy is really high. The crowd was chanting, and this is kind of rare in Korea. I don't hear a lot of chanting happening here except for like grand finals events, but they were full on last time.
They only do it for teams that they really love, the really popular ones. And they started chanting for Paper X a little bit last year. It's just full stadium of DRX fans. But now, you're absolutely right. T1 versus DRX, that's going to be a little bit rough if T1 doesn't come up with the win right now. They did pick Lotus. We know how strong they have been. Again, DFM could have studied up on it. I'm just thinking about how T1 might be able to, repair and fix their strategies given the short amount of time that they have. What we saw from before was that, that there's that A rubble control very often from all the teams. But Paper X often had Forsaken lurking, flanking the heck out of T1. If T1, start to get a little bit paranoid, getting a little bit in their own heads, it just feels like a tough game. They really need a mental reset.
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you. I think mental is definitely the thing that's plaguing T1 right now. I think they took that loss to Paper X a little bit too hard. Kind of tell with the players after the match that it was in their minds, and this is going to take a big time reset from them and their coaching staff to get them back into place. Even if they win this match today here, this is going to be in your mind. That losing this map is definitely going to be on their minds.
Absolutely, and this is no disrespect to DFM either, but it's just they've just become known as that team that had a 0 win streak for so long. Now we're looking at the stats between Mei and Saya player, and this is fantastic output for Mei right now, and I imagine going to Lotus, facing against a Chamber, like Mei pairing up with a Sky. I think this could be really tough for T1.
I agree. I really feel like with what I saw from DFM, that they at least have a good idea of how to play within themselves for sure. Their protocols seem pretty good now. It seems like they've really cleaned that up a lot since kickoff. So it's just a matter of, are you going to be able to handle X-Curate's Chamber in particular? That seems to be kind of the biggest piece of the puzzle for most teams dealing with him, because if he pops off, forget it, especially on their defender side. He's just shutting you out. And then on the attacker side, Saya's kind of leading the way. So if you can kind of keep those under control, you gotta hope Izza doesn't have a monster game. He's capable of those two. Everybody on the team is, but certainly those three are the ones that you really want to keep in check.
If anyone comes to mind for me, I feel like Carpe has to kind of do a little bit more. Because Carpe, you know, obviously you're shot calling and everything, but sometimes not being able to find that impact, you know, starting to feel that pressure for yourself, he starts to put himself in certain situations where he's not quite able to perform, and that's just a little bit tough for T1 overall. And DFM, yeah, just Maze having a grand old time on Raze.
We are going to go to our agent picks very shortly. We're going to be getting into the second game. Very keen to see what kind of initiator they will be using. And if they win today, they are going to be winning out that first championship point. And this is why this system this year is so interesting. Teams like DFM could full well be qualifying for champions if they continue collecting these points along the way.
Oh. It is the fade. So that is going to be a change. We do still have this role swap with Neth going over to the Sentinel. But the fade is really going to be interesting to see how they're going to pull this off, to see how they're going to try to keep some of these T1 players uncomfortable. And like we said, the big focus is the chamber.
I mean, we haven't seen them play Lotus in a while. So they had a couple of weeks since Madrid, since kickoff, and throughout Madrid to figure something out. And clearly they have something.
The one difference being the Killjoy and the Chamber. So I do wonder if DFM has any set plans to go along with this. Obviously, you know, anchoring down side 6C, for example, worked pretty well. But apart from that, if you can make use of the lockdown, for example, especially on the attacking side that DFM is starting on, they might just be able to come up with a better first half. I mean, that's really what I want to see from DFM right now. If they are to win this, let's get a good first half.
First half where T1 wins 5 rounds first, and then, you know, then we can do whatever we want because we got our ranks and stuff to go through. But you're looking, okay, save for Izza, you look at the mood between the two teams right now. You know, we've been looking at the player cams as we go through this. It's a very different kind of energy on DFM's side. They're looking happy. They're looking relaxed. It's a bit more somber on the side of T1, and I don't know if that's the kind of, you know, some people work well under stress. A lot of the coaches have remarked on this before. They all deal with stress a little bit differently. Some perform better, and some, well, that's when things start to slip.
Well, and I think the attitude here for DFM has been the right one. It's just, let's have fun. Let's have a good day. Let's get in there, give our best effort, see what happens. And T1 still, you know, by some circumstance of the way that the schedule shook out, had to go up against maybe the toughest opponent in the league coming out in their first match, and kind of maybe weren't able to react to that the way they would like to, in terms of not only, you know, obviously you want to get the win, but in terms of like mentally resetting coming in today, maybe, you know, didn't quite have enough time to get to that place they wanted to be. But that's part of the game. That's part of what happens. Your schedule is what it is ahead of time, and it's on to those players and coaches to get themselves in a place to be ready to face their next opponent. And again, it's DFM. Like, you know, you'd love to see them get a win, but T1 at the same time, it's going to feel real bad if you're that first team that gives it over. Nobody wants to be that team.
And like you said, it's surprising in a way because it is T1. Amongst the 11 teams, I would say safely that most of us would rate T1, you know, on the top half of that power ranking. So for them to show up like this for the first time, this stage 1, this is a great sign. You can see how touched the audience is there. I saw there are girls crying. Is it his birthday? Do they have a birthday buff? Is that what this
Somebody
is?
said birthday buff on their sign, but I don't know if it's like their birthday and they're giving him the
Their
birthday
birthday,
buff.
they're
I haven't
giving
seen anything
theirs
on Twitter,
as a
but I
gift.
don't know. Yeah. It is
It
today?
was yesterday.
Oh, it's yesterday?
You fools,
okay.
it was yesterday. We have Achilles and Will.
They're shouting
Like,
it.
it was yesterday, you fools. Well, happy birthday. It is the birthday buff. Well, you know what? I think it's more than that. I think they've definitely prepped, but birthday buffs go a long way. It's weird how much we've witnessed that. I believe Team Secret, we had the Jesse Bash birthday buff during kickoff when everything started to turn around for Team Secret.
It does work that way, actually. I mean, certain key events can kind of get your mental turned around, definitely. Those signs, it's a Sesu fan, so that one on the left, that looks like kind of like a heart there.
Wow, really? There are quite a number of
Some of the
DFM fans, yeah.
There's a lot of DFM fans here.
A ton.
No wonder the stadium is a little bit more alive. We got DFM fans. Of course, the T1 fans are here too.
It's a good day.
This is an exciting day.
Weather's nice today. Everything's great.
Everything's great in Korea. Pacific's just awesome. We have the best signs. We have the best artists. We have the best casters. We have the best analysts.
Oh, there you go. Oh, that guy's a real T1 fan. Let's go. That's right.
That's the kind of support
That's what we need. That's what T1 needs to get him going.
All right, we are ready to go into map 2, Lotus between T1 and DFM, and this could be anyone's game. Over to our casters, Achilles and William.
Thank you very much. Yes, it is now time to go into map number 2. Detonation Focus Me out in front, able to get themselves a win on their map pick of Ascent. Now T1 need to try to even up the score line, extend this all the way to a map 3. And head once more into Lotus. It's been a very steady map for them.
Yes.
You know, dropping it to the likes of Paper X.
But that also means that DFM surely could have predicted that this was going to come out in the draft, and seemingly so, especially with the comp change, going with the more meta fade for the time being.
This is who I have to have my eyes on. Excurate. Continuing to bring out that chamber. Spots 1, 3 shots. Takes a couple of those headhunter bullets, but eventually is able to find the elimination. Himself pulled away at, and oh, has even more of them. Now they're all gone. Just to try to clear out that Prowler. Forced away. Into the back here. Continuing to backpedal even further. Now just going to be tucked in behind the box. 15 HP here for Excurate. They very much want to try to hunt him down. Do they read this? Yes, they do. May able to find that kill.
They have Waterfall now as well, so this post plant's not so bad for DFM.
Saya able to find one. Right, as Rossi does fall straight through. There's the push out of the smoke, but Anthem able to find Saya.
Still sticking it.
The Fuse being held. They rush him down. The Fuse is going to be there. T1 stealing that one away.
Oh, man. I mean, you could also tell that T1 knew that was the only shot they had. Once they heard all the spam coming in, they had lost all control of positioning. So just Carpe body blocking for Izu, just hoping that they can stick it, and that they do.
A bit of a bittersweet moment there for sure. They have the kills, but just can't quite prevent that defuse from coming in. Yep, that's what you gotta do. Just keep that head moving.
I'll find you.
Outlaw now gonna be in the hands here of Excurate as he pivots over towards the A site. Real pressure being applied there, however, by DFM. It's gonna be orb take here from May. 2 kills in that opening round.
Yeah, now, the devs talked a little bit about, you know, the potential of maybe the Sky continuing to return for DFM if you know that you're playing against a chamber, things like that. So you see a little bit of a trap play. Not going to find any targets. But
standing still.
Yeah, of course, you know, with the Viper, you can still try to creep up. And personally, I'm kind of okay with this.
Okay, orb take coming through. Medusa starting to move, as you can see on the mini-map. And yep, there you go. Service, snap over at Ross, able to find the headshot. Reveal decent there from the Haunt. Spotting these players up in rope. Carpe holding close, able to make swift work of May.
Planted.
Turret set up, 3 players now on the post plant. Let's see what kind of damage they can deal.
They are already filling the site, so that gives them a shot.
Paranoia does catch on the multiple as they drop down. On the corner though, Saya and Izu will get one apiece. Just seeing if he can find anything at all, but he cannot. So it's going to be a flawless follow-up here for the side of T1.
Flawless.
Things off nicely with a 2-0. Now, though, rifles coming through. Let's see what DFM have up their sleeve.
Yeah, this is a pretty strong collection of weapons to carry over to the bonus as well. It's nice snap there from Rossi.
Started the ADS before he even started the flick.
Fish bomb, give me a fish bomb.
Gotta get those fist bumps. Don't be like Bane. Don't leave your teammates hanging.
There was a degree of desperation in Carpe's voice.
I mean, I think also just recognizing that it's important to kind of keep the vibes going, right? The conversations going, and Carpe as the IGL and as the captain for the team, that falls on him. Now this is going to be the big one. It's not really always going to be the fade, but more so how much space do you take?
Saya rushing forward. Let's force them back, so mount control going to be there for the side of T1.
spotted. Paint shells.
Oh, yeah. Sees in, paint shell down, Anthem dead. Great catch here for the side of T1 as they look to convert this bonus. Saya player now just going to be a little exit, couple shots across, take a smattering of damage, but overall, perfectly healthy here are the players at T1. And now they are being ushered over into the patiently welcoming arms of Excurate. Outlaw at the ready. TP set up to take him behind the door. Sees nothing and actually whiffs the shot. Zess with the headshot, able to take him down. Neth now lingering around, looking to try to get the catch. And just can't quite steady that spray. Carpe does manage to find that elimination. That gives the man advantage back over here to T1. Izu first to try to deal with this plant coming in, but widely. Just wait, play patiently for the rest of the team to get rotated over.
May needs to win here on the Rumble fight.
Oh, well, no he doesn't.
Okay, Medusa's just going to cover for him. Well, that suddenly makes things a lot easier because the post-plant situation was not great for DFM. All spread out across.
I know that there's going to be one at Baby Door. Rossi now as well, noted up top, and Izu not really accounted for. Swing out, Harpe dead. 10 HP. Smoke in, Boombot going forward, goes off. Izu down now, 40 HP with just a Spectre in hand. Medusa will finish him off with the classic. As DFM will go ahead and get themselves online in the third round, but it does cost them multiple rifles.
Yeah, but with how things started, of course, Anthem getting caught on the other side, getting seas-nated. They'll be happy with the round win. They'll still have their selection of rifles. It's just going to be the half armors and a couple abilities missing here and there. We did see the operator come out on the other side for
Itu kan di mana di
something
sebelah
continuing from Ascent
Polsek
is the
Banjaran.
way that they're covering each other's angles. That has been very clean for DFM, even in some tough situations like that post play.
It's Glass Cannon. All in, full investment here from Excurate. As Haunt does get the reveal onto one, and there's a spray through. Rossi with that Odin will take down Neth.
So the Killjoy or the Viper going down early does make things a lot more difficult for DFM. Can't be as active on the lurk anymore. So they got to make a choice. Do we just try to swarm whoever has taken over Rubble, or do you try to slow creep and work the revolving door on BC?
Okay, well, Excurate this time going to be good for the shot. Not going to get punished. Just backpedal over towards the door once again. Got the rendezvous set up, ready to go. Got to range the trademark, but it doesn't matter. You have a double stack of Saya player as well as Rossi, just watching their into main. That's again.
Yeah, he's got his number for sure.
Let's take it down. It's a little bit delayed reaction. Unable to find that headshot. Would have been a big opener here.
But it looks like DFM is going to work the fact that, you know, both controllers were spotted solo to their advantage a little bit. You might have caught a glimpse of Anthem, but at the end of the day, you know that you've now put the focus onto A and C. So the creep into B. Now, perhaps hearing the smoke here from Saya, recognizing that that's the part of the map that they don't have any information on, purposely sends the Paranoid to draw that focus back to A.
He's working on it now that, you know, of course, don't have to worry about the trademark either with Excurate out of the picture. Slow creep up, Carpe nearby. Side player as well, time ticking, there's the plant.
So they'll get the plant, but how do they keep the
seconds
hold?
left.
It's the forward left corner here for them.
Buneta jemuran anu masih basa kene aya di jolang etanya
Working outside.
Carpe's way ahead, and they have no idea because of that Haunt not tagging him.
Continues to inch forward, Paranoia now set. Medusa winning out on the duel. Saya player ends up getting dropped. There's the reveal. Sends out a snake bite to try to get the delay, but now Anthem going to be gone, but Medusa still holding his ground. Drags it across, gets the 3K.
Kan kalau jadi tanggal 10.
Now it's Izu on 1v2. Yet again.
Shameful.
Iya.
Tap onto the spike. So there's one above, but it's Medusa finishing him off. 4
Kalau
kills
tanggal
for him in the
11,
round. Pit now online.
Masih.
And the score now tied.
Well, I was in full agreement with the desk when they said they wanted to see if Medusa can continue to be consistent, because he had some ups and downs in their previous showings. But if it's going to be like this...
That is just such a nasty shot.
Yeah, that flick, that third kill. Incredible. After being spotted by the Haunt.
Nutty from him. Now, in a position to go ahead and take the lead for themselves. Said Pit already online. That Nightfall just one away. Showstopper as well.
40,000. Yeah.
Nearly built up. As Excurate wanted to take some forward space there, but it's just a headhunter that he would be relying on, and takes a nasty bit of damage. Down to 20 HP now. It's Showstopper up over the top, and Excurate nowhere to go. Ends up falling. Nice headshot from Izu. Does manage to equalize. His TP up on top of the box, and it's all too easy. Under the stationary target, Izu. go ahead, claw this one back. Close angle, prepared for it? No, Neth will be able to shut him down, but he's with 3. It's just absolutely on a tear. Anthem now on his lonesome. As the Nightfall gets committed, knows where the 2 are. He's got some space to play with.
Yeah,
Weapon's going to be recovered though.
Still just going to go for the safest play. Try to get the plant on A, it looks like. What's the setup though? Does he try to go aggressive outwards? That's going to be the call. Doesn't want to wait for them to swarm him.
Get behind rubble. There's a chance for the surprise, but will just be spotted now. But oh, the damage! So you're going to be TPing. Takes himself right over onto the side. Anthem watching for this as the smoke comes down. 9 HP though. Cap coming through. He confirms his position. 36 HP here from Anthem. Swing the instant headshot. Izza, what a monstrous round!
The absolute snap on him. And I mean, Anthem was playing it as best as he could, right? He goes for a bit of a wider angle, and then he's creeping back in. Izza accounts for it and just locks on like a laser.
Absolutely disgusting. It all starts with this Sheriff. I mean, it's the 3K. Just with this one here. Just so crisp. I mean, you don't even have to shoot him in the head.
Yeah.
Could have shot him pretty much anywhere, but he said, nah, I want to look good doing this.
Snap on.
Ooh. Wow. Izza certainly has woken up a bit more.
Gonna be the push out again for that rubble control.
Last pack at the ready. Take around. It's Excurrent just gonna be holding here inside of B. Tucks back, Prowler. Not necessarily revealing the operator, but they're just doing their damnedest to try to keep this one protected, but it looks like TFM are getting a decent read.
I like it. They realized where that shot came from. It wasn't in front of the Prowler, that's for sure.
Solid awareness here from them. That's Prowler's out of Carpe as well. TFM now just gonna look to pump the brakes.
Yeah, they did have to invest a lot though, right? To get that information that there was more than one and potentially that operator, considering how quickly those Prowlers are getting taken out. So now they just have to take some contact on either side of the map to open up some space.
Oh, Medusa. Shoulder to shoulder alongside Saya. Saya, he notices just a little bit sooner. Rossi now spotting out the leg. There's the spray coming through. Puts May down low on HP. Paranoia does send Rossi running, but DFM now in a very precarious spot. 30 seconds remaining as they start rotating back across here towards the C site. Still some noise being made. Saya might have just been able to pick up on the outskirts of those footsteps.
Start to back out just to make sure he can buy time for his teammates to arrive.
Well, everything being sent now. Saya pulling the trigger, but he misses the first target. Anthem's able to go ahead and collect the kill.
10 seconds left.
4v4. They're low on health. With Medusa gone, it means that the pit can't come into play here in this round. But with that plant, they also have a lockdown, and Neth, he's just going to go ahead and send it.
Yeah, not a great way for T1 to get rid of this. And then they have the operator as well to try to work with on this retake. DFM's not in a terrible position, but they do passively have to wait. They don't want to push out because they know that Op's waiting for them somewhere.
Honestly, not even that much space bought by that lockdown as Cess does get grabbed. Still able to find one kill, though. Izza going to be taken down. May at the same time was able to find Excurrent. Carpe fights back. On, thrown. Trying to wait that one out. Trying to stay alive, but in the end, Neth takes them damn low, but can't quite find the finisher. Rossi will be able to get that defuse, and T1 will stretch their lead ever so slightly.
See if they can go all the way to pick up the operator. Looks like it. Keep the most expensive weapon in the pockets of T1. A great retake. I mean, the use of the C's and then the haunt as well. I love that they both peek the angle that they've marked with that haunt, because one of the opponents will have to clear the haunt for sure.
I just feel like it's a way too site-committed lockdown, in my opinion. I feel like there's so much space, so much of that radius that is not being utilized on the actual site. The players, you know, from T1 able to get a very solid approach from that CT angle as well as Waterfall.
I mean, there's a world where, you know, maybe you plant the lockdown, and I was wondering if they do it, is tag the door at least to put some pressure, right? That there might be a flank coming in, something like that to delay the retake or maybe have them rush a little bit more. But at the end of the day, totally understand why, you know, things panned out. GFM, they didn't have any further info, so they didn't want to risk crossing over anywhere else. Just wanted to buy time hopefully having faith that the operator would be a bit of a nuisance for T1 to work with, but that was not the case. I mean, mostly it's Carpe's utility that opens things up on the retake, makes short work of him in the end.
4-2. DFM. See how they look coming out of this timeout.
It's going to be important to see what adjustments they make for Rubble, because here's the thing, if you're bringing out the Fade instead of the Sky, you have a lot of utility yourself to combat this. Now, something we saw in the earlier match that Talon was doing against Shinji, of course that was on the defensive side, but either way is slowing that down, right? Making sure the opponent's util comes out first and then retaking control. So I'd love to see some adjustments one way or another from DFM.
Well, full Sheriff half armor coming out as May. Jumping up and over. Cross here to Rubble. Tin Shell's now lobbed in on the back end. On getting multiple marks, but May taking a ton of damage at the same time.
Yeah, happy to be alive. Of course it is a sad eco. So DFM, the thing is it's moments like this that's important, right? It's your eco, but you were able to tell them that you're willing to take this control. Next time, you know, next round, maybe you slow things down again, see if you can get a reaction out of the opponents, things like that. Now just rotating over, see if they can get some control of Mound and the orb.
Bring them down.
Way forward, Prowler not going to spot much. Izzu see more than enough before that smoke does come in, but with the Prowler getting the jump, he's got to make his exit. So TP's out, there's going to be a little bit of space temporarily conceded over here to the side of DFM, but now they need to try to work their way onto the side proper. Saya going to be able to find two, but Medusa and Anthem, one apiece. Pop shot from Execrate, going to be good. Just Medusa stopping again. Any potential pit from coming through, and with the classic, he hounds down the other. Anthem dead. A little bit of damage dealt. I mean, he's an inside player, not like they have too much cash to their names either. But still going to be T1 moving up yet again now, 5-2.
See what T1's reaction is after that previous round, now that they've seen that DFM starting to put the pressure a little bit back on Rubble, trying to fight for it a little bit more aggressively. Here's to see T1's read on the mind games. Overall, I mean, DFM, they tried for a couple of nice double swings, things like that, but the weaponry, of course, not in their favor. Now it looks like it's going to be, they want to draw out the utility first from T1, meanwhile get some space on B.
Hit off the rip here from Rossi.
But the op as well. I mean, this is hard to read. Now, it does mean that you have to commit two people on. Oh!
And that's a hell of a flick to try to hit. Can't make it happen. Medusa with the headshot does take down Execrate. Up now on the ground. Prowler to lead. May. Oh! Bit of a fadeaway. Takes down Saya player. That is about as good of a start to a round as you could possibly hope for. Looks like, though, DFM still maybe wanting to play into this pit.
I mean, if you can fly over, you've still got the Boombot and a Prowler and some Nanoswarms.
And now Nightfall.
Yep. Playing it safe, I like it.
Back up and avoid it, but not. Yep, Rossi does end up getting caught by this. Tap onto the door, and Izzu finding one apiece. How Izzu getting itself a second. Carpe as well. Takes out Seth, takes out Nat. Oh, and the start was fantastic, but the ending absolutely tragic. Carpe and Izzu just absolutely dominate DFM.
And what happens here is DFM making the assumption that, well, the pit's still up on C. Surely that's the weak site. So if we can get the Nightfall, as long as we can get through the pit, we should be fine. But it takes them just a little too long. The Lurk's not active anymore on the other side. T1 have the read. They hear the orb, and that's just the moment they need to set up for this door trap. And Carpe, excellent triple kill to secure the round.
And I mean, Ult economy is just so built up here in their favor. Execrate's still able to afford these operators, still has that tour de force in his back pocket. Showstopper from Saya as well. There's Boombot. Oh, does go off, he does eat some damage, a little bit delayed reaction there.
That was immediate fill in from the A side. So T1 making the adjustments as they need. They're just trusting the trademark on the C site. They've got a showstopper if they want to go for a retake there. Now, Rubble, they've never been able to really regain control of this part once they give it up.
One being sent. Rossi puts out that snake bite, but May just flash backing forward, able to find one. Now they know that Rossi's there inside of the smoke. He's going to be taken down. Side player around the corner, sends a showstopper. Not going to be able to find any eliminations. That's gone. Medusa cleaned up. Carpe again.
Down A.
Looking to keep them in this. Spike dropped, swings around the backside of Rubble, sets up on top of the wall, does manage to find the adjustment. He's had Excurate's number. Can he get it here?
Oh!
Yes, he can!
Incredible from Cess!
Bounding across a triple kill to bail them out of the round. What a clutch. Now DFM, they break the 4-round win streak. They move up to 3.
Coming into 2024, the introduction video that DFM had, they introduced Cess as their teammate who has some of the more craftier plays on their team. Well, what a setup to try to take out Excurate. Knows he's going to be scoped in somewhere on the side of the smoke, bounces across it.
Just catches it mid-movement, trying to take that more forward position at the base of the stairs. And now that's going to be the tour de force drawn out here of Excurate. Outlaw in the hands of side player as well, so plenty of firepower available to T1. I mean, we saw what Izza was able to do with that Sheriff, for crying out loud.
Yeah, DFM has to suspect the double up. It's not the first time that T1's shown it. Multiple occasions, especially with the tour de force.
There you go, 2-tap. Anthem taken down. Fade now out of the equation. Sneth's just going to be grabbing this orb, trying to get closer to that lockdown. Showstopper still available here. I'm curious to try to use it off the back of the door open, but looks like the answer is going to be no. Then Rossi just setting that snake bite out, laying any push from coming through.
Look at all the space that T1 has now on the C side, though. Excurate single-handedly pushing out of that. They know that this team has to be stuck here. The trademark hadn't activated before.
Paranoia in, Bang goes through, finds him. Fight will take out Sets, but Showstopper finds Carpe. So a double kill actually for Rossi with those snake bites, but Excurate not ready for Medusa to be hanging that far back. Outlaw from Saya player. Looks down. He's able to get it with a no-scope now. Upgrades to the Vandal.
30 seconds left.
Just he versus Medusa, but Medusa, he has... He's got the spike. He's got the spike in his hands. He can rotate to wherever he wants. Granted, only 20 seconds remaining. He's going to cut all the way across the opposite side of the map.
Now, the pit, I mean, it's a 1v1, so it could go either way, but on C site, you don't have as many angles you have to worry about. I'm going to go for the mount plant.
Boombot, paint shells, even blast backs. I mean, full util here for Saya. He's not going to be using the pit, though. Just looking to try to play this out. It's out towards Mountain, down towards that attacker's spawn.
Now, he's waiting far back, right? Not sure where Saya's going to come from, but also wants to make sure that Saya has to clear every single corner.
I mean, Saya has no idea where the hell he is.
Now, with the spike, he's going to have to clear out of Mound a little bit.
As he pushes over the top of Mound. Oh,
Medusa.
A little bit of ring around the Rosie, and Saya eventually does find him.
Impressive wiring.
Quick blast pack to get himself onto the defuse a little bit faster. 7-3, side player with plenty of time gets the defuse.
This is going to be one of those rounds where, listen, I get it. In a 1v1, sometimes the pit, especially when you don't know where they're coming from, sure, it could be a bit of a pain. But it's going to haunt him a little bit if they're not able to come out on top on this map. Especially as it was Eco here for T1, just that Outlaw, of course, the tour de force.
Hello!
Hi.
Hi. Well, 7-3, DFM. Potential for a 7-5, but would require a thrifty. Bagi and a Judge in the mix here for them. As Excurate and taking a forward position. Paranoia not getting the catch. Up shot, will. Anthem dead. Spike now spotted. Time Rossi just spamming through that door. And okay, Neth, 2 quick kills there with the Sheriff. Just charges through that spray, gets himself a third. I mean, what damage dealt. Unreal Sheriffing from him. Not the round victory, but certainly showing off a bit. 8 rounds, though, confirmed here for T1. So 8-4, the best that DFM can hope for on Lotus so far.
Yeah, and they've got the tools to do it. You've got a lockdown to push into the site. You've got a pit to protect it. So there's definitely some options now. Rushing to the C site might be a little obvious, though, so we'll see. Great hold from Izza. Eventually they'll come through. Of course, the Odin from the other side of the revolving door also assisting a lot from Rossi. So it's going to be some initial pressure onto Rubble to see what the reaction is from T1.
Setting the paint shells, but no forward presence realistically here from DFM. More than happy to just let all that util get sent their way, but now that they push up, they don't actually clear this trademark. Medusa going to get into position to be able to utilize the pit you would suspect, but he's actually still going on a bit of an excursion here. H-Shell's at the feet of Execute. We'll take a decent bit of damage, but Asaya player finding two. Execute getting another. And this is all just falling apart. And I have to question what the setup was, what the plan was here. Because Medusa, he pushes up into heaven, he comes back to kill two people, but that's about it. 9-3 on the half. T1 now very firmly in control.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Again, you had some tools to do it, but DFM seemingly thinking that, you know, they didn't have much time. They had an opening. They wanted to rush in. They thought that T1 would be far back. I mean, they saw a Prowler chase all the way into deep into the site on C as well, so perhaps just making the wrong assumptions, but either way, it's going to be an unfortunate 3-9 half for DFM and a hefty lead for T1.
Oh, with that pistol round barely getting away from them. DFM on a 2-0. We cannot afford to have that happen once more. T1 well poised, looking a lot more alive and well here on Lotus, as expected.
Yes, a very, very comfy pick for T1. And also, quite frankly, when you're playing that chamber and you've got an opera like Excurate, that defense side doesn't feel so bad, right? You can trust him alone, and then you get the Odin and Rossi's hand. That's two parts of the map that you can really rely on to be locked down. Now the question is DFM, are you prepared for the attack? Because if you can make sure Excurate doesn't find a lot of value on the lurks with the opt, that will make things a lot easier on getting the read on T1's movement.
Let's see if they're going to be up to it. As for now, looks like Saya, surprisingly, not going with the Sheriff. Ghost in a blast pack. Oh, nope, there it is. Okay.
Ah, there it is.
That's what I thought. Oh, no.
No, they're debating.
We got 20 seconds to decide. Rossi, though, is going to be going for this.
All right. I mean, it is the pistol. Not going to be relying too much on the post plant for delay, it seems, or anything like that. They just want to make sure that they have the firepower to push through.
Still doing some assessment here. A couple seconds remaining, though.
Now, Saya's all alone on the C side, potentially trying to get an orb if there's no movement.
It's just Medusa over there, Jiggle peeking, and okay. In the meantime, Exura dealt with it. May finds 3 kills.
Holy!
Just keep on swinging. May will keep shutting it down.
Both spotted as well.
Yeah, peeking. Knows that they are both on this side of the map. Paint shells sent. May still holding on to his. Plays it back sight. Turret set up there and connector to B.
Now, just something
door still needs to be broken too.
Yeah, something I'm noticing is you spotted both, but because they were near the entrance, Medusa actually doesn't push out, so they don't technically have information on if they could have rotated over to B. Normally, Medusa, I would say, is a player who willingly would make sure that he tightens the map, but perhaps just wanting to make sure, because there have been times where that has been the bane of DFM's own rounds.
Find you.
Right, the door broken now. There's the haunt. So, decent awareness as far as their positions are concerned. Saya getting ready to swing in. There's the jiggle.
30 seconds left.
Spot him out. Double approach now through stairs. Anthem on the opposite side. Just a classic in hand. Decides to send the Prowler. Confirms his suspicions. May taking a close angle. I think he might have had Saya. Chess wasn't a little bit faster, but he gets the 4K in the end. Halfway to that showstopper already in the pistol round.
Incredible round from May. I mean, just holding his ground on stairs here. Just slight adjustments on movement. Look at all the counter strafing that he's doing to make sure.
Last bullet too.
Nonetheless, too, potentially the ace, but either way, they'll be happy to take the flawless. A great way to start the second half.
And he just quietly fist bumps and says, nice. Pop off, kid. Go crazy. Playing out of your mind today.
I'm sure we might see a little bit of that perhaps if the match win comes through.
Oh, for sure. Well, Exurant does put him down. Anthem as well. Going to be able to find one. Exurant back of Rubble. Coming up with one, but it's just ran down by Carpe. Not aware of that at all. Gun's now scooped up. Just Medusa and Neth to try to turn the tides, and Izu snipes him out of midair. Now just a Spectre versus 4. This one's certainly going to hurt. Yep, Thrifty coming through as T1.
No charges.
Just immediately sucking all the air out of the room.
And T1, I mean, Carpe, very heads up to just rush him down as soon as that Prowler tags. Knows that he's not going to be able to hear him. Knows that he doesn't have the sight down the lane behind Rubble. And a great first kill. I mean, that slows him down a lot, right? This toxic screen plus the chamber kill.
One enemy remaining.
At that point, tempo on their side.
All the way to stop any kind of momentum build here. Double digits for the side of T1. TFM with everything to do. Try to get themselves back into this one. Early damage out on the Anthem.
There.
Just holding inside the site, not even on tree. We'll definitely have to get these first kills and try to play a little bit craftily around the hut in the middle.
Paint Shells are trying to turn, trying to lay. It does not work out too much. T1 just continue to push onward. The bot set, immediately set, gonna be found. As Anthem gets cleaned up. Hey, trying to play ring around the rosy a little bit here with that classic in hand. So far is tucked away, finds one, but isn't quite ready for side player. And Neth, his damage was dealt with him, by him rather, with that Sheriff earlier on. Let's see if he's got more of that to deliver.
It's 2 Sheriffs on DFM. Not entirely impossible, but the angles aren't going to be in their favor.
Medusa would have to just swing the corner and instantly get the headshot here, but instead he's going to be taking some damage. Sufficient for this one. Excurate eventually rewarded with the kill. Zaya will find a third. T1 now up to 11.
T1 looking, hoping to close this out in clean fashion so they can regain some of that confidence that they should have had for this entire match. Looking towards Sunset, which would be map 3. Now DFM, they will be able to pick up some of the buys, but of course the Odin coming out on the side of T1. It's going to be a very, very powerful round for T1 to just try to snowball their way to victory.
Well, especially last time with rifles in hand, this economy's not going to be doing great here for DFM. They lose this round. It's going to be Showstopper now. Built up here for Saya player. Does he just send it? Yes, he does. Doesn't have any blast packs to use off the back end of this one. Does get sent up there by the Prowler. No sight. Widely is just going to be space creating ultimate. Checks the close corner here, backside.
Now they're able to take all of that. Do they push heaven? Yes, they do with an early smoke, so that makes it safe. Same by trying to clear him. Now, yeah, this is the big thing. It's the long sight lines.
Oh, around the poison orb. Medusa swings out. Excurate up on top of Rebel. He'll find that one. Now they get ushered out in towards Rossi, who finds one, but traded back. An advantage there, but now equalized. And comes up with the second kill. Excurate drop it. Tess and Anthem both dead, and that leaves Neth all on his lonesome. Runs over, grabs the operator. Widely is just going to have to backpedal and try to hold on to this one.
Yeah.
That's going to be T1 getting themselves up to map point.
Yeah, I mean, giving map point obviously never feels good, but otherwise it's not like you're going to have buys coming or great buys coming into the next round. Might as well take that operator. T1 definitely doesn't want that.
Okay. Final kill in the round to be able to get rid of Izu. But it's just so much money. I mean, he used it 6,300 before he even gets paid out. So there you go. Cash capped as T1. Incredibly rich. And as we can see, that clock is going to get paused as final timeout should be getting called right now.
See if there's any adjustments. It's going to be a long road ahead if you want to try to close things out 2-0. So DFM, what do they discuss here? Because it's not too many rounds that you can sample, right? Just the 4, of course. You lose the anti-eco. A little bit of aggression through the toxic screen doesn't pay off, so not too much to gather from that round. Just to see what the adjustments are, and maybe just having to use this opportunity to talk about the mixed arsenal they will have going into round 17.
We'll take another look at it and see what the ult economy looks like right now for DFM, because it's been very slow building in the second half. Just the 1 round victory there in the pistol.
Yeah,
that Thrifty really is what has just been killing them here on this map.
Yeah, that hasn't looked good. Rough for them in this second half, but
yeah, Showstopper. Yeah, that's it.
Built that up early. Never been a better time to use it than now. But of course, being on that defense, it's going to be hard to really decide when is the best timing throughout this. So off the timeout, T1 going to wait to see if there's some sort of util dump onto Rubble. Not going to be entirely it, though. The adjustment to take it slow. Let the Odin spam. Let's the util come out.
Cleared. Showstopper sent, but that's the TP out. Neth, however, is able to find Carpe forward, and that means that the Spike now a little bit stranded. X-Grid, however, pushing out, finds the Killjoy. Cess takes out Side player. Very much a man advantage here in the hands of T1. Rossi in the corner, completely surrounded. Even with the Odin, not going to be able to get yourself out of that sticky situation. He gets taken down, spam, weakening X-Grid now to confirm his presence. Last thing to do is just take this weapon out of his hands, but who wants to chase for it? You have no money.
Yeah, DFM has to hold. I mean, they got an operator for it as well, right? So DFM, they want to hold on to all these weapons because they're going to need every single piece. They want to tie this up into overtime, already giving that 12 to T1 in the previous round. Now, I like the adjustment, right? Timeout, then you go for that slow contact once again on Rubble.
Left.
Again, something akin to Talon's play against Gen G. Works out really well against the teams that have just kind of habitual set plays to take over Rubble. Maybe
just having a little bit of fun.
Yeah, deciding just to back out. If you catch him off guard, sure, but
10 seconds left.
Not going to work it.
Second lease on life for DFM. They hold on, so 12-5 now the scoreline. 7 in a row if they want to take this all the way to overtime and have a chance at getting a win here.
Odin, Operator, both in the hands of DFM for this coming round to match. Now, the Nightfall will be online for T1. Surely, T1 looking to send that as soon as they have the opportunity.
I'd be curious if the opportunity is right now off the rib. But given that side players on the opposite side, it seems like it's not going to be a huge tempo play out into A.
Yeah, it looks like they've often been doing this T1 in this game against DFM, right? Where they actually have side player alone on the C side to just try to clear. That way they save the paint shells. It's just the Odin that really helps clear A Rubble. This sets them up for the potential Nightfall.
There's a waiting to see if you can hear a tap on the door. Oh.
It's going to be a pinch with the double blast back.
No idea. Nightfall at the ready. There it goes. Opens things up. They're trying to flush him out. Side player already in from behind. And Izza able to go ahead and continue the crunch right there in front. Medusa now gone. Push up the rope. Saya player down to 21 HP, but eventually finds the headshot. Anthem dropped. It's all on May and Cess to see if they could try to somehow convert this 2v5.
I mean, these two players have had some incredible moments, but looks like it's going to be a tough one. May basically has to do this all on his own, as Cess will be supporting with an operator from behind.
Blast packs to try to get himself with his angles a little bit sharper, as that's another paint shell online. Spots Rossi, but he tries to swing back in. Does end up getting taken down. There's too many players to deal with there on that site. T1 keep themselves in this series, taking it 13 rounds in the end. Lotus continues to be an absolutely excellent map for them, just the one loss so far. But the other constant is May in the top of the standings.
Yeah, continuing to put up incredible numbers, so we'll see if that can happen once again in map 3.
All right, well, before we go to map 3, we'll once again pass it back over to the analyst as to break down Lotus.
Well, T1 continues to prove why Lotus is probably their favorite map. With that said, despite the scoreline, there are a couple of really close calls, you know, especially from DFM side, almost getting many of those rounds.
Yeah, I feel like a few of those rounds just came down to maybe little mistakes or just make a little bit of a different decision here or there. The round where they're able to get the lockdown on the post plant, for example, maybe if that lockdown comes sooner, they set up for the positioning for the post plant themselves by mound and stuff like that. Like little things that I felt like could have been adapted better earlier on might have kept DFM closer in this. But I think as time went on, they just kind of like weren't there mechanically. T1 started to heat up. They started to really get into it. And they just kind of like lost their footing. It felt like they lost their groove.
I think that's definitely one of those things. I mean, because conversely, while it is a little bit of like the decision making on the side of DFM, you had these rounds where, like, for example, one alt point away from getting the lockdown, he could have picked it up, but then kind of didn't really go for it. They didn't have that in their strategies. Or Anthem versus Izza in that 1v1, for example, right? You know, sometimes just thinking that this is the right move to make, and you just go in for it. But then T1 starts to switch up, and then players like Izza start to pop off. You just kind of get thrown off a little bit, and then you just kind of get back into your head, and players kind of start to get that coordination a little bit off as well. So DFM, although they looked really good at the first map, back onto this one, you know, some players still pretty consistent, still incredibly sharp mechanically, but T1 started to become a more cohesive team.
I think it's worth noting Carpe really stepped up, and Quack, you had mentioned this before we went to this match. You wanted to see exactly that, and honestly, a lot of the rounds, I would say, was saved by him. He stepped up to the plate, took out multi-kills, turning that round completely in their favor when it was otherwise doomed.
It's a lot of plays like that, especially with the Fade. I mean, the information that he gets and just making use of the Nightfall, for example. I mean, there are rounds where, you know, he's just reading the map and setting the whole team up into positions where, for example, outside of C-Mount, they open the door at the right time. DFM definitely tries. They had some great ideas, especially in the first half, but yeah, just not quite able to get more rounds as the game went on.
Yeah, and I think in particular for Carpe, like, he had some really impactful prowlers as well that nearsighted his opponents, that made it a lot easier for them to kind of come in and get the job done. So it was the gun skill as well as the agent skill for Carpe in this map for sure. You know, there were some pop-off moments. You know, Medusa had a great one there with that 4K. May is May. We know he's good. You know, those couple one-taps there at the end of the last round, even though he's in a really bad situation, still able to put up some good numbers. But I think in general, you know, once T1 kind of got their heads straight, once they started to figure things out, these crunches like this that just aren't accounted for by DFM mentally. There were some rounds, like there was when May had the showstopper, and he off the rip kind of blast packs up in the air by A, and Izu's out there over by Rubble, and he knows it's coming, and he can just TP out of the way. So there's some little things, and then the door switch with the Odin hold in that last round that didn't work because they knew to switch sides. Like, there were these little things that T1 were doing that were just enough to throw DFM off that it caught them off guard. It wasted some impactful, you know, utility or guns or ultimates in the case of that showstopper. Things like that really made the difference here.
It did look promising for DFM in the early stages of this in the first half, because it looked like it was taking T1 a little while to rev up their engines again after losing that first game. And you could see mistakes come through. Saya player, so while he did make some great decisions in the second half, the first half you see him just getting caught off guard with his showstopper in his hand and just going completely to waste. So, but I'm glad to see this, because now we got a proper series. Now, Sunset, while T1 has played Sunset before and has looked good on Sunset, I don't know. I don't know which way this is going to go. Again, it's sort of like the GE game that we saw on day one.
It really feels like it. I mean, it's just everything is kind of wild right now. That's what it feels like. I'm a little bit worried about DFM again, though, because T1 intentionally picked Lotus, right? And Lotus has been their map for a while. DFM must have prepared for it, and if they go into, you know, T1's map pick without, like, showing that their preparation isn't quite there yet, how will Sunset look? And now T1's engines are revved up. You know, it's going to be a little bit difficult. I do want to see an interesting composition, of course, but it's also been a while since we've seen T1 Sunset, and that's where I think, you know, we might feel like a Gecko being pulled out. Carpe on the Gecko was great against Paper X.
But before any of that, we need to figure out our ranks.
No.
So production said we need to do a rank. So.
Okay, production.
You know what? I'm catching up to Achilles, so I'm actually okay with this.
Yeah.
This is good.
We're ranking up, and Quack is ranking down.
Normally, I don't really care much about rank.
Yeah, you did say that.
But
you get to beat Achilles.
Yes, that's actually now kind of become a new goal of mine.
To be honest, you never care about rank till you start hitting a rank that's like reasonable. Then you're like, then you start to care how precious all this. First, let me bring you up to gold. I'm gonna go back to diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Wow. And you are down gold. All right, good guess though. Hard to say. I would say it's not meant to be easy. Ranking's never easy.
True.
You never know. You might have bad teammates.
With the right teammates,
yeah.
Yeah. If we worked collectively, maybe we could have ranked
Oh my
up
gosh,
together.
should we sync up our answers?
No. Let's not do that now.
Nah.
Now that I'm doing, now that I'm starting to rank up, I'm like,
This
oh,
guy is not a team player. He does something.
I'm a Sentinel player. That's true.
Yeah.
I do just like run around
I'm
the
just
map and do
anchoring my own site. You go do your other thing. Go do duelist
things.
things.
Hold your
Get
own
out of here.
site. Oh, I got a 1v4 retake now? Fine.
Fine. It doesn't.
Just look like you're basically like Foxy and I. Just look like a sensible
I
hero.
wish.
I'm a team player. I don't know about you guys.
Well, goal your gold together with Kilios and Paper Thin.
Thanks.
See, yeah,
You're like a third wheel in that party.
I need like a duelist to, lead me and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys got actually the full stack. You got a controller Quack. We got duelist Achilleos and the Sentinel.
True.
Paper Thin.
We're getting pretty close. Yeah, we're getting pretty close to. We just need an initiator. You want to rank down to gold with us?
I am an initiator, actually.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah, gold. I don't mind playing gold. It's a little fun. But like, unlike us, these two that we're looking at right now, I like how he has been looking the past two matches. He's just been absolutely making impactful kills both of the games. S2, sorry. S.
Yeah. No. He,
sorry, I don't have the
I
Japanese
know
accent.
his name is so deceiving, and I made the mistake of calling.
Oh, it sounds
him
like Izu. Yeah.
no, exactly. That's why I couldn't tell. I was like, did you say Izu? I was like, they're both playing good. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. No, I mean, like, Sesu he has some really good moments. He has kind of those tricky plays, Will was talking about on the cast, where he's kind of able to outsmart you and get kills that way. But the overall coordination and firepower needed more work on that map. A little surprising with DFM. Lotus is a map that they've wanted to play. I think it went like 13-8 against GRX or something like that when they played them in kickoff. So it is a bit shocking to see them not, especially after a win like that. But the spirits were still high. They're still laughing. They're still having a good time. And they get definitely good. But Izu, I'm becoming more and more of a fan of as time goes on.
As time goes on, I do feel, starting things off when he played that Yoru, for example, he was already really interesting and really fun to watch. He just shows that he's got quite a lot to prove, too. A lot of potential as to how he positions himself sometimes, hiding inside of dark covers, or the way he won out that clutch against Anthem, for example. He can be very snappy at times, very unorthodox. It's a little bit tough to predict how he's going to position himself. Yeah. So both players, they've got their roles to play, but I do feel that for, T1 chemistry as a whole, there is a bit more pressure on Izu's shoulders as that rookie.
Yeah, you want the rookie to step up. The rookies have been stepping up on all the other teams, but you know what? That's why they're called a rookie. They need some time. I think, okay. Well, first of all, we got a Neon on Sunsets.
Whoa!
Okay,
now wait a minute.
Wait. No Gecko, we got a Sova.
Okay, so I've seen a little bit of Neon on Sunset here and there, and it can kind of work. Like some of the fast lanes you can use to take some of those like tight angles and stuff like that, and use the relay bolts to also clear some of that space. So it can kind of work, but it is shocking to see Saya player go for it. I can't tell you off the top of my head if this is the first Neon game that he's played, but it definitely feels like it. He's probably played it in NA and I just don't remember, but here in Pacific, I don't think he's played Neon that I'm aware of.
This is going to be very interesting, but I like it. Well, we haven't seen DFM on this map at all, but I like that T1 has reworked something here, and they definitely will need to moving into this stage one, especially if they reface some of these other teams who are very, very good at Sunset.
Definitely a comp that's a lot more aggressive for the least, but the other composition looks safer.
All right, let's go over to casters to the last map of the series.
Thank you guys very much. Yes, last map of the series, of the day, of the week. Here we are on Sunset. As mentioned, this is going to be a real first look at DFM on Sunset. Played at the Riot 1 Invitational during the offseason, but that was with a very different roster. That's when you had Suggest and JoJo still on the squad.
Yeah, and Popagachi part of the starting five there as well. So very big changes. Meanwhile, T1 taking the Team Heretics comp. We'll see if they can master it just as well. Now, Saya, if I'm not mistaken, I think the last time he did play the Neon was actually with T1, but not in Pacific. It was at the Ludwig Tarek Invitational on Fracture.
Fracture would make sense, but there's a first blood. Is Exterior going to be taken down? Anthem able to find that opening kill. And Shell's lobbed in, swing back sight here from Saya player. Maybe we'll find too much. It's May and Cess, however, are going to be coming up with some solid goods. Rossi, however, cutting down to the classic. Breaks things open. That leaves now Medusa all on his lonesome. Saya down low. 21 HP remaining here on this Neon as he plays up front. He'll get taken down. Now there's an armor advantage here, as that is the last bit of util sent by Rossi. Does have a 0 point back off cooldown. Medusa already knows roughly where Medusa's going to be.
Yeah, didn't catch a glimpse of him though, but Medusa waits on purpose to see if
read this though, Medusa. If he sends a bite over here, no.
Wait for it.
Swing out. Now knows. Don't think dumps quite just yet though. Pulls at the half, swing up to the corner, the frenzy. Picked up by Rossi, will be good enough for it. T1, I think their third pistol round here in this series. Start off Sunset with a bang.
Yeah, they've been splitting pistols back and forth, but in the first two maps, whoever won it in the first half was able to carry it all the way through to the end. See if that trend continues here. Just a great 2v4 by Rossi and Saya. The hops coming in from Saya as well as he reloads, keeps him alive.
Solid start here for T1. And Rossi with those 3 kills. Feeling it, it's in the groove. Goes for that Phantom. Side player sliding around the corner. Able to find one. May does shut him down. Sheriff coming across. It's a little bit of damage there.
Now T1, I mean, they have time. They don't need to force.
Everybody locked in behind the box here on site. Spray down coming through. Rossi looking for the third, but easily able to take it away. And that will give them a second kill here in the second round. With 3 members strong, the Phantom carried forward. T1 very rapidly move up 2-0.
Yeah, all the important weapons carried along, and having faith in that as well, I think, especially when it's the likes of, Spectres and Phantoms, you can go for those sprays even in close quarters. So it works out. I don't mind DFM going for the A stack. Usually that's the site you empty, so just goes for it for a chance to play around things like Elbow, like the Generator. And they find 2 kills.
Rossi out for blood. Nearly has that ult online already. All command. Really try to slow them up. Just 1 more charge left to go. Side player going on the rush, slides around the corner, catches a glimpse there up Neth, but it's a shot into May's shoulder. Armor gone, down to 85. There is the raise. HL's still at the ready though. Yes, there's the fast lane, a relay bolt in the backside.
Yeah, the paranoia to make sure that there's no coverage coming in from market either. No command.
Now in play, but Zion not checking right. Unable. Course correct back to the left. End up falling 1 for 1 so far as Isu spotting Cess, but Cess able to win out the fight. Sees Rossi's head. Medusa in the meantime able to find Excurate. So just keep them in this one, but now man advantage is there. No, May pulls off the angle, but Carpe hadn't seen him, so he's still able to collect the kill. Rossi now in a 1v3. More damage through. 10 bullets here. Swings out. It's going to be a team ace though, as DFM will be able to win out in round number 3.
Yeah, stabilized with 3 rifles kept. Not a bad round from DFM. And we're, you see the strengths of Neon on a map like Sunset. Obviously the relay boats, there's tons of angles you can utilize, but also getting ahead of some of the initial util. Now this will be very beneficial, especially when they want to hit A side as well, kind of get past that one way or things like that DFM might have to hold on to A main. We'll see how T1 continues to juggle things. For now, it looks like all eyes still set on the B site.
Vandal there for the hero, Guardian, in the hands of Excurate. Waiting for his timing, sends out that 0 point.
There's nothing in market. That means that they can safely push up using that smoke in mid.
He's starting to rotate around, but no, does cut back over. That shot, he's going to start inching his way in that direction here. His fast lane now comes up on the side. Smoke to try to cut off Boba. Not as well locked in. So eventually getting himself up over the top of there.
DFM's going to have to give this site up because they don't want to get swarmed, but that does mean that they'll have to deal with this post plant. And T1's actually going to push out because they don't have long-range weaponry.
Pop Flash not finding him, but still Saya able to cut him down. Vandal now recovered for him. See short range. Good enough for that kill.
This is a choke point.
Yep, Wingman leading the charge. There's a jump in though, May. Trying to rally the rest of the team around him. To work a treat. They find 2 kills. X-Rit holds the reveal coming through off the neural theft. Double wrap around from backside. Guardian shots on the fly, but X-Rit going to be taken down, and Neth just moves up into the smoke to take out Izza. The fuse can come in. DFM will tie us up at 2-2.
Something I've noticed throughout this entire best of 3 from DFM is not only we talked about how they're kind of covering for each other's angles and their backs, but also the pacing of their trades, right? They used to have some members kind of overheat, or not really overheating, but just not on the same page in terms of tempo. But this time, knowing when they want to buy time, knowing when they want to jiggle peek, knowing when they want to double swing, the comms just seem to have been cleaned up entirely. Because even here, as soon as they realize it's a push out instead of a hold, they decide to wait until backup arrives.
Well, Saya, Stinger in hand, but does have the ult, so looks like we're going to be seeing that coming through. Off that overdrive, but Thrash on the opposite side available from Anthem. There you go, Lightning Figures now in play.
Out of charges.
Really shallow.
Fast.
Yeah, really shallow fast lane there as Paranoia is slowing him up. Relay bolts now expanded, but Anthem caught. Looking for more. Saya able to get himself a second. Looking for the pop flash. Reveals out. That's in such a bad spot. Medusa in the meantime able to find Carpe. Finds Saya to shut him down. But can't do more than that. Neth now the last one standing. 1v3. I believe footsteps likely heard. Just trying to work his way forward here. Izza up on top of the box. Out spotted. Does do well to come away with the kill. Weakening the economy even further here of T1, but they will go ahead and reestablish a lead.
Massive value off of that overdrive, and a great setup for it too. You recognize that the trip was there in the previous round as well. You're able to shoot it down. Eventually, you take the shock dart, just plant him in. It's really just to buy time and create space. The triple kill, just a cherry on top for Saya player.
Nice! Good job, guys.
Do they maintain the lead is the question. Kick back economically. Pretty severe here for DFM. 2 Vandals still in play. A multitude of ultimates as well.
Oh, and this setup from T1, it was ready for the Tiles Crunch with the showstopper, right? The 0 point to try to shut it down. DFM not gonna send it just yet. They do have a lot of other ults as well, though, for things like the retake, the Thrash.
A lot to work with here. Neth just taking a quick glance with the camera and eyes there on mid.
Here.
Check the opposite corner. Stopped into a 50-50.
Need help.
Anthem's got to play this safe. Got so much util to work with.
Yeah, a good amount to try to buy some time, but he pulls off the angle. Now, okay, spots one.
He's going to try to hold.
He sends the Mosh to try to stave them off here for the time being. Fast lane there from Saya player. Does take a shot.
Dizzy's up top.
Dizzy goes out. Anthem revealed. Not sure which way to look. Rossi able to hound him down. May at the same time going to be taken out as Carpe finds that kill. Just pushing in. Oh no!
Okay.
Does eventually get the headshot, but the initial whiff
Spike down.
costs him dearly. Stops him from being able to follow up onto somebody else. Pop flash out, gets a full flash there on a Medusa. Just at the lineup, has the kill, but now again, he's just going to be blinded as Rossi just runs him down. Another 3K for him on that KO. Plant in to go ahead and get that null command up once more.
I mean, if Cess was able to maybe push out Saya and then get past the relay, fill the site with him, take the drone out for him, I get why you wanted to hold the site. You were the one with the rifle. You had so much util, maybe you thought you could spray them down, but at the end of the day, it's good util use from T1 to clear all the corners. They're able to swarm the site, get another round win on the board.
Well, back in with a bye. With them not finding any opportunities to utilize these 4 ults that they have had online. Izzy over the top. It's the double pump there on the blinds. Hunter's Fury now out from Carpe, just fishing for anything that he can possibly find. And narrow miss. Anthem almost getting clipped by that one, but nothing else, I suppose, that has contained DFM back off the site. Full 5 players at the ready, already in position to try to go for a flood retake. If they're going to be able to pull it off. They fight to try to check backside. Izza up on top of the box. Thrash not finding much. Showstopper goes out, but Izza already dropped. May does get taken down.
One enemy remaining.
As Rossi, he's detained right on top of the spike. So, a couple ults committed there. DFM will be able to find some stability without too many casualties either.
Yeah, a great reaction from DFM as soon as they see the initial hit coming on to A main, right? The Dizzy text, you saw the paranoia as well, signifying the rush. They back out immediately. They weren't even trying to hold on. That helps them set up to kind of avoid the Hunter's Fury as well. Now you saw them use all their ultimates. You're able to answer back with your own retake, and it's quite clean. I mean, sure, there's trades back and forth, but they're ready for it, which is the important part. 4v3, yeah, keeping up.
A bit of a breathing, or a seething sigh of relief there.
That resets a lot of these ultimates. You've got the Viper's Pit, but I doubt it'll be used immediately unless you're gonna set up for a full A main control. Okay. Just trying to shut that down entirely. It does go a little deep, so you're not gonna have a very far range of angles to choose from. But either way, it's a tough one to clear, especially with the composition you have on T1.
So insights will be turned over here towards mid, but DFM is going just as many eyes on this. The corner though, headshot in, side player will find one, wants to try to press in for more, but actually just get baited forward, taken out. May finds the kill. Reveal now across from that neural theft. DFM keeping perfect tabs on these two remaining players from the side of T1.
Carpe's recognizing that Medusa could come out of the pit. It's good, but it doesn't exactly give them a lot more hope for the round just yet.
Spike picked up, but how do you try to get this onto the site? Obviously B main left open here for the moment, but May starting to back away from Market, has that trap wire still set up. They have the Cypher cam, so he's now gonna look to take that position, but T1's starting to work away from him.
Yeah, May just trying to make sure that he can hold on to that area. They got A main, they got B main, they shut them down in mid. Everything is covered for DFM. Now they are spread far apart, so I like this from Medusa. Banking out of his own pit, as it's been enough time, making sure that you have an exit, and it's just going to be the save as we look at the spike held and spawn. But
10
what
seconds
a
left.
new look from DFM. Win or lose, the map or the match. Just the way they're set up, even this one, right? The pit used, and then you say, okay, we push them out of B main initially as well. We have mid covered. That's going to be the next rotation. You've got trades and all these angles, including Market, where May was with extra crossfire. It's just an entirely new team.
They have us tied up at 4-4. They have cycled out their ultimates. T1, maybe with slight edge in that regard. That neural theft online here for X-Curate. The rest of them still needing some more time to get built up. You can do it. I believe there you go.
Yes.
It gets a little iffy sometimes with the cyber cams.
No, I mean, it definitely is true. Sometimes, I see the pros place these cams and I try to do it. Mike, how the hell did you get that to stick there? May goes diving forward.
Oh, all the way down, just straight mid. Meanwhile, you got the Omen to take over tiles. That's something that T1 might have to keep tabs on. Could show up in another round. But I like this too. Yeah, what's good about this is you see some teams committing a little too hard to the push out in mid on Sunset, but there's just too many angles for you to cover afterwards. So just putting that pressure, denying that pacing, and then taking it back. You've still got a lot of delay on A. You still have the toxic screen on B. It's a very controlled look from DFM.
Right here.
Slow going for T1. See if DFM are going to make any missteps here. Smoke comes in, but they're already ahead of it, so a bit too late.
Shot down.
Starts to clear the trap wire. Relay bolt sent out as well. Forces made back off the angle here for the moment. They work their way forward into the site. Back onto the cam. Dart out.
Out of charges.
So yeah, just on the opposite side of this smoke, which
Spike planted.
be dissipating somewhat soon. So Carpe moves over to try and reinforce it. Oh, the paranoia timing is absolutely perfect. Still get some damage across there onto the sofa, but now once it's being scooped up, Medusa trying to find one, does manage to find him, but Rossi trades it back, but he himself dropped. Anthem finds Saya player. Trade up here, monstrous from the side of the FM. He's now having to backpedal, just that sheriff in hand, but he's making damn good use of it. 2 kills, extra with the finisher. T1 back in the lead.
Izu's the absolute undisputed MVP of that round. The paranoia right as the smoke ends, as they're already prepared with a double, even a triple right near the end, jumping up on the stairs. That's perfect. And then the double kill to boot with the sheriff. An excellent setup, because May's position outside of that smoke was actually really good. He doesn't hold too close, doesn't want to get surprised. But the paranoia, it's just as if it's a tied animation to the smoke.
Absolutely fantastic shooting there from Izu.
Yo, who am I?
Tell him, who is he?
This man has lost his identity. He is the unnamed killer. He is Clint Eastwood in Fistful of Dollars.
Oh, great round from Izza. Love to see that confidence coming back up for him because he looked absolutely dejected after a rough game against Paper Rex. And you can't blame him, right? Because it's not like they were getting crushed entirely. They made that game a very entertaining one, but Izza was very quiet compared to his kickoff performance. Today, though, having a fair share of his own moments.
Oh, sure. And I mean, you know, let's be real. That was the majority, I think, of Izza's skills so far in the map.
Sure.
You know, that certainly added to it, but still, when you can just randomly pull out those moments, you're gonna be feeling pretty darn good. Yeah, I mean, he moves up to 3.
This goes here.
A nice little 3x for the Sheriff.
Yeah. Take those.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
8 assists, though. Gotta give him that credit as well.
Shutting them down.
All right, 0 point out. Does get the catch onto Medusa.
Yeah, just onto the Viper. So the screen not coming up, but for the Cypher Mutual, the real thing that they want to fish out with that KO.
Trapwire dealt with for now.
Yeah, the cage alone puts some pressure to force him back and create these angles, yeah.
Taking a bit of damage there is Anthem. Slide forward. Saya, though, not ready for May this time around. Just managed to finish him off. Backs away, avoiding that fragment as Anthem,
One enemy remaining.
Crossfire setup. Guns down 2. Izza here on the site, and it is a flawless round. What a timeout call here for DFM. Very much getting everything aligned. And with the help of the coaches, they keep things neck and neck. 5-5. These teams looking absolutely inseparable on Sunset.
And one of the changes we saw off of that timeout was the returns to putting that tripwire back up in mid. They took that off once it got taken down 2 times in a row, said we want to switch things up, play for more delay on the site. But that hasn't worked out so flawlessly. So they just go back and say, okay, let's go with the default. Let's hold mid, right? Don't have to worry about it. That way we can stack a little bit more weight on one side of the map. It's going to be that A side. Once again, the Dizzy prepared to stop the rush. They have a read on this pacing.
There's the overdrive already, finding one. Reveal out, relay bolts. Now looking for the stun. Able to find it, takes a good amount of damage, but Execute on the follow-up. He is able to trade one back there against Anthem. 2 members left standing, just the one now is Neth. We'll be able to find 2. Nice little transfer at the end to do some additional damage, but the Neon ult gets popped, Saya player goes, and everybody dies.
I mean, a great attempt here from DFM. Obviously, a very hard read, given the ultimates that were online, or near online at the very least. The overdrive off the bat. But it's Neon. You're going to be able to slide in, create that movement. Doesn't matter if you've got Dizzy, because you're so fast. Makes you great use of that agent.
And solid setup on the recon as well.
Nice, guys.
Getting that spot out, because if he just continues plus forwarding towards the site, could be a very different setup on the round there. T1 securing 6 rounds for themselves here in the half. Back away, avoiding the 0 point, avoiding the recon arrow here on B.
I'm out of here.
Starting to rotate around as noise being made. Fast lane put up, Cyber Cage not really dissuading much of anything here. T1 just the site spreading out, but also moving over in towards market. Medusa takes a couple shots, and they know that there's going to be at least one player situated there.
Yeah, but the real important part is this Excurit's lurk. They haven't really seen this happen at all.
Rush into market. That's the detain out. The catch, and they finish him off. Showstopper sent. Excurit dead. Swing in. He catches him right before Saya player is going to be able to redraw his weapon. Paint shells shallow, right at Carpe's feet. Has to jump up over the top, and now Medusa comes in from behind. He's able to find 2. Izza taken out as well. Rossi on his lonesome with 41 HP. May takes over the round to tie things up right at the end of the half.
The heads-up play to spin 180 degrees in the air is flying out with the showstopper to check just in case there's a lurk. It tiles. Just incredible, because that was an absolute trap set up by T1. I mean, you see Saya player getting caught by the Thrash, and Excurit's just licking his lips, waiting for everyone to run by, and he'll just catch him from behind, but that was not the case, and a great retake. That, of course, forced the rest of T1 to try to have to push out of the site rather than playing post-plant, as they've now lost all the support from other parts of the map. And a tied map. Who would have thought we'd be here?
Nobody. Pretty much, at least not at the start of the day.
Yeah, there's probably one person out there with their pick'ems on VLR.
we could say after the first map.
Sure.
That this was predictable to an extent, but certainly not before the day had begun. This is, I mean, an incredibly improved Detonation Focus Me that we have not seen before, but also a much more disjointed T1.
Yes.
Breaking down in ways that we haven't witnessed before either.
Well, it just seems like DFM, I would say...
DFM, they're causing that breakdown.
Yes, that's what I wanted to say. I actually think overall, even on Lotus, overall, DFM's reads are probably ahead of T1 throughout this entire best of 3. It's just the execution sometimes maybe a bit more sloppy.
Well, now we go into the second half, 6-6. T1 in the lead by 1 round in regards to pistol wins. DFM tie that up to take the lead for themselves once again.
Saya's got that frenzy in the half armor. Being fed forward. Looks like it might be a setup to just push out of A, take hard control. You've got the pop flash over the wall, the relay bolt. Needs to stop at the wall a little bit due to the dizzy.
Slow it up, not able to take much more aggressive spacing than this, but still already good information gained for T1. Back away, just set up the one-way yet again as me and Carpe just send some shots at each other.
Yeah, and T1, I mean, they have all the information, right? They even tagged Neth over on B main. They know that the initial idea was a pinch onto B.
Oh, Execute now. Getting quite far forward.
I like this, though, right? Make the noise and then send it back just to lurk in mid. Now you've controlled so much more space for T1. Help fill that B site. And then just make sure,
Oh, but as they swing back in, May wins out on the fight. May, he does get knocked down to 70, but kill found. Swing around here from Neth, looking to lurk his way into B. Spots Rossi. Oh, can't quite find the kill. Rossi trying to jump, trying to get in on top of him so he can utilize those right clicks, but just can't gap close fast enough.
30 seconds left.
And getting ready to come through. Anthony still just tucked around the corner. The reveal coming in. He eats quite a bit of damage there, but he's still going to be alive. And suddenly side player, last one standing, clears the dizzy, but only has so many bullets left in the frenzy, and eventually will be hounded down. A flawless pistol round as DFM. They make it 3-3 in pistols, now 7-6 on the map.
What's going to be really surprising and something that's going to plague T1, I feel, in the coming weeks, is DFM has shown time and time again, both on Ascent and even here on Sunset, with the tendencies of T1, that they will want to take over that area once again. They will want to leave the aggressive lurks. They have so much faith in their own aim. And they're just always waiting one extra step. T1, they just got off of a game with Paper X. They're not used to this slow tempo from DFM.
It's been slow all the time. I mean, it's been really good poking and prodding here from DFM, knowing when they can and need to ramp things up. And this triple push into main, potentially coming through, but pull out that dart. But they'll be able to find one. It's the other. Sure, get a parting kill there, but has been weakened significantly. For now, they do save them off, but the A site is completely opened up.
They'll keep the important weapons here. The rifle's in their own hands, so they're happy to leave away. They already spotted enough members. Still, I mean, look at this, right? Medusa's still waiting to see if there is an aggressive push out of tiles. That's the area they don't have control over. So again, a much more thorough DFM. I like that you mentioned it's not just slow. It's been a lot of controlling. I mean, DFM is causing so many forced errors on the side of T1 throughout this best of 3, and once again, it looks like they're going to be a step ahead, clearing things out step by step on A.
Slow and methodical all the same. As we can tell, no threats whatsoever on this side of the map, but DFM not taking any chances.
30 seconds
with the enemy
left.
team having just pistols in hand. So Plant now coming down. See what the call is going to be here for T1. Gather up in a spike explosion party, or if they actually want to try to take some weapons out of the hands and actually risk giving over some crucial ult charge here to their opponents. Trap wire set up though. Will alert to at least the presence of one on this side of the map.
Looks like they'll just try to wait for the exits, and if it doesn't come through, go the other side. See how well aware DFM might be of this. as they're not seeing any inklings. So they should know that it's going to be a delayed wait, one side or another. It's going to be contact.
Coming through.
They're cautious of it, though. Medusa seems a little wary of it.
Yeah, they sent the paranoia in, spotted one. How far do they actually push into this one? Well, Saya, that's far enough to get all the kills, I suppose is the answer.
Well, the other smart thing is they purposely placed far forward on the site as well. So worst case, they could have just held there and made sure that the peaks don't come through. It's very well thought out from DFM.
Getting maximum value, maximum punishment here against T1. Starts with that. A little bit scrappy at the beginning, but overall clean in the end. Let's see, still all business here for the side of DFM, wanting to save any kind of real celebrations for the end after they've confirmed a victory for themselves. T1, though, still in a decent position, but need to win out here in this round. Stop that bonus conversion coming through. They'll just all have shields for them in this anti-bonus.
T1, of course, doesn't want to give the free plant on B. Always a bit of a pain to push into B main to counter that post plant. See if they eventually push back out for that contact, because you're going to have Neth waiting for it.
The fragment out. Sent into the back. Neth's still here, though. They know that's a freshly thrown cage, not a preset one.
But here's the thing is you don't know, was that used to exit or was that used to re-enter? I mean, Neth is really keeping him tied up. The 0-point checks for it.
Oh, the jumping from May. Cover going off the back of the paranoia, finds the kill. Izza now trying to hold, doesn't see that gun barrel, it's just an inch away, swing out, can't quite steady the aim. Medusa gets the headshot. There's the spike now planted by the wingman. Two players down, T1. Looking like the call is just going to have to be to save.
Well, you have to, because here's the thing. Saya was on the hunt for Neth, but eventually he has to run into a tripwire, and he can't get past that without notifying him. I just excellently played from DFM. Like you said, pushing and pulling across the entire map, forcing T1's hand, knowing that they will always want to re-clear. Like, how does this happen?
No, just not like this. I'm not even like dumbfounded by the situation or by the opponent. Just the improvement and the growth.
Yes, exactly. That's what I meant. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing: is that
they're playing mind games with him.
Exactly. I would have expected. Listen, if they looked relatively clean in their own set plays and they were covering for each other, things like that, or maybe the aim overall improved a little bit, that alone would have actually made me quite happy to see the improvements from DFM. Just because. I'm not trying to say that they looked so horrendous or anything like that, but they just looked so messy overall that you didn't even know where to start with the previous iterations. And then at kickoff, you thought it looked okay against DRX, and then it was really scrappy again versus Team Secret. But now, it's the mechanics, it's the overall macro play, it's the reads, the timeouts. This entire squad, the organization, has had an absolute evolution.
This is, absolutely astounding here from the side of DFM. We're just 4 rounds away from closing out a series over T1. A lot of us, have pinned to be one of the top squads at the end of stage 1.
Yeah. I mean, I had selected T1 as, one of the most likely to go to Shanghai as well, just given how they looked at kickoff. And I would argue, even after the game against PaperX, people were still rating T1 quite highly. It's just that, okay, PaperX continues to reign supreme. But today, it's not the case. And I just wanted to give a quick shout out to the coaches as well. Obviously, Autumn has been doing wonders trying to work these, very diverse variations of the T1 squad. But Astel, one of the younger coaches, especially in terms of career, definitely the youngest career, as he was most recently a player, trying to bring back this fallen kingdom of DFM to the light.
Saya looking to get a bit more aggressive, take some forward space here, but everyone from DFM says, have it.
Yeah.
We'll wait over here.
I mean, what a read off the timeout as well. It's one of the best things that Neon can do. Even on the A side, they've got that tripwire ready. Now just waiting to see if it's a re-clear on mid. They're purposely trying to draw out that attention. That leads to an early door break as well. I mean, this is all stuff that T1 now has to start caring about nonstop. Won't quite find
now
the
doubling back. They've
they do.
Waited out the pressure. It's just Carpe lingering forward here in main. Swing on the corner. He'll be spotted. Now has to try to backpedal. Still holding close and still not calling for reinforcements.
Man
cleared.
Slowly back out entirely all the way to market. That's the nearest reinforcement he has. But this is what's happened, right? Is T1, they've been getting pushed and pulled so much that they just don't want to over-rotate anywhere. So they're holding mid, and they've shifted their weight to A, and this might work out.
This is actually working out for them because I don't think they realized quite where that 0 point came from. It's all the way across the opposite side. And they get a couple of members tagged. Now they decide that they want to try to push A. Izzu, he's got a sheriff in hand. Rossi shutting down May on the approach. Jump forward there into the cyber cage. Rossi trying to stay alive, but eventually will be found there as Neth goes fishing. 2 HP, he somehow finds another. 10 seconds remaining, and Izzu looks to shut them all down!
Oh, the spray! Oh, the transfer and the stabilization all in one. Absolute heroics from Izzu, because like you said, sure, T1's cautiousness led to the right call, but then the trade seemed to be absolutely in favor of DFM.
I mean, Neth being able to get another one there, huge, but Izzu. Oh, I mean, what an incredible, incredible spray down for him, doubling his kills in that round when T1 needs it the most. Keeping him in this one. Poison Orb thrown down. Side player out in front of this one.
Oh, they're trying to push him out.
Snake bite does force him a little bit further forward, but no one really there for the challenge. 0 point will identify a couple of players here from DFM.
So
now
DFM
just go their separate ways.
Off of that previous round, what they'll have to recognize is, okay, just our typical fakes, right? And then leaving the Cypher, things like that, was red in the previous round. The setup up to it was good, though. So curious to see if they're able to identify that in the server, as it's much easier to tell when you're seeing the entire minimap.
Checking, nothing spotted. Cam set up, though. We'll see all of this movement. They spot the cam.
Shadows.
TP across here from Izzu. Looks like DFM, though, still squinting in here towards this B side. Paranoia. A little bit further behind them, though. Doesn't get the catch. Reveal comes in off the recon. And firing into the corner there. Unable to find too much damage as Anthem comes up with 3. Suddenly, Rossi all by himself. And he's not ready for this one. And May was barely ready for it either, but in the end, he's able to find the spray, find the target, and find the round win. Double digits here for DFM.
You can tell T1, they're starting to make some errors, right? Excurit kind of played by his own cyber cage there, thinking that he had the angle, wasn't quite aware of what the setup was himself. Because if he had gotten that kill early, things would have been a little different. Spike doesn't go down as fast either. Now it's just going to be another stack.
The Paranoia. Too delayed on that as well. Still investing. Multiple players. So dangerously low on cash.
Oh, I just
Still just a stinger there. As everybody now starting to rotate around here towards B.
But the thing is DFM saw more than one in mid, right? The Neon and one more member. So they're just going to shift that weight, and this is the timing for Medusa.
Showstopper.
Start to go forward.
Great enough space. They grab that. Ult's now online. Like you said, Medusa, he's been poking and prodding over towards A. Hasn't really seen much of anything yet. Seems like DFM, they want a little bit more comfort, a little bit more reassurance. So they will explore some other parts of the map here first before really settling on where they want this spike to rest.
They're breaking the door and market as well, making sure that the members who rotated over to B have to be tied up there. And now it's going to be a send onto the A site.
It's just such good movement here from DFM once again, round after round, putting this on display. Showstopper now at the ready. Nobody there on site. Just looking to clear out this trap wire. Draws it, send it over.
30 seconds left.
Space bought. T1 now arriving as the plant comes in. Dizzy going to be scooped up once again here for Anthem. Still has that Mosh in his back pocket. Excurit has the ult, needs to try Get over to a corpse and maybe invest that one. Spot out as they start pushing forward. Relay Bolt's able to get the stuns. Carpe able to gun down 2, guns down 3. Izu will be able to find the final. And just like that, T1 making that retake look a lot easier than we might have anticipated, but they keep things close once more.
A godlike recon coming in from Carpe. Just gets all the tags, and quite frankly, the recon was really good in the previous round as well, so the Sova very well prepared. They're able to just tie them up. The paranoia, the relay bolt, the fast lane, everything. Make sure that DFM denied all the vision. Meanwhile, you get to see him through all that utility.
Well tough. Hunter's Fury online here for T1.
Man, DFM, I mean, I was going to mention that I liked that they sent both ults on that entry because they wanted to get one step closer to the match point. But now they'll need to take a little bit more time.
Oh, Izu. Crisp shot, finds one. Hunter's Fury fishing as Izu will be able to get Anthem, and Rossi cleans up 2. Saya getting the other. Solid aggression coming out of T1, and now they're back to within touching distance of DFM. 10-9. Cash continues to get whittled away at.
A good switch up from T1. Instead of trying to meet DFM on the wings of the map, they decide to split them up entirely. A hard commitment. And also, I mean, credit to Izu, regaining his confidence a lot with 2 of those heroic plays. Goes for the peaks, buys time for his teammates to set up cover, so he just has to focus on tiles. Now, it's going to be an A setup for the Cypher, just delay. But everyone tagged. This 0 point from Rossi has been the bane of DFM as the rounds have been adding on to each other. Cam in mid.
Triple stack here on the B side. Take one away from that Thrash now is Anthem. Now DFM again just trying to play around with the map movements a little bit more. Switch tab, doors shut there.
Reset A as well. Looks like the idea here is you want to focus, shift your weight to B, and instead of just delaying one side of A, it's going to be Execute anchoring as hard as possible if they do come A. He's got trips and cyber cages next to each other. That way they can focus all their utility onto the B site. Decision has to be fast here from Execute. The paranoia.
Just sat there. Izu pushing forward, able to get the catch. Anthem going to be taken down, but now Death tucked away. Wrong side box. Swings out, finds him, finds another Execute. Taken down. Man advantage there. Their way out onto the site in front of Rossi before he can try to find the punish. Flash sent in, drone on the hunt. Saya here, backside, able to find one. There's the investment though. Hero depth in from Neth.
Oh, the fast push in.
Spotting out the rest, side player now playing forward. He's in behind the box, so it is sprayable, and Neth has the covering fire. Takes him down, Neth on for the ace, no. Fell to the very last moment, spike planted. That's in a bad spot. Doctor there onto the corner. Knows that he's in, but no, he still holds his ground, waits for Carpe to swing into him, and he takes his head off.
I can't believe Cess just stands there through all of that. I mean, Carpe, you could tell he was wondering, well, surely you push out at some point, and Cess says no.
This was...
I mean, what a...
Neth bailing them out.
Yes.
Nice! And Cess just finishing the job that Neth had started for him. Timeout now. Second one called by T1. As they are in dire straits. Backs up against the wall here in a corner. DFM with a 2-round lead.
Curious to see what the adjustments are because it's just been a back and forth on the Sunset. See Neth's hands shaking a little bit. I mean, you know, some coaches talked about that also being something they're trying to keep an eye on, right? Just the overall energy level of your players. Are they too excited or are they not? Where's the tension at? So DFM perhaps just focusing on making sure they calm down. You don't want to look at the finish line too early, but you are only mere steps away from it. It's been 682 days since the DFM banner has lifted a victory at all, and that was back in Challenger Japan when Asta was still playing.
Yeah.
Of course, he was on a different team back then. And oh, you know who was on that team? Was HSK, was a player on that squad that brought a match victory to DFM and the organization.
It's been a glow-up year for both of them.
Yes, that is for sure.
Suppressing.
You know, they're separate ways and both are doing just fine.
Point suppressed.
Welcome, welcome.
Well, now, DFM, can they take the second to last step? Can T1 get in their way once more? Side player, operator in play. Should go for a retake, does have that overdrive as well, but for now, DFM not playing in towards that op whatsoever. Given how good their reads are, I'm curious if they have a very strong idea that Zaya is going to be using that op, because so far he has not been bringing that out at all. May jumping forward, doesn't go too deep in as there's the wingman, but Izza with enough of an angle is able to stop the plant. So now they have to work their way forward. Head spotted, Anthem taken down.
Now, Anthem was ready for that though, right? Recognizing that that's the best spot.
Okay, all just to pick up the spike.
I mean, it's a fast recovery before they can swarm on it. I don't mind it at all.
Market door now shut. Drawn the rotation, and well, now they certainly do know about it. Saya
30 seconds
putting
left.
May down.
Poison's off.
3 members left, drifting away. Looks like, DFM, tough pill to swallow, but looks like they are just going to make the call to get grouped up inside of the spawn and let this round go into T1's hands.
Not much you can do about it.
10 seconds left.
It's not like you're really going to greed for anything. Sure, if you thought you had a great idea on how to take down the operator, that was an option, but it's already way far back. Never really got close to touching it. But now that they know, what's the adjustment from DFM? They have the information now to try to keep that lead.
Still 2 away from that pit. Could have come in here for Medusa, but timeout called once again now. That's going to be all of them burned.
Oh, this is, I mean, it's an interesting timeout, right? Immediately after that, gives T1 a chance to add in some adjustments to what they just saw and what they just did. And the question on both sides is going to be, again, what's the answer? What's the question and answer when it comes to that operator? T1 could use that to their advantage. Try to run DFM into a trap. You still got that overdrive as well, and that was part of the idea there, is that they had a bit of a heavier stack elsewhere with the op. You had Izza just making sure he gets rid of the spike plant on B, and then you have the overdrive, worst comes to worst, where you can push out into B main to disrupt that post plant.
That's it, the last few seconds. The last contributions of the coaches, unless the sense of going to overtime.
Oh, you did.
Now settled. All come down to the execution of the players. Overdrive, the neural theft, all still there. Thrash online for Anthem. DFM. What's the game plan going to be? Right now, everybody stacked up. Maybe take a peek here in towards mid.
Oh, a fast hit from mid to market.
Even said there's just going to be some fighting here. Over B main, this camera does get cleared.
But with that paranoia coming out into B main, gotta wonder if DFM's gonna slow things down a little bit.
It's decent spray though. Managed to make some connections there on the Izza. He's down to 42 now. Not the kill that they would have definitely preferred to have had, but could still benefit from that damage later on in the round.
Now T1 has a bit of a crafty adjustment where it's not the operator that they planted in B main.
It's over into Xgrid's hands here as he is watching this back alley and has been spotted. They noticed the gun in his hands is the question, but either way, that Thrash is not recoverable for the time being.
Yeah, the idea is always to go back to B right now, but Medusa has to stay alive and sell this quite hard on A. He can go down eventually because you have mid control.
All coming back up. Market being checked out. Izza sat back over by Boba. Looks like they're just going to push all the way through top mid. Start wrapping around here towards B. Relay bolts being sent. Mage ducks into the corner. Protected for now. As Xgrid strikes, finds one. Side player going to be taken down. Neural depth invested. TP forward, I believe there. Izza going to be taken down. Izza finding one, but Rossi still here on site, trying to stay alive. Spike
barely
can get planted.
10 seconds left.
Behind the box. No way to try to take him down. Poison Orb to try to escort him out. And Carpe on the flank comes up with a kill, and now it is all on Medusa.
He's got spotted. The drone knows.
Been able to get the dart in onto him, but X-Curate re-swings with the op. And with that defuse, T1, they tie us up 11-11.
11-11, gila.
The thing is after that mid control, DFM had already played so much time that no matter where they went, they just had to rely on the pinch and the numbers to be in their advantage, which technically they were. But Medusa really wanting to play a bit slower to take over elbow, trusting that the death ball would do the work, and looks like the last thing they didn't account for was the relay bolt, right? That slows him down entirely on that entry from top mid.
Thumbed him up now. Tide, who can take the lead? One ult apiece. Have to be able to get into a position to actually utilize the pit before it really becomes relevant. So far, very quiet, very slow going.
Yeah, that's been the big change, is that T1 just has not been aggressing as much. So they've basically forced DFM to unconsciously waste a lot of time. Because normally, DFM's waiting because they're like, well, T1 surely re-peaks this again. They usually come out to clear this area again, and it has not been happening since the timeouts. It's on them to have to regain control of the map.
One-way smoke there in the market for Saya to try to play off of. He actually ends up falling for it, but no, we'll just go ahead and dissipate now. Start working their way
Seru
forward.
nih 11-11.
Still
Kayaknya OT sih
work
ini.
here for Medusa. X-Curate just around the corner with that operator. Side player gonna be spotted. Seeing the neon, seeing that op, they should know that it's still gonna be in the hands of X-Curate. They haven't spotted him out yet, but the rest of the team now moving over towards this site.
30 seconds left.
They have to suspect something though, right? That's gotta be the reason why Medusa hasn't swung this yet. Surely they're trying to go for a double to try to take this out.
Poison Orb blooms, he tries to go for the timing shot. It's gonna be a little bit too early, but no, they do not know about Rossi. Smoke now goes down. May turns back, he's able to find another. 2 for 2, showstopper at the ready. Heard the TP, doesn't know where it went.
The smoke. Does he check the smoke?
He does!
He does!
Izza gonna be taken down, 3 kills there for May. 3v2, the overdrive available for side player, but Vandal in hand, he's up close.
I'm out of here.
Clear out on that dart, slides in. Neth able to shut it down. Carpe now, the IGL needing to do everything. Try to gain the lead to take this up to match point.
Oh, the smoke is
into the smoke. Good sense, gets the headshot there, takes out May.
Trying to
There's
get a reaction.
so much more, yeah, just trying to get anything that he possibly can, but all he gets is a bullet to the head. DFM are now up to match point.
Already an incredible feat by DFM. And this isn't a slight on their past history, but the fact that also T1, again, one of the most exciting teams, prospects to be looking forward to in 2024 Pacific. And the fact that they've guaranteed at least overtime on map 3, a map that they have not shown. Incredible endurance, incredible preparation. And once again, it's May with some heroic mechanics.
Crucially here though, T1, plenty of cash to try to go for the buy.
Rush.
Little bit of a, faster pace round here. Paint Shell clears out one of the trap wires. Main out, just diving in, up over top of the Cyber Cage. Good for the reveal, Carpe, trying to go ADS in, that pick off. We'll just go 1 for 1, but now the pit, at long last invested here from Medusa, has had this for quite some time.
And they've been pinged. Does this allow for the flank all the way around from Neth?
Love depth with the reveals now. Ult going, fishing right now with this overdrive. Side player trying to find any straight damage that he could get. So far, not much can be found. Sessa dropped. Izu coming up with a kill. Beams still going across the dragon. From Neth, finds himself 2 kills. It's all on Saya player. He's got an op in hand. No more ult charge. Sends out the shot. Swinging a ring around the Rosie, and Medusa gets it done! 13-11. Long have they waited. Finally rewarded. Detonation Focus Me find their first victory in BCT Pacific against none other than T1.
TFM, gila.
Absolute miraculous showing from this squad of DFM. I mean, you just saw how happy they were at kickoff to just even win rounds and to take that time off, come absolutely prepared. Not a single win in VCT Pacific. It's all been red lights stopping them from moving forward, but finally, a spark of green and perhaps a start to a new era of Japanese Valorant.
Fans in tears, and understandably, they have waited longer than these players. These are the ones who, aside from Anthem, came into this team inheriting what was, again, a crumbled empire.
I mean,
ruins. A 0-9 record last season. No wins in kickoff. But this squad here, the rebuild, the change in coaching staff across the board, this team, it looks like a team, a detonation that you can at long last believe in.
Absolutely, you should believe in them. The faith should remain. And you now see, I also want to give props to the fact that they were able to hold on to their emotions until the win was finally across the finish line. Like, these guys have been waiting for so long, and you mentioned it. It almost felt unfair for the majority of this roster to inherit that record and try to overcome it, but now they've done it.
They absolutely have. Like we said, controlling the emotions during the game, being happy, being cheerful, but not allowing themselves to get ahead of themselves. But now that it's done and dusted, you can see the emotions, they are coming through. Well, we're going to go ahead and hand this over to the analyst desk. 3 individuals that absolutely need to pay up and buy the DFM bundle.
And we will buy that bundle because they have done it. Their first victory in VCT Pacific ever. DFM victorious against T1. Is this going to be a new era for Valorant, gentlemen?
I don't know if it's a new era yet, but it's definitely a new evolution for DFM. Detonation Focus Me. I mean, these guys, they've worked so hard. It just shows like if you don't give up and you just keep working at it, certainly at some point, sometime, everything will line up and you'll have a total eclipse, and you just eclipsed T1 in this entire series.
I'm just blown away. I mean, it's so incredible to see the emotion on the stage, the way that they played today. It's so heartwarming that after such a long road, after such a forgettable 2023, that coming into stage 1, they get a win. There's just no other way to describe it. It's just amazing.
Their win was against T1 too. One of the best teams here in Pacific over the last year and a half. This is the same team that qualified to champions last year, and this year, highly ranked amongst all the talents, coming in here, defeating them on Sunset.
Yeah, and it's not just that. Like, I mean, I feel like the whole story, first of all, them winning that first map, that was already really impressive. And then, of course, Lotus, but then now Sunset. I mean, the fact that it scores 13-11.
Look, we gotta give it up.
Oh my God.
We gotta just celebrate. Let's go!
DFM!
Let's go!
We gotta buy the bundle!
Oh my God, Miguel! We're so happy for you! Dr. happy for you. We're all happy for you. Congratulations, DFM. It's been a long damn time. And about time.
Hell yeah. And I mean, what a showing from May. Just absolutely insane top to bottom today. I mean, I knew he was really good, but this is like another level from him. He has really, really stepped up, along with the rest of the team, especially on Sunset. Like, everybody was really even in the score lines there. Just so exciting, so exciting.
It's really awesome. I mean, so many multi-kills, so many moments where he's definitely opening things up and creating a lot of space for team. I mean, no discredit to T1. Sideplayer was pretty impressive with the Neon. I mean, this is a very interesting composition that they've got. Carpe with the recons, the way that they were playing off of the smokes. But sometimes, you know, towards the end of it, just, again, things kind of falling apart.
Sorry, the Korean casters are really happy too. I can see them backstage, Jongjin over there. We're all, honestly, look, we love the Korean teams, but we're just so happy for DFM. T1, you're right, had some, that Neon pick was really interesting. I think that's worth exploring, for them to continue exploring. I just think, you know, DFM, they earned their win today.
Yeah, a lot of, like, Sad Players Ultimates, very impactful, but at some points, DFM really read them. DFM just knew, like, anticipated some of these moves. If there's going to be that paranoia on towards B, Bell from Izu, and then they hear that Saya player Neon going off, they instantly back off and they just set themselves and they keep their ultimates for the retake. Anthem leading the charge with a lot of these calls, and of course the entire team just kind of getting kills. I'm actually surprised Neth is the one with the kill lead on this map.
I mean, he really stepped up here today on this Cypher. Hadn't played a ton. He played it before today, but not like a lot. And so to see Neth like come in and have to role swap a little bit, be able to perform like this is really excellent. I think another thing that I'm overall today for T1 is we saw two very different comp looks from them on a couple different maps that didn't work out. On Ascent, you know, obviously I think they're trying to get Rossi more comfortable on things not Viper, and probably felt like this is a okay opportunity to try that, and I get that. But these comps didn't seem to really work out when they kind of went away from their comfort picks, when they went away from what had been working for them a little bit in kickoff. Doesn't seem like it's quite there yet as well. And credit to DFM, they're able to exploit that. And maybe not even expected that themselves, maybe not what they prepped for, and they're still able to best it.
Yeah, just some of these moments really. DFM just pulling things out, and May, Cess, Neth even just chiming in. Everyone has been, you know, really making sure that they can try to get that win, and now they finally done it.
The Omega Group buff. You know, a lot of teams thought it was going to be DFM letting down the Omega Group, and it absolutely was not. They earned their first championship point today on week 1 of stage 1. Now, Alpha Group did get their own with Genji winning 2-0 today. So that, you know, they finally have their first championship point today, adding on to a total for 4 for Genji. Obviously, they started off with 3 after winning kickoff. And this will continue on. They have 3 more weeks to try to get as many match points as possible.
Mega Group built different. That's all. That's just what I'm looking at. I mean, what a showing. But everybody playing really, really good there. And you know, on the other side, Alpha, still plenty of time to bounce back. Don't get too beat up about it. I really hope that that's something that a lot of these teams had a rough week for Alpha are able to kind of go in, reset, come back next week with a few extra days off. You know, get back into the thick of things. You know, certainly this is nowhere near over, especially if you're an Alpha Group. It's actually wide open now. Like, that's the kind of the good news here in a way, is like, look, if you're other than Gen G, like that spot potentially to get into playoffs still very wide open.
Oh, yeah, exactly. The competition is not too fierce right now. And this is a good opportunity for any one of these teams to step up and, you know, take at least that second slot.
There's always that ebb and flow. I mean, I'm just kind of wondering, like, why are we talking like we are in Omega Group? Like, we're part of that group and we're celebrating our wins.
We are in every group.
We're in every
We are VCT quack.
That's exactly it. But yeah, you're absolutely right, because, you know, although this was a bit of a loss for T1, there are still so many chances for them to come back, and the fact that it's so open for anyone to take that lead to make it to playoffs, they do have a lot of work that they need to be doing. I mean, just taking a look at the very first game for next week.
Lebaran. Okay.
First of all, Genji versus Paper X. That's huge.
Rematch.
And then T1 DRX.
4th rematch.
Ooh.
That's spicy. I mean, Saturday is a hype day. Like massive
full
hype day.
On.
Should be one of our best days we'll have of the entire like group stage area.
And
okay guys,
Sunday,
sekian live stream kita hari ini dan match ini.
That was
so buat teman-teman semua, thank you yang udah nemenin gua nonton Watch Party VCT Pacific di hari yang terakhir pekan pertama ini. So, gua dan keluarga mau mengucapkan Takobaulahu Minawa Minkum, selamat Hari Raya Idul Fitri, 1 Syawal 1445 Hijriah, untuk teman-teman yang merayakan. Minal aidin wal faizin, mohon maaf lahir dan batin kalau gua ada salah sama kalian semua. Kadang bercanda gua suka keterlaluan juga, baik yang sengaja maupun tidak sengaja ya. So, thank you sekali lagi teman-teman semua. Sampai jumpa di live stream selanjutnya setelah Lebaran ya guys ya. Bye-bye. I'll see you soon. I'll see you in the next live stream. I love you guys. Bye-bye.